Introduction. Wang Xiao-wu, an ordinary youth, unexpectedly traverses to another world with the assistance of a certain demon. This realm is filled with valiant warriors soaring alongside dragons, where swordsmanship and magic intertwine harmoniously. However, receiving such aid comes at a cost, one that he could never have anticipated. Consequently, Wang Xiao-wu dons a white robe, brandishing a staff, and gently places his unwashed foot, having gone 3 days without a wash, upon the emperor's canine head, exclaiming, "You refuse to believe in the divine and shun death," which puts me in quite a predicament. Chapter 0. Castle Ganluosi. A grand victory ceremony unfolds in the capital of the Augustus Empire, Elpolis, under the watchful gaze of its citizens. The bustling throngs press toward the center of the square, and the soldiers tasked with maintaining order find themselves overwhelmed. In the eyes of every individual present, including the enforcers, a flicker of fervor is evident. They revel in this exhilarating spectacle. His Imperial Majesty, Gaius Nero of the Sunlit House, stands upon a specially constructed dais for the occasion, adorned in a resplendent red cloak. Facing his ecstatic subjects, he proclaims a declaration of victory. "Citizens, compatriots, in honor of my father, the saintly Emperor Aurelius's will, and for the future of all humanity, having reclaimed the territories of the 24 provinces of the Augustus Empire, I hereby announce the re-establishment of the Augustus Empire. No longer shall we be viewed as the Auran Empire by the barbarous Westerners. Now, every one of you can proudly call yourselves Augustus citizens." The emperor, in the prime of his life, radiates pride, his impassioned words resonating throughout the square, even overshadowing the cheers of the crowd. "Our war with the High Elves is officially at an end. Now, my glorious subjects must rest and replenish their strength to construct a new splendor belonging to all citizens of the empire." Amidst this rousing address, one individual stands apart, appearing despondent and pallid. This figure is not a high elf envoy tasked with delivering the terms of surrender, but rather the imperial heir, Prince Reggie, the emperor's second son. What a disappointment. I provided them with so much intelligence. He murmurs, his gaunt cheeks etched with regret and fear, his body trembling slightly. Observing this, a nearby attendant discreetly offers him a vial of elven potion, known to alleviate anxiety, an elixir to which the prince has become rather addicted. After consuming the potion, the prince appears slightly revitalized and suddenly turns to whisper to the attendant, "Go tell the third brother that I can no longer endure this. He must prepare early." The attendant, however, does not depart, respectfully replying, "Your Highness, the third prince has anticipated your burden and urges you to endure a little longer. The time has not yet arrived." The time. Again with the talk of timing. The prince clenches his fists and glances at his father, who continues his oration with fervor, finally letting out a resigned sigh. "Very well, he is right. I trust in the wisdom of the third brother. I shall do my utmost, but whether I can hold on remains uncertain. After all, never mind, just tell him to rest easy." "Understood," the attendant replies succinctly. Soon, the emperor concludes his speech, and the armored expeditionary forces march in unison from the main avenue flanking the square, presenting themselves for inspection by the citizens and the emperor alike. A refreshing breeze sweeps through, prompting Prince Reggie to sigh once more. "Say, old Ganluosi, is the news accurate this time? Don't ask. Just keep up your marching. It's fine. We're close enough that the emperor won't notice." "All right, it's true. Then allow me to congratulate you. Will I need to address you as Lord Baron from now on? Wealth and nobility. Let's not forget our roots." "I understand." Old Ganluosi beams with pride, relishing the thought of becoming a baron. "What an astonishing honor. I shall soon be a lord. Treasures, lands, all that one could desire. This marks the threshold into the noble class. While merely a baron for now, who knows what the future holds, perhaps a count or duke. This ascent is far easier than rising from commoner to baron. Old Ganluosi is but a standard soldier, yet the opportunity to become a baron is rare. Following the Silver War, the emperor seeks to reward exemplary soldiers by granting them lands and titles, thereby formally integrating them into the noble class. The emperor's intentions are clear. In addition to these valiant soldiers, officers, fallen nobility, and heirs of great houses without inheritance rights are also selected to journey to the newly reclaimed province of Lorga to fill the gaps left by minor lords. Lorga is a splendid place. Old Ganluosi can hardly contain his excitement. However, another heartbreaking concern arises. With lands and titles secured, the question of women remains. A wife is a wife, regardless of her appearance. Yet the pressing matter is that my beloved has yet to bear children. With fortune acquired, the absence of an heir is a lamentable predicament. As Ganrose's formation passes the dais, the emperor catches sight of Ganrose's fluctuating expressions of excitement and concern. He nods slightly and remarks to a nearby minister, "Among that regiment of soldiers, one particularly resonates with me." While the others express mere joy, he retains a sense of vigilance amidst elation. If even a soldier possesses such awareness, how can we fear for the prosperity of our empire? The ministers bow in unison. "Your Majesty is wise." By the time the triumphal ceremony concludes, it is already afternoon. Old Ganros sheds his heavy armor, carelessly discarding it upon the ground, and envelopes his wife in a grand embrace. "My dear Amina, did you miss me? Get away. I could smell your foul sweat from afar. I recall you took great care of your armor in the past. Why this casualness now?" Amina furrows her brow, her skin having taken on an ashen hue and begun to roughen. Yet, Ganros pays little mind, still sweetly holding her and proclaiming with pride, "The armor of a soldier, ha! I no longer care. Soon, I shall be Lord Baron. Are you dreaming? It's true. Look." Ganros rummages through his pocket and produces a crumpled decree. Amina gasps, covering her mouth in astonishment, speechless at the revelation. "Good heavens! That rascal! No, my lord is to be a baron. This cannot be a dream. Watch the house. I shall seek a heraldic scholar to design a coat of arms for me. My formal name shall be Ganros, the first patriarch of the Ganros family." Aha! With a triumphant laugh, the newly arrived Ganros departs his home. Alas, in my excitement, I forgot to mention that I am already. Good fortune comes in waves. Could it be our family is truly destined for change? The province of Lorga, situated in the southeastern corner of the empire, is currently undergoing vigorous reconstruction as the last territory reclaimed by the Augustus Empire. This region, once conquered by the victorious Emperor Lorga over 1,000 years ago and occupied by High Elves 5 centuries prior, has finally returned to the Empire's fold. After the defeat of the High Elves in war, the entire population had retreated, leaving behind a land filled solely with buildings devoid of human presence. Except for those fortunate individuals who retained their noble titles, a large number of citizens and free people were forcibly relocated here, and within just a few months, life began to flourish once more. The various winged emblems and sculptures representing the High Elves have been dismantled, yet this land was not entirely under human dominion. Following the elves' withdrawal, lowly goblins and some wandering orcs occupied parts of the swamps and wastelands. This did not meet with any opposition from the imperial government, as those areas were undesirable for human settlement. At that moment, in a nearby small town, Ganros had begun to take possession of his territory. This was a quintessential high elf town, situated near the majestic Lorgar Mountains, with a small lake nearby, perfectly nestled between the mountains and water. The pristine white clouds, the azure sky, and the elegantly constructed buildings of the High Elves all contributed to a sense of serene beauty. What a beautiful place! From now on, this town belongs to me. The Baron, Ganros exclaimed, grinning. Of course, it also belongs to my beloved Baroness Amina. You always have such a silver tongue, Amina replied with a sweet smile, equally enchanted by the stunning scenery. The province of Lorgar had once been occupied by the High Elves, a testament to the land's exceptional quality. The High Elves had exacting standards for their living conditions, showing disdain for ordinary places lacking beauty and with harsh living conditions. This town is larger than many inland towns, capable of providing me with 200 conscripted soldiers and 500 castle garrison troops. This already signifies the strength of a high-ranking baron, Ganros noted. However, this is not inland. The migration process is not yet complete. Although it appears there are many houses, most of them are unoccupied, Amina deliberately pointed out to temper her husband's enthusiasm. Ganros chuckled. It has only just begun. Perhaps, upon hearing of this beauty, more people will willingly migrate here, my dear Amina. At that moment, a robust man clad in gleaming armor approached Ganros, intending to kneel, but was promptly assisted by Ganros. Hastings, you are my comrade. There is no need for such formalities. Hastings was the fellow who had dared to chat with Ganros during the triumphal ceremony. His military prowess surpassed that of Ganros, but his cowardice had prevented him from being chosen as a soldier representative. Ganros had brought him along to serve as his military commander, a crucial position he was hesitant to entrust to an unknown stranger. Hastings did not insist on the formal greeting. Olgon, sir, the castle has been repaired. You should take a look at it. Indeed, Amina needs to rest as well. Her health cannot withstand too much exertion, Ganluosi remarked, glancing at Amina, who had shyly lowered her head. Haha, what is there to be shy about? You are to bear an heir from my territory. What if it is a daughter? And what of it? As long as she carries the bloodline of the illustrious Ganluosi family. The trio, laughing, made their way to the castle in the town. A diminutive green creature, no taller than half a person, approached them, bowing. Esteemed Baron Ganluosi, I am your humble temporary financial officer, Darius, at your service. Clad in a gray robe and a top hat, with pointed ears and a beak-like nose, he was a high goblin. Although high and low goblins appeared similar, their intelligence was worlds apart. In matters of finance and knowledge, they often surpassed most humans, demonstrating strong principles. They were shrewd but never resorted to deceit, standing in stark contrast to their lowly counterparts. Ganluosi was quite pleased. From now on, you shall no longer be temporary, Mr. Darius. Thank you for your appreciation, my lord, Darius grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. A messenger recently arrived, requesting that you promptly decide on the castle's name, as it needs to be registered with the Imperial Nobility Department. It shall be called Ganluosi Castle. As the first baron of this land, it must bear my name. Ganluosi laughed heartily as he stepped through the castle gates, though his brow furrowed slightly. In such a large town, the castle has only battlements and arrow towers, is not very tall. The only aspect that pleased him was the castle's graceful design, with a high elf-engineered crossbow mounted atop. Such is the nature of high elf castles, save for their holy city, Baris, which is indeed a formidable fortress. Moreover, the Empire has provided you with an initial fund of 5,000 gold coins, allowing for further renovations, Darius explained. Very well, Ganluosi Castle, the legend of the Ganluosi family, shall commence from here. Meanwhile, not far from Ganluosi Castle, in a small wasteland, a group of diminutive, filthy low goblins were settling down, chattering excitedly as they unpacked their belongings from a wheelbarrow, having decided to establish their camp. While digging a pit, one little goblin unearthed a ring. The ring was entirely golden, inscribed with characters that low goblins could never comprehend, radiating a mesmerizing glow. Unbeknownst to them, this ring would summon a being that should never be provoked. A swirling mass of black energy suddenly coalesced from the ground, akin to a whirlwind, snatching the ring from the goblin's grasp. I found it. At last I found it. This is the power to change the world. You shameless gods, I shall sow you into the belly of a dead camel. Let wisdom and strength forever forsake you. You filthy dogs. Chapter 1. Young Master Arthas. I'm sorry, but I feel we are not suited for one another. As expected. Wang Xiao-wu had grown accustomed to it. He waved his hand nonchalantly and replied, All right then, let us get reintroduced. No need for that. A bouquet of roses was tossed to the ground. The onlookers gradually dispersed. An unsuccessful confession, one whose outcome was already known. Wang Xiao-wu chuckled at himself, thinking it best to remain true to his heart. Without regrets, why force a result? Let me just play a game of League of Legends to clear my mind. Wang Xiao-wu engaged in an all-night gaming session, but fortune did not favor him, leading to a streak of 8 consecutive losses, plummeting him from gold to silver. Fuck! Wang Xiao-wu slammed his keyboard, as if shattering it would magically restore his lost rank. My mood affects my performance, damn it. If only I could cheat. I wish you all would perish. Wang Xiao-wu merely vented his frustrations, unaware that his life was about to change because of it. The figure of Draven in the game, fading into darkness, suddenly illuminated, lifting his head as if gazing through the computer screen at Wang Xiao-wu. With a voice perfectly synchronized to the original, he enchantingly asked, Do you desire a life of cheating? Do you wish to be a legend, to become myth? Do you long to escape your lowly status and become a supreme being? A torrent of expletives surged through Wang Xiao-wu's mind. No way. Infinite flow, or what? Rebirth? Time travel? Another world? The mastermind behind this prank must have indulged in web novels. Moreover, the beginning is rather unoriginal. I don't want to. Wang Xiao-wu tossed his headphones and turned to leave. At that moment, he heard a loud shout, Fire! The internet cafe was located on the 2nd floor, with a narrow entrance that was instantly blocked by those closest to the exit. Wang Xiao-wu had a terrible habit of always choosing a corner to sit in public places, and his computer was situated in the innermost part. The flames had already begun to spread. Wang Xiao-wu paused for a moment, a flood of expletives rushing through his mind. This is not about choice at all. While others scrambled to push forward, he listlessly returned to his computer, donned his headphones, and with vacant eyes remarked, I suppose my refusal does not align with your scripted narrative. Then I shall comply. Very well, Draven replied. Let us negotiate. The rebirth perks must be pre-ordered and cannot be altered once in that world. Just tell me what perks are available, whether system flow or summoning beasts. Just lay it all out. There is nothing you cannot conceive of that I cannot provide, Draven stated confidently. Then how about maxing out all attributes and granting infinite lifespan? Summoning abilities, special mental powers, lore-related abilities, all-encompassing mage powers, super soldier capabilities, charismatic ruler skills, dragon rider systems, cultivation systems, super prophet systems, interdimensional technology systems, and dark transformation bonuses. Choose one. I want them all. Is that possible? This time, Draven did not refuse. Very well. Thus, Wang Xiao-wu's vision darkened, and he departed from his world. The following day, a news article appeared in the XX City Daily. At precisely 8 p.m. last night, a fire incident occurred in the city's internet cafe due to poor management, resulting in 9 fatalities and 20 injuries of varying degrees. The city police stated that they would strictly combat unlicensed black internet cafes to prevent a recurrence of such incidents. Wang Xiao-wu groggily opened his eyes, only to find his vision blurry, seeing nothing but a dim light. Strange voices reached his ears, yet he could not comprehend the words being spoken. Then, uncontrollably, he began to cry. This time, he recognized the sound as that of an infant's wail. Draven, you are ruthless. You have directly transferred me into the body of a baby. He honestly clutched his mother's nipple with his tiny mouth. In his heart, he cursed Draven's entire family. Well, never mind what is happening outside. It is unclear anyway. Familiarizing myself with the system is paramount. So he opened the system interface. To his dismay, the interface was barren, save for a single crimson friendly reminder. The host has not received authorization from the summoner. All system functions are currently inaccessible. We apologize for any inconvenience. Summoner? Does that refer to Draven? Did he not say he would grant me all the systems? Could it be? Wang Xiao-wu dreaded the possibility he was reluctant to acknowledge. I have been tricked. Fraud. Fraud. He felt an urge to vocally accuse, yet could produce no sound beyond that of an infant's cry. Standing nearby, Ganluosi laughed heartily. This child can really eat. Just finished and already hungry again. Hastings, with his gruff voice, patted Ganluosi on the back. My lord, the louder a baby cries, the healthier they are. This is a good sign. The Ganluosi family was immersed in the joy of the newborn's arrival. During these days, he had even skipped attending the townsfolk's weddings, which were the epitome of feudal decadence. Hence, Ganluosi bestowed upon his only child a resounding name. Arthas. Heir signifie humanité, and se signifie hope. The overall meaning is that he is the one who carries the hopes of the people. Arthas is the hope of the entire Ganluosi family. The Ganluosi family has since renamed themselves the Ganluosi Castle family, as the Lord believed it better suited noble tradition. Since the name Ganluosi was unregistered, the Lord had the right to do so. Little Arthas was born with a proverbial golden key. The baronial family was not particularly illustrious, but they were certainly part of the ruling class, and being the sole heir to Baron Ganluosi's title, all family attention was focused on him during his childhood, even overshadowing the castle renovation project that the Baron had previously prioritized. However, this bliss was short-lived. Ganluosi suddenly realized that this child seemed unable to speak. Despite the family's efforts, he could not articulate the word father. Moreover, he always wore a peculiar smile. Hith, hith, hith. Wang Xiao-wu had come to understand the situation. That Draven, whether a deity or something else, must have read the devil's law, as the protagonist Du Wei also found himself reborn into an infant's body in a Western fantasy world. Devils. I wonder if there are any Redwater Breaks or White River Sorrows here. Wang Xiao-wu murmured in Chinese. Unbeknownst to him, he had already learned the local language, for this is a unique ability of infants. He gathered much information about this world from everyday conversations. In simple terms, this is a magical and martial arts fantasy world, surely home to dragons and the like. The most frequently mentioned alien race by Baron Ganluosi is the High Elves, likely a race with potent magical abilities but a notably low birth rate. Besides them, there are goblins and orcs. However, Wang Xiao-wu found it curious that goblins were typically depicted as dirty and somewhat dim-witted creatures. Perhaps he had been influenced too much by the devil's law. The goblin that often appeared in Ganluosi's quarters seemed far from intellectually challenged. On the contrary, it exhibited considerable intelligence, consistently generating clever money-making schemes. These two types of goblins might represent Western stereotypes of Jewish and Romani peoples, the former known for their intelligence and commercial acumen, while the latter, often viewed by other European nations as a nomadic and thieving race, fit the image of lesser goblins well. The largest empire here is called the Augustus Empire, which so far seems rather standard, yet its religion is not a monotheistic faith like the worship of a goddess, but rather a belief system called the Six El religion, where El means God, also referred to as the Six Gods religion. It serves as the state religion of the Augustus Empire, with its leaders representing six deities, led by the primordial Aelus, the chief priest of the God King. As for Baron Ganluosi's title, it is roughly equivalent to that of a town mayor, albeit with considerable power, essentially ruling as a dictator. Damn it, just thinking about it infuriates Wang Xiao-wu. Du Wei's father is at least a count, and not just any count, but one who commands a plane and serves as an important general in the empire. In this world, Du Wei's father is assuredly of Duke caliber. Draven's starting point is far too low. In protest of Draven's deceit and broken promises, Wang Xiao-wu decided to adopt a strategy of non-resistance and non-cooperation, remaining silent for 4 years. Yet this day, he could no longer endure. That Ganluosi had actually taken the town beauty he secretly admired. Asterisk, what a decayed, dark, and depraved situation this is. I too wish to become a baron. No, I aspire to be a count, a duke. I desire it. With such sentiments, Wang Xiao-wu's resolve had already waned considerably. Moreover, today, Ganluosi had committed an act that greatly incensed Xiao-wu. He had laid out a feather quill, a toy sword, and a wooden ball, representing a crystal ball, on the ground, inviting Xiao-wu to choose one. Wasn't this akin to a childish game? How dare you treat me like a mere child? Without hesitation, Xiao-wu seized the toy sword and lunged at the ever-smiling Ganluosi. Naturally, Ganluosi was not going to be harmed. He easily grasped the child's arm and, with a gentle smile, remarked, "This child will surely make a fine warrior in the future. I am a mage with a complete magical system. Do not underestimate me." Upon uttering these words, Wang Xiao-wu stood there, awkwardly covering his mouth. The secret was out. Yet, Ganluosi seemed oblivious to what he had said, only delighted by the fact that his son had spoken. Ganluosi laughed heartily. "Dideo, send word down. I wish to arrange 30 tables for a grand feast to celebrate my son's first words." "Yes, your excellency," came the reply. In the blink of an eye, a decade passed. Ganluosi did not consult a mage to assess his magical prowess, nor did he seek a renowned instructor. After all, he was merely a baron, a soldier by origin, lacking extensive knowledge. He had Hastings teach Arthas martial arts, while the instructor for cultural studies was chosen haphazardly, for there were few literate nobles in this era. In fact, the teacher was selected at Arthas's own request. Arthas was now 14 years old. Possessing the intellect of a man in his 20s at such a young age, he swiftly grasped subjects like philosophy and history, even articulating his own perspectives. To the unremarkable cultural teacher, Arthas was deemed a genius. In Hastings' eyes, however, this young man did not resemble Ganluosi's biological son at all. Whenever Hastings met Ganluosi, he would sigh, lamenting that this child was destined to never master profound martial skills. His coordination was appalling, and no amount of training seemed to enhance his physique. In truth, Xiao found this situation quite perplexing. He intended to thrive in this world and had never been remiss in his training. Furthermore, did the system not include a Dragon Knight component? Surely, the fundamental attributes of his new body could not be so low. As time passed, Arthas gradually lost interest in martial arts, devoting himself instead to studying the history of this world, particularly that of the nobility and emperors, seeking to glean wisdom for self-preservation. After all, being a noble was no easy profession. One could easily be overthrown or stripped of their title by their own lord. In the 12th month of the Augustus calendar, a relatively warm winter was upon them, with no snowfall even by late December. The streets of the town were eerily quiet. "Master Arthas, the lord requests your presence," announced a plain-looking maid with a bow. "Is he in the study?" "Yes." Arthas lazily rose from his seat. Having read all day, he felt a bit fatigued. Perhaps stirring up a quarrel with his father would serve as a refreshing diversion. Inside the study, Ganluosi appeared quite radiant and did not greet Arthas with the usual scolding. "My little Arthas, you are indeed fortunate, or rather, our Ganluosi family is extraordinarily blessed." Ganluosi embraced Arthas and proceeded to reveal the purpose of his summons. "I have successfully arranged a marriage for you. Do you know who it is? Do not be too excited. Haha. It is the daughter of General Odysseus." Contrary to Ganluosi's expectations, Arthas did not respond with exuberance, nor did he embrace his father in a fit of joy. Instead, he merely nonchalantly picked his nose and replied, "General Odysseus? Is he particularly impressive? But he is the lord of my lord. What do you think? Chapter 2. The Moonlight Tavern, Part 1. Indeed, the lord of the baron is the count, and the lord of the count should typically be the duke. However, this is merely a generalization. The structure of the Augustus Empire is not entirely feudal. Rather, it is an imperial system that restricts the power of the great feudal lords. Within this framework, the most numerous feudal lords are barons and counts, with the lord of the count generally being a military general appointed directly by the emperor. Above the military generals are the provincial governors, who oversee territories equivalent to kingdoms. As for General Odysseus, Arcesius admitted he was utterly unaware of his identity. Information regarding feudal lords is oftentimes sensitive and lacks dedicated literature. Apart from their own vassals, it is exceedingly difficult for others to acquire such knowledge. Furthermore, the lord of Lord Ganluosi is separated by a layer of hierarchy. According to feudal customs, a vassal's vassal does not belong to you, and a lord's lord is not your lord, making Arcesius's ignorance quite understandable. However, an engagement with the daughter of a general? Arcesius himself felt fortunate. After all, the general's daughter would typically marry a count's son. Marrying a baron's son would not only fail to elevate one's status, but might also invite disdain, being perceived as a step down. The only explanation he could conceive was that this was a role arranged for him by Driven. The swift introduction of a female protagonist left Arcesius somewhat perturbed. It suggested that a wealthy suitor would inevitably intervene. Or he might find himself genuinely enamored with the lady only to have a formidable figure declare that she could not marry him, and so forth. Arcesius was not the type to risk his life for a woman. Even if he were to carve out a niche in this alternate world, it would be for reasons of greater significance. Thus, after a moment of astonishment, he resolutely declined. I apologize, father, but I have no desire to pursue the daughter of a general, so I cannot agree to this union. You what? Ganluosi could scarcely believe his ears. How could one be so foolish as to reject such a golden opportunity? Do you realize what you are passing up? The daughter of a general, and you, Arcesius, claim to be uninterested? Arcesius scoffed, sensing the impending escalation of tensions. Ganluosi shook his head, chuckling coldly. Amina has spoiled you far too much. Let me tell you, as the son of Baron Ganluosi, I will not tolerate such indulgence. This engagement must be arranged, whether you like it or not. Arcesius stood firm. I say no engagement, and I mean it. Before them stood a remarkably exquisite young girl. Every feature of her face, her nose, eyes, brows, and visage seemed lovingly crafted by the hands of the divine. Her skin, unlike that of the typical Augustus folk, bore a pure whiteness akin to that of the high elves, rather than the dull wheat hue. She appeared to be merely 13 or 14, still in the throes of youth, yet already possessed of stunning beauty. Yet, at this moment, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Before her stood the usually stern General Burgda, Odysseus Alifry. He is not merely a general of Burgda. To speak candidly, as Odysseus, he is far too illustrious for the likes of a provincial baron's son, such as Ganluosi, to be deemed worthy of his daughter. Yet, this general's cherished daughter, Lilith, has tragically seen 7 betrothed suitors meet their untimely demise. The clergy have proclaimed her a cursed offspring of a malevolent spirit, bringing misfortune to all who draw near, thus earning her the moniker of the accursed. Astute earls and dukes would never consider such a bride for their sons, even with Odysseus's distinguished standing. The current governor of Lorga is frail, and his days are likely numbered. Odysseus is regarded as the most probable candidate for his succession, as evidenced by his dual role as a general and senator. However, due to the unfortunate coincidences surrounding the deaths of her suitors and the malicious slander of the priests, the esteemed daughter of Odysseus finds herself unable to marry. This situation is intolerable, a burden too great to bear. For Odysseus, securing a baron's son as a son-in-law has now become the pinnacle of achievable outcomes. It is an unyielding decree of nobility that his daughter must not wed a commoner, even if it means she remains a widow for life. Despite his deep affection for her, Odysseus cannot allow her to act with impunity. With a heavy heart, he struck Lilith across her delicate visage. Father, you, Lilith gasped, despair etched upon her face as she gazed at the man who had always showered her with love. I apologize, but this is all for your own good. From this day forth, you are not to leave your chamber, he declared. Lilith, you are nearly an adult now. It is time for you to take responsibility for your own life. Think carefully. With a sigh, Odysseus exited her room in silence. At that moment, a glimmer of cunning flickered in Lilith's once pitiful eyes. With a smirk, she retorted, Oh, father, since you have struck me, do not be surprised when your daughter decides to leave home. Finally, I can venture forth on my own adventures. A baron's son? How quaint. I am destined to be the woman of a queen. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the very baron's son she scorned had also rebuffed the proposal, having been similarly struck by his own father. For Arthas, the punishment was far more severe than a mere slap. "My dear father has never laid a hand upon me," he lamented, returning to his chamber with a bruised visage. Though he spoke thus, a pang of sorrow gripped his heart. Indeed, his biological father had never struck him. For prior to his arrival in this world, he had no father, and his mother had tragically passed away shortly after he commenced his university studies. This loss had facilitated Arthas' rapid adaptation to life in this new realm. As for his previous world, it seemed utterly devoid of ties. Ganluos, on the other hand, had cared for him for over a decade. To claim there were no feelings involved would be disingenuous. "Very well, I shall not burden you further. Since it was the general himself who initiated the proposal, it would be difficult for you to refuse. I will take my leave and run away. After all, he cannot possibly hold a grudge against a 14-year-old boy." Although Arthas possesses over 30 years of memories, his demeanor remains akin to that of a boy. For one's character often aligns closely with their physiological age. At the age of 14, rebellion is a natural phase. Nevertheless, Arthas harbors practical aspirations. Remaining confined within the walls of Ganluos' fortress, devoid of conflict and monsters, how might he confront challenges, level up, and ascend to the pinnacle of existence as a chosen one? Venturing out into the world could yield unforeseen opportunities, perhaps by sheer chance. He might even activate the defunct system that has yet to serve any purpose. The thought alone fills him with anticipation. In the dead of night, Arthas stealthily packed his belongings, which included provisions, coins, and essential items. He surreptitiously retrieved the cherished knight's double-edged sword from Ganluos, and, evading the watchful guards, discreetly slipped into the drainage system. Throughout his 14 years as a young master, Arthas had forged bonds with steadfast companions. Lancelot, his diminutive yet loyal friend, concealed himself behind the bushes and softly called out to him. Arthas gestured for silence. "We shall discuss matters once we leave the town." The two departed the town cautiously, aware that the streets outside the castle were patrolled by night watchmen. If discovered, they would face a light punishment of being returned to the castle, where his father would impose strict supervision. A severe penalty for more serious offenses would be death by arrow, a grim reality not to be trifled with. It was only when the shadows of the town faded into the night that Arthas inhaled deeply and inquired of Lancelot. "Do you know of any places worthy of our adventurous pursuits? Please, do not call me dwarf. I am Lancelot," he replied, stammering slightly. Despite his stature, Lancelot possessed a robust physique. Being the son of the town's blacksmith, neglecting his height, his well-proportioned muscles were undoubtedly commendable. With him, Arthas could at least have a reliable shield. "I understand, Lancelot. I was asking if there are any perilous locales worth exploring." Lancelot shook his head, indicating his uncertainty. "Very well, let us inquire in another town." Arthas sought fortune once more. At that moment, the seemingly simple-minded Lancelot appeared to have a sudden epiphany and timidly suggested, "Well, a few days ago, a band of mercenaries ordered weapons from my father. They might know of some dangerous places for adventure." Arthas sighed. "Could you speak more clearly, one word at a time?" In the night sky, snow began to fall unexpectedly. This year, the snow had arrived late, and thus, it fell with remarkable intensity. Soon, under the moonlight, the landscape transformed into a vast expanse of white. Lancelot, already shivering with cold, was met with Arthas' generosity as he removed his outer robe and draped it over Lancelot's shoulders. Lancelot hastily attempted to return the garment, but Arthas firmly pressed down on his shoulder. "I am clad in cotton beneath this, with leather on the outside. Your attire is merely a few layers of linen. I do not pity you. I simply wish for you to retain some strength. I need you as an ally, not a burden." The words of Arthas deeply moved Lancelot. The short, stuttering youth, despite his stature, possessed a surprising sense of pride. At dawn, the city of Minotaurus loomed ahead. It was a bustling metropolis, populated yet comparable to a baronial domain, primarily serving a garrison function, much like the Qianhu establishments of the Ming dynasty, where the inhabitants were predominantly engaged in military professions. In contrast, a city is constructed with the aim of fostering economic development. The mercenary company was stationed within Minotaurus. "Lancelot, let us first find an inn to rest. We can rise at noon." "I am utterly fatigued," Arthas remarked. "I am as well." Thus, the two took lodgings at an establishment known as the Moonlight Tavern. The tavern's proprietress was a highborn elf, adorned with golden hair, long ears, and fair skin, distinctly not a citizen of the Empire, but rather a trader in this locale. "Greetings, young sirs. Might you be seeking accommodations?" "Oh, I am called Sorcia," she greeted with a charming smile typical of an innkeeper. Upon seeing her, Arthas lost his composure. What a quintessential enchantress. I would rather have her as my leading lady. "Two young sirs?" Sorcia inquired. Ah, well, we would like a double room. Preferably with a comfortable ambience. Sorcia cast a skeptical glance at the two youths, clearly misinterpreting their intentions. Chapter 3. The Moonlight Tavern, Part 2. Arthas felt a twinge of guilt. Two young men seeking a private room at such an early hour did indeed raise eyebrows. However, with the weight of his title as a baroness' son and the risk of squandering his modest fortune, he could not afford to be overly concerned. He had brought but a handful of gold coins, a sum he had painstakingly saved over time. Lady Sorcia, may I pose a question? Sorcia raised an eyebrow. Go ahead. Where is the base of the Valencia Mercenary Company located within this city? We are merely distant explorers, here to seek their service. Arthas lied without a flicker of hesitation. Explorers? You too? Sorcia chuckled lightly. They reside in my tavern, frequenting the hall each night for drinks. You might chance upon them if you venture out then. Really? A mercenary company of thousands resides in this tavern? Upon reaching their room, Lancelot, the diminutive companion, enlightened Arthas that mercenary companies were of two kinds. One type, like the thousand-strong companies Arthas envisioned, consisted mainly of common folk or retired soldiers, serving as fodder in their employers' wars, commonly referred to as militias. The other type, often comprising only a handful of individuals, with around 100 being considered a large company, was known as a hero band, consisting of at least seasoned warriors or mages. The Valencia Mercenary Company belonged to the latter category. The entire day, Arthas remained in slumber. By the time he emerged in the evening, the Moonlight Tavern was bustling with patrons, each table overflowing with boisterous conversation and hearty drinking. Clutching his ears, Arthas searched the room. As previously mentioned, he had not acquired much in the way of martial skills over the years, and his coordination was notably poor. While navigating through the crowd, he stumbled over an unseen object and fell unceremoniously to the ground. Are you all right, young one? A feminine voice inquired. Unmistakably belonging to a mature woman akin to the tavern's proprietor, Sorcia. With a hint of annoyance, Arthas rose, brushing himself off. I'm fine, Lancelot. Come help me up. Well, if it isn't the esteemed heir of the Ganluosi family. What brings you to the Minotaur? Boomed a burly man beside the woman. At last, Arthas scrutinized the group before him. The leading woman was strikingly beautiful, her appearance only slightly eclipsed by that of Sorcia. Her skin bore the characteristic weak hue of the Augustan people, while the burly man beside her was notably fairer, likely hailing from the barbaric tribes of the northern and western realms of this world. Behind them stood 7 or 8 individuals, clearly allies. Among them, a figure clad in a green robe, dyed linen adorned with a hood, stood out, his bushy beard lending him an air of profound mystery. Moreover, each member of this assembly wore a badge crafted from bronze, each uniquely shaped and inscribed with varying numbers. Most bore the number 3, while the woman, the burly man, and the robed figure flaunted the number 2. They were all rank holders. Lancelot trembled as he spoke, and Arthas immediately grasped the significance. He had indeed found the right individuals. This group of rank holders was unmistakably the Valencia mercenary corps they had been seeking. In the Augustan Empire, regardless of whether one was a knight, assassin, thief, or mage, each profession boasted its own guild. The most distinguished among these occupations sought to attain ranks within their guilds to enhance their standing. The variously shaped badges represented the emblems of these guilds. The bronze material signified a bronze rank, while the inscribed numbers indicated sublevels within that rank. Each major rank was subdivided into 3 lesser ranks, with smaller numbers denoting higher status. It appeared that the 3 individuals of bronze rank 2 were the backbone of this mercenary band. Oh, so you are indeed members of the Valencia Mercenary Corps, Arthas remarked, casting a glance at the burly man. Do you know me? You are the scholarly heir of Lord Ganluosi, are you not? Ha! The son of a baron pursuing scholarship. Such peculiar pursuits are bound to attract attention. In this world, while knowledge was not monopolized by the church, the ruling class comprised the nobility. Among them, mages were deemed the most esteemed profession, while knights were the most common. As for scholars, was that even a profession? Scholars typically found bureaucratic positions within the imperial government, never truly ascending to the ranks of nobility, save for the exceptions of those who inherited their parents' titles. Arthas absent-mindedly touched his nose, clearly feeling a twinge of guilt regarding the matter. Damn, I came to this world to become a formidable being, to experience a life of extraordinary prowess. Did you think I desired to be a scholar? Lacking a pathway to learn magic and devoid of any talent for martial arts, I must be the most inept transmigrator across all realms, with that mysterious Draven's promise system remaining unactivated. Ha. Let us not dwell on such mundane rumors. Since you are mercenaries, I presume you wouldn't turn down a financial incentive, would you? With that, Arthas produced several gold coins. The alluring woman gazed at him incredulously, as though he were a fool. Surely you do not think that a mere handful of gold coins would compel us to serve you? No, it is not as you presume. This is not a hiring fee, but rather an initiation cost. Should you allow me and my little companion to join your ranks, these coins shall be yours. Moreover, I require not a single copper from your employer. I merely wish to experience the life of an adventurer. This reasoning was undeniably compelling. Even the burly man momentarily found himself at a loss for words. To pay for the opportunity to adventure, it was indeed a peculiar trait of a noble's son. Very well. I am called Aurelia, known as the Blade Queen. The woman introduced herself. This towering brute beside me is named Pantheon, a berserker hailing from Odinvia. The man in the green robe also introduced himself. I am Rise, as you can see, a practitioner of magic. Ah, Aurelia, Pantheon, Rise, Arthas remarked, a frown settling upon his face. Pray tell, do you possess another moniker, such as the Wandering Mage? How did you know? This time, it was Rise who appeared astonished. Draven seemed not only well-versed in the demonic code, but also an ardent fan of League of Legends. Nay, he was a character who had leapt straight from the game. It was difficult not to perceive it. Arthas smirked. I am Arthas, and as you are aware of my identity, this diminutive figure beside me is called Lancelot, the son of Uncle Kanda the blacksmith. Once the trio of bronze-level adventurers introduced themselves, a sense of familiarity was established. You have arrived at a fortuitous moment. I happen to have a task at hand, Aurelia stated. Oh, Arthas's eyes brightened. Have you heard of the Rhine Desert? The Rhine Desert, as a scholar. Arthas was certainly familiar with it. After all, he had attended geography lessons. The desert itself was not vast. Although the Lorgar province was predominantly characterized by beautiful plains and gentle hills, it also contained a few small patches of wasteland. However, the location of the Rhine Desert was peculiar, surrounded on all sides by dense forests. Logically, a desert should not be able to form in such an environment, rendering it a geographical enigma. Moreover, it lay at the border between the Lorgar province and the High Elves, its jurisdiction unclear. The lands of the High Elves had always prohibited any foreigner from setting foot, and aside from adventurers and merchants from the High Elves, humans deemed it beneath their dignity to trespass. Thus, the Rhine Desert had never witnessed human presence. Not even lowly goblins would consider settling there. Indeed, I have heard of it. What secrets lie hidden there? One could hardly call it a treasure, yet it is somewhat akin to one. It is said that there exists a series of ruins, the nature of which remains uncertain, perhaps a temple or something similar. Our employer desires a comprehensive topographic map of these ruins, and your scholarly expertise may prove invaluable, remarked Aurelia. The notion of entrusting mercenaries with the task of mapping out the ruins suggests that the potential for treasure is rather slim, sighed Arcesius, though his primary motivation was merely the thrill of adventure. So, when shall we embark on our journey? He inquired. At dawn tomorrow. The caravan from Minotaurus will transport us to the city of Pandaria at the provincial border. Reese needs to procure some magical equipment there. From Pandaria, we shall traverse the dimly lit forest inhabited by a few dark elves before reaching the Ren Desert. No problem. I shall prepare alongside Lancelot. We shall meet at dawn. Without fail. Without fail, echoed Lancelot. As night deepened, the Moonlight Tavern saw a dwindling number of patrons. A few staff were tidying the tables, leaving only 3 individuals at the bar, Aurelia, Pantheon, and the tavern owner, Sasha. The task assigned by our employer is indeed peculiar, Sasha remarked. Aurelia rested her chin on the bar, idly tapping her fingers against the surface. We've encountered even stranger characters than this. Alas, what legitimate tasks can a bronze-tier mercenary company expect? Why not simply take out that fellow? Pantheon furrowed his brow, his voice resonating with conviction. Who knows what that employer is thinking? Perhaps he wishes to avoid offending Baron Ganluosi. Aurelia speculated. Just a baron, what difference does it make if we proceed with it? Pantheon retorted with a dismissive gesture. Sasha pondered for a moment, her tone betraying unease. I don't believe it's as simple as that, Aurelia. Frankly, I do not support your decision to accept this task. It is utterly perplexing, and I can't shake the feeling that something ominous is afoot. That Mr. Ael. He simply feels off. Aurelia and Pantheon silently concurred with her apprehension. In the language of Augustus, Ael signifies God. The 6 Ael Church is a cult of 6 deities. Generally, aside from the emperor and the gods themselves, no one dares to use El as a name, yet that employer boldly claims to be a god. Chapter 4. The dim forest. Upon returning to his room, Arcesius discovered Lancelot in a rather curious state. Yes, he was writing something while carrying Arcesius, his quill moving with remarkable speed, beads of sweat dotting his brow. Stealthily, Arcesius tiptoed closer and beheld what Lancelot had inscribed. Today, I, the young master, shared a lodging. Expense, 3 gold coins. Joined the Valencia Mercenary Company. After laboring for an extended period, he had managed to pen but a single line, and the word mercenary was misspelled, with the sheet marred by scribbles. Well, it is understandable. Literacy levels in this era leave much to be desired. Lancelot. The call from Arthas sent a shiver down Lancelot's spine, compelling him to turn around, his face etched with terror. Arthas, young master, can you write? What are you writing? Surely, you're not planning to inform my father? Arthas flashed a wicked smile, his eyes glinting with mischief. Lancelot hastily denied, no, it's not that. It's a diary. Very well, Lancelot. Arthas continued with his sinister grin. Can you guess what I just recalled? What? Arthas chuckled. I find your name rather reminiscent of a treacherous minister. However, as long as you're with me, you shall never have the chance to betray. Why yes, young master Arthas. The following morning dawned bright and sunny. The magnificence of Minotaurus City lay before them. The Valencia Mercenary Corps had hired 3 carriages, and the group set forth in grand procession towards Pandaria City. Pandaria, the capital of the Burgda military district and the direct territory of General Odysseus, boasted towering city walls, a moat, and fortifications. Most striking of all was the resplendent castle at the heart of the city, rendering it one of the most formidable strongholds in the entire Lorga province. Over the past decade, it had gradually surpassed Lorgapolis, the former capital of Lorga province, to emerge as the new economic hub. At the entrance of the Pandaria branch of the Magical Guild, Arthas witnessed why it was said that wizards were the true aristocrats. The main architectural complex of the Pandaria branch was, aside from the Pandaria castle, the most magnificent. The guild's entrance was made of gold. Gold. Even the 2 guards at the gate bore the second-tier silver warrior insignia. To a wizard, gold was merely a common metal. Even a gate made of it seemed insufficiently sturdy. All right, young Arthas, do not be astonished. If you were to see the headquarters of the Magic Guild in Elpolis, you would surely be overwhelmed. Aurelia regarded Arthas with a hint of disdain. Indeed, he was merely a provincial bumpkin. Well then, Arthas adjusted his demeanor, dismissing Aurelia's contempt. I have seen far more on my previous Earth. I merely find the Magical Guild somewhat novel. By the way, may I inquire which academy Master Rise graduated from? To learn magic, there are generally 2 pathways. One can be taken as a disciple by another wizard, learning directly under a specific master. Or one may pursue systematic studies at a magical academy. While the strongest wizards may not necessarily be graduates of such academies, those who do graduate typically represent the highest average level of skill. Furthermore, it does not rely on luck. As long as one registers and passes the elemental sensitivity test, or pays the requisite fees, one can become a student. The Magic Academy of Augustus comprises 3 distinct houses, the Argyle House, the Nord House, and the Sud House, each imparting knowledge of elemental magic, combat magic, and necromancy respectively. Courses in summoning magic, potion making, and alchemy are mandatory for every house. At this juncture, Eloria felt a tinge of embarrassment. The mage Reis was a self-taught prodigy, having neither a mentor nor a formal graduation from an academy. Nonetheless, achieving a bronze-level proficiency through self-study is indeed a remarkable feat, signaling an unprecedented level of genius. Despite his advanced age, one could question the audacity in still labeling himself a genius, particularly given his current novice status, which naturally limits his exposure to higher-tier characters. This realization brought some solace to Arthas. However, the mere fact that he could become a mage indicated that his elemental sensitivity was adequate. One might wonder why he chose the path of self-study instead of attending an academy. As the group engaged in conversation, it wasn't long before Reis emerged from the guild, his countenance still radiating anger. What happened? Eloria inquired with genuine concern. Reis sighed. They claim that certain materials can only be purchased by mages of intermediate rank and above. However, I did manage to gather some materials. As he spoke, he produced a scroll. This is a return scroll. I exchanged a year's worth of guild contribution points to acquire it. With this, I can teleport directly back to Pandaria, albeit with an energy accumulation time of about an hour. In Arthas's eyes, a return scroll seemed like a trinket easily obtainable by any novice player. Yet, in this world, spatial magic is a highly esteemed discipline. The return scroll represents the most basic form of spatial magic, and had it not been for the lengthy preparation time, such a scroll would be treasured by even the most accomplished mages. The shorter the energy accumulation time for spatial teleportation scrolls, the greater their value. Excellent. With this, we merely need to traverse the dark forest. Eloria praised Reis before turning her gaze to Arthas. The dark forest is inhabited by fearsome dark elves. I hope you and your diminutive companion are sufficiently alert. Should you fall victim to a dark elf's arrow, do not blame us. Understood. Arthas held firm in his belief that a mere beginner dungeon could not pose a threat to him, a time traveler. Thus he was brimming with confidence. However, he overlooked the fact that other time travelers, even those newly arrived, often possess some degree of skill, while he himself was a pure dilettante. The Dark Forest. Calmly stated. It is a truly enchanting locale. Even in winter, the forest is adorned with verdant pines and vibrant flowering vines, their beauty accentuated by a blanket of snow. The creatures within the forest are equally charming, unperturbed by human presence, often approaching to observe the mercenaries. There are no ferocious beasts lurking here. The most dangerous creature present is a species known as the fear cat, which is merely slightly larger than a domestic cat and poses little threat aside from its agility. In noble circles, some ladies even keep it as a pet. The forest is referred to as the Dark Forest because, following the departure of the High Elves, it was claimed by the Dark Elves. Agile and silent in their movements, the Dark Elves possess a repertoire of shadowy enhancement spells, rendering them natural scouts and assassins. Should anyone intrude upon their territory, even the mightiest warriors must remain perpetually vigilant, for they could easily fall victim to a Dark Elf's stealthy arrow. The members of the Valencia Mercenary Corps tread carefully, their tension palpable. They have dispatched several individuals away from the main group to scout the area, keenly observing the treetops and underbrush for any lurking Dark Elves. Even Arthas has heightened his alertness, surveying the surroundings with utmost caution. However, as they traverse 2/3 of the path, no Dark Elves have yet been encountered. Suddenly, Pantheon, who is clearing the way ahead, bellows, "We've got trouble." The mercenaries swiftly grasp their weapons, and Lancelot draws the twin blades gifted to him by Arthas. After a brief moment, Pantheon calls back to the group. The crisis is averted, but the situation remains peculiar. "Aurelia, come take a look." The scout returns with several Dark Elf corpses. The bodies are in a state of decay, and given the winter chill, their advanced decomposition suggests they have been dead for some time. What happened? Who dared to slay them? Aurelia furrows her brow, sensing that the presence of such corpses likely indicates a more formidable foe concealed nearby. "I am unsure," Pantheon replies, his expression grave. Most of them bear no visible wounds. But one Dark Elf does show signs of burning. "It must be the work of the High Elves," Arthas asserts decisively. "The High Elves?" Pantheon chuckles coldly. "They would never stoop to trespass on land not their own. And how do you deduce that it was the High Elves responsible? Are you all foolish?" Arthas flips over one Dark Elf's corpse, revealing its eye sockets, which have been pecked out, creating a ghastly sight. He draws a sharp breath. Feeling a chill despite knowing the Dark Elves are not human, their corpses still evoke a sense of dread. Taking a deep breath, he points to the diamond-shaped burn mark on the body. This wound is unmistakable. It serves as a symbol. If my memory serves me correctly, it is the royal crest of the High Elves, detailed in heraldry as a simple blue diamond, easily recognizable. Additionally, such a method of killing, without leaving a trace, could only be executed by High Elves well-versed in psychic magic. How do you know that High Elves are proficient in psychic magic? The question comes from Rise, the usually taciturn wandering mage. Arthas shrugs. Common perception might suggest that elves excel in nature magic, yet in truth, only the wood elves specialize in such arts. Though the High Elves are adept in elemental magic, their true mastery lies within the realm of mentalism. The most widely applicable ability of mental magic is the disruption of an enemy's psyche, allowing allies to seize the opportunity for a surprise attack. The lethal mental spells capable of inflicting immediate death can only be wielded by the mages of the High Elves. As for my extensive knowledge, you have acknowledged that I am a scholar. My erudition far surpasses the comprehension of those who cannot even read. Now, a pressing question arises. Why would High Elves be present here? Are they adventurers from the royal lineage of the High Elves? After Arthas spoke, silence enveloped the mercenary group. Indeed, the might of the High Elves is no trifling matter. While it is true that the Empire emerged victorious in the war, one must admit, albeit reluctantly, that this was largely due to its greater population and the presence of formidable warriors, employing a strategy of sheer numbers to achieve success. This is particularly true under the command of the unparalleled deity, Emperor Gaius Nero, coupled with some elements of fortune. Should the Empire engage in battle once more, the outcome could be uncertain. It seems prudent to reassess the ratio of risk to reward. This task is beyond our capabilities. Ariella broke the silence. No, it is unnecessary. Or rather, we may find ourselves in a safer position, Arthas countered. We are all aware of the High Elf strength. Yet it is precisely because of this that we are unlikely to face any repercussions. Would an elephant concern itself with the threats posed by an ant? especially given the renowned pride of the High Elves, as long as we do not provoke them or interfere with their plans. Even an encounter with them should pose no danger to us. Furthermore, their elimination of the Dark Elves has alleviated many of our troubles. How astute you are, Master Arthas. Lancelot interjected with timely flattery. Of course, my wisdom is drawn from over 30 years of experience, and the insights gleaned from 2 worlds, Arthas replied, raising his chin with an air of superiority. Chapter 5. The King's Relic. Indeed, as Arthas predicted, they encountered no assaults from High Elves along their journey. Yet, by the end, the mystery of their presence remained unsolved. This matter left a prickling sensation in Arthas' mind. He was deeply versed in historical studies. Aware that the history of the Augustus Empire was often marked by conflicts with High Elves, their relationship far from amicable. Although the Empire currently basked in a period of ascendance, the strength of the High Elves should not be underestimated. Moreover, the High Elves exhibited remarkable unity, rallying under a single banner, all supporting the Elven royalty. Unlike humans, who historically splintered into over 20 kingdoms, although Augustus' empire had unified, the northeastern Dacian kingdom and the scattered tribes of the Odinvians in the far north remained independent of the empire. Within the empire, tensions among various ethnic groups and the powerful nobility were merely suppressed by the esteemed Emperor Gaius Nero, at risk of erupting at any moment. After enjoying a decade of peace, the signs of impending turmoil were beginning to manifest. Yet, it is in times of chaos that heroes emerge. Arthas felt that he still had much to offer. Upon entering the Rhine Desert, the temperature immediately surged, mercilessly scorching the mercenaries under the endless sea of sand and the relentless sun. Arthas and his companions had long discarded their heavy cotton garments, while Pansun boldly bared his arms, revealing his glistening, formidable muscles. It's sweltering, Your Excellency the Archmage. Do you still have any water in your ring? Lancelot rasped, his voice faltering. Although Ryz, a bronze-level mage, possessed a storage ring, he merely shook his head. The limited capacity of a bronze mage's storage ring was filled predominantly with potions and materials, leaving little room for water. Dwarf, what do you have to complain about? Being the son of a blacksmith? There's still some water in the sacks on the cart. If you find it unpalatable, you might as well perish from thirst. Pansun's deep voice echoed. Reluctantly, Lancelot trudged over to the cart to search for the water sack. Arthas glanced at the blazing sun and curiously inquired of Aurelia. While it is true that one can discern direction by the sun in the desert, how do you ascertain your location? The ruins are said to be extensive, with much of their surface exposed. Our employer mentioned that if we continue eastward, we are bound to find them. This is my first time in the desert. You are a scholar. Are there any effective methods? Arthas shook his head, expressing his helplessness. I have not paid much attention to such matters. All I know is that places that appear close in the desert are often quite distant, creating a sense of futility akin to a horse dying while gazing at a mountain. A horse dying while gazing at a mountain? That metaphor is indeed peculiar yet apparent. Take that dune we just encountered. I had thought it was near, but I was mistaken, as it took an eternity to reach. Aurelia nodded in agreement. Through their prolonged interactions, Aurelia discovered that Arthas possessed a certain depth, contrary to her initial impressions of him as a foolish, ignorant noble. Her perception of him had shifted significantly. Had it not been for that peculiar task, she might have genuinely considered inviting Arthas into her mercenary band. Indeed, Aurelia was the leader of the mercenary group. Arthas found himself increasingly drawn to this mercenary captain, named after the famed blade of the Dawn from the game. Although she exuded a regal demeanor and often appeared to look down upon him, Arthas had to admit that he was quite fond of strong-willed women. Just as he was lost in his admiration, a dark silhouette appeared on the distant horizon, swiftly encroaching upon the mercenaries. Not good, it's a sandstorm. Ryz, Aurelia shouted, and the mercenaries, along with Arthas, hurriedly gathered around the cart. I understand, Ryz intoned, chanting a spell as a protective barrier enveloped the mercenary group. Arthas stood, dumbfounded. After all, it was the first time witnessing magic in its true form. Although Ryz's luminous barrier may not have epitomized the grandeur of advanced sorcery, it was nonetheless profoundly astonishing. The allure of video games or films, no matter how captivating, pales in comparison to the visceral experience of seeing and experiencing such phenomena firsthand. The barrier shimmered with iridescent colors, resembling a colossal soap bubble. Soon, the sky darkened, and the sun vanished from sight, completely shrouded by the encroaching sandstorm. The ferocity of the tempest evidently surpassed Ryz's expectations, prompting him to express his anxiety. My magical energy is insufficient to sustain this barrier for long. We must devise a plan. This was also Aurelia's first venture into the desert for a mission, and the others were similarly inexperienced. as vast deserts and grasslands predominantly belonged to the centaurs, leaving humans with little opportunity to acquire knowledge in this regard. The group exchanged worried glances until a spark of inspiration ignited in Arthas's mind. Everyone, quickly lie down. Cover your mouths and noses, and turn your backs to the storm. Remember the direction from which the sandstorm approached. Lie down. Are you not afraid of being buried alive by the sandstorm? Aurelia exclaimed anxiously. If you feel the sand around you thickening, just shift a bit, you fool. He retorted, though Aurelia was irked by his insult. She felt there was no alternative but to trust him. Let us do as he says. The group obeyed, lying flat against the ground, facing away from the storm. Rise. Unable to hold on any longer, succumbed as the barrier shattered, and with a swift motion, he lay down, instantly engulfed by the sandstorm that devoured the small patch of sanctuary the barrier had provided. Indeed, this was a clever solution conceived by Arthas. The greatest peril within the sandstorm was not merely the risk of being buried or the force of the winds, but rather the omnipresent dust that could fill one's lungs, leading to suffocation if not managed properly. By lying down with their backs to the storm and covering their mouths and noses, they might prevent the sand from infiltrating their nostrils, thus remaining anchored to the ground and not being swept away by the gusts. Time passed, though how long was uncertain. Arthas spat out a mouthful of sand and sat up. Weakened due to his frail constitution, he found himself in a state of exhaustion. While the mercenaries were in no better condition, all covered in sand and looking quite disheveled. Thank you, Aurelia said, helping Arthas to his feet, her gratitude genuine. You saved us all. Arthas found himself silently scoffing, wondering if this wasn't precisely the role of a protagonist. However, it seemed something was amiss within the mercenary band. Where's the cart? It must have been buried. The horse was already quite feeble and could not endure the climate here. The cart was likely blown away. Aurelia's tone softened considerably. It is of little consequence. After all, we still possess a city return scroll. If the supplies in our packs are also lost, we can simply return to the city. As she spoke, she pointed towards the east. What do you see over there? Following her gesture, Arthas's gaze fell upon a magnificent stone statue. Towering before them was the effigy of a giant, albeit one with a squat physique and an impressively long beard, resembling the proportions of a dwarven figure. No wonder your employer said that if you head east, you will certainly see it. It is enormous. Arthas felt puzzled. Such a colossal structure had gone unnoticed prior to the sandstorm. After a brief discussion, the group ultimately decided to venture forth together. The consensus was clear. Sending a small team for reconnaissance was a foolhardy tactic. By proceeding as a unified group, they could share any potential dangers. Should they dispatch a smaller party and encounter peril, the risk of total annihilation would render any warning futile, leading only to speculation among those left behind, thus serving no purpose. Atop the statue's pedestal, there lay an entrance. It was a dark void, obscuring the interior's condition. Arwizi conjured a light spell, illuminating his left hand. Let us proceed. After traversing the dim and narrow passage, they entered a grand hall. The chamber was adorned with numerous dwarven statues, and in the center stood an altar-like platform, upon which resided a towering bronze giant statue. Approximately 3 meters high, its design was strikingly traditional, yet bore a hint of the fantastical. That giant statue couldn't possibly be the guardian of the altar, could it? Elsa shuddered. Huh, look what I've discovered, came Panthen's voice, prompting everyone to rush over. And indeed, it was a remarkable find, a corpse of a high elf. The body was desiccated. With pointed ears, its most distinctive feature was the exquisite ebony armor draped over it, characteristic of high elves. The corpse was deemed valuable primarily due to this armor, as high elven ebony armor offered exceptional protection while remaining incredibly lightweight, ensuring agility was unimpeded. Furthermore, it was rarely found in circulation. If returned to the Empire for auction, it would fetch no less than 8 or 9,000 gold coins. What does 8 or 9,000 gold coins signify? It is worth noting that the Empire had allocated merely 5,000 gold coins as a development fund for Baron Ganluosi back in the day. 5,000 gold coins could suffice to cover the entire liquid assets of a baronial noble, a sum that an ordinary freeman might never exhaust in a lifetime. We lack sufficient carrying capacity, Panthen. Why not wear it directly? Suggested Aurelia with a smile. Though he understood they would eventually sell it, Panthen was nonetheless thrilled. After all, few could claim the honor of donning ebony armor, and even a brief experience of wearing it left him utterly satisfied. Alsace remained troubled, pulling Lancelot, who had stayed close by, to the side and whispering, there may be danger ahead. If I cough deliberately, you must seize me and flee. Understood. Keep your voice down. The mercenaries remained oblivious to their hushed exchange. Aurelia scanned the surroundings, confirming the absence of traps before commanding the mercenaries to proceed. Suddenly, the dark eyes of the bronze giant flickered with light, unnoticed by anyone. Chapter 6. The Hammer King Borodin. Once again, intruders have breached the remnants of my kingdom. The tunnels leading to the connecting hall are numerous, and since the purpose is to survey the terrain, it is essential to divide our forces here. The Valencia Mercenary Corps, excluding Arthas and Lancelot, numbers a total of 15, which they split into 3 teams of 5. Each team is led by the 3 strongest bronze-tier warriors, while the 2 burdens, Arthas and Lancelot, opt to accompany their leader, Aurelia. Aurelia's team chooses a tunnel marked with a hammer-shaped insignia, reminiscent of the hammer phone from Earth, suggesting that the master of this relic possessed a craftsmanship spirit. The tunnel is shrouded in darkness. In the absence of Rei's illumination spell, everyone lights torches. The deep corridor frequently echoes with crackling sounds, yet the source remains elusive, likely the clattering of ancient mechanical gears. There must be traps within this tunnel. Exercise caution, Arthas cautioned. Do not instruct me, little Ar, for though I have never traversed the desert, I have frequented many such ruins, Aurelia retorted, her address of Arthas having shifted from his name to the affectionate moniker Little Ar, which filled him with excitement. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that Aurelia's demeanor had darkened since entering the ruins. While he scanned his surroundings, she often glanced back at him, as if fearing that a momentary lapse would mean never seeing him again. Aurelia's emotions were tumultuous, bringing him here to kill him for 100,000 gold coins. She mused bitterly, having not allowed herself to feel so deeply in quite some time. Regardless of any burgeoning fondness toward Arthas, they were merely strangers, having only just met. 100,000 gold coins could potentially afford her a chance to retire from the dangers of mercenary life, return to her homeland, marry a suitable man, and live a tranquil existence. Curiosity gnawed at Aurelia. Was Arthas, merely the son of a baron, truly worth a bounty of 100,000 gold coins? Furthermore, for an assassination task, why go through the charade of a terrain exploration to lure him here before striking? Gradually, the tunnel widened, and Arthas and his companions seemed to enter a new hall, for the light from their torches no longer illuminated the boundaries, revealing only the dust-laden stone floor beneath them. The crackling sounds intensified. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Arthas' mind. Host has approached the clues of the summoner. Please collect the clues. Reward, system random function. Arthas felt a jolt of realization. After more than a decade of silence, the system had finally responded, suggesting that perhaps that Draven had not entirely deceived him. Although he was yet unaware of the nature of the summoner's clues and the system's random function, this marked the system's inaugural reaction, and one could say, his first mission. Arthas could not help but feel a surge of excitement. It seemed that my seemingly casual decision to embark on this adventure was indeed the right one. Arthas quickened his pace. Just then, a sudden sharp sound pierced the air. A member of the mercenary group collapsed as blood gushed from his neck. Clutching at the wound, the trap had been triggered. Under the command of Aurelia, the group swiftly formed a circle, each member guarding a different direction. The mechanical sounds intensified. The target was on the move. A mercenary suddenly dashed forward, wildly slashing in the darkness, exclaiming in desperation, "If we remain stationary, we cannot avoid being attacked." They are using crossbow bolts. Arthas, raise the torch higher. Taro, Michelle, move towards the wall alongside Arthas. Aurelia commanded, lifting her own torch to follow them. She needed to lure those mysterious assailants into the illuminated range of the torchlight. Arthas complied, though he could no longer discern the direction. He was certain that moving in one direction would eventually lead him to a wall. At that moment, Lancelot suddenly roared, delivering a powerful swing that cleaved a golden metallic object in two. The knight's double-edged sword suffered a fracture, rendering it only usable as a blade henceforth. Sweat dripped from Lancelot's face, evidently shaken by the encounter. "You did splendidly, Lancelot. I had underestimated you before. Quickly, let us see what that is." As the torch drew closer, the group beheld the remnants of a metallic spider, now reduced to half its former self. To call it a spider seemed misleading. Arthas felt its rotund shape resembled more that of a crab, albeit lacking the pincers, possessing only a dark, gaping maw at the front, which was presumably the source of the crossbow bolts. Taro cautiously touched the remains of the metallic spider, and upon contact, a spark ignited with a hissing sound. He swiftly withdrew his hand, his voice trembling. This creature still holds remnants of magical energy. Meanwhile, Aurelia and another mercenary encountered a swarm of metallic spiders, embroiled in a fierce battle. The spiders incessantly fired crossbow bolts while swiftly scuttling across the ground. They were so small that they were difficult to target. Lancelot had likely managed to dispatch one due to its leap towards him in an attempt to strike. However, without the element of surprise. Aurelia's martial prowess as a level 2 warrior became apparent. She deftly evaded the bolts, while another member, clad in heavy iron armor, found it challenging to withstand the onslaught. Yet his cumbersome armor limited his speed, rendering him unable to strike the metallic spiders in return, while Arthas and the others remained in shock. A realization dawned upon Arthas. Indeed, this was a realm of magic and martial energy. But who can truly assert that this world lacks science? Just like those metallic spiders, which are evidently not magical creatures, their agility and the intelligence to autonomously attack foes are feats that even the science of Earth cannot replicate. He cautiously touched the remnants of the metallic spider, and indeed, a spark ignited, causing Arthas to withdraw his finger immediately. His body trembled, his hair stood on end. Yet Arthas erupted into wild laughter. It was as he suspected. The energy source of these spiders was, astonishingly, electricity. It had been years since he last felt an electric shock. After over a decade of absence from the technological realm, Arthas felt his sensitivity to technology had diminished. This ruin did not reveal any sarcophagi or burial pits, suggesting it was not a tomb, and thus there was little necessity to maintain dryness. Such an underground palace, even amidst a desert, would inevitably exhibit some dampness. It seemed the moisture resistance of these metallic spiders was rather inadequate. Listen to me. Do you still have water in your flasks? Douse them. Quickly. Aurelia, having severed another metallic spider, did not hesitate upon hearing this. She swiftly unfastened her water flask and began to douse the swarm of spiders with fervor. There was not much water left, but as the liquid spilled onto the ground, it triggered a chain reaction. The spiders that came into contact with the water instantly appeared to lose their vitality, twitching a few times before becoming motionless. The others, witnessing this, promptly followed suit and poured water onto the metallic spiders. What is happening? Aurelia was taken aback, pondering how Arthas knew the spider's weakness. This was a question Arthas could not elucidate. You ignorant fools, do you know what a short circuit is? At the statue in the first hall, the giant's eyes gleamed once more. That little rascal actually knew the weakness of the lightning energy provided by the Thunder God core. But that was all. The mechanical sentinels were merely basic war machines, while the subsequent mechanical guardians were equipped with fire element cores. I must express my gratitude to you once again. Sincerely thanking you, young Master Arthas Ganluosi. Aurelia approached Arthas and bowed to him. Without your assistance, we would not have been able to fend off so many metallic spiders. I wonder how Pansun and the others are faring. After a moment of contemplation, Arthas inquired, may I ask what school of magic the esteemed Master Riz specializes in? The elemental school of lightning, a forceful element indeed, and once locked onto a target, evasion is utterly impossible. Aurelia held great confidence in Riz's spells. However, upon hearing this, Arthas's expression darkened. Wasn't that akin to charging the machines? Yet, if the voltage was sufficiently high, it could potentially fry the circuits. Alas, there was no way to warn them now. They would have to leave it to fate. The members of the party raised their torches to examine their surroundings, discovering only a solitary path within this grand hall, which led to an underground passage. The stone door was sealed, and they were temporarily at a loss as to where the mechanism for opening it might be located. Thus, Arcesius took it upon himself to sketch the environment and the route they had taken. As for the closed stone door, he recalled a game on Earth known as the Elder Scrolls, which featured numerous such ancient relics and dungeons. His least favorite aspect of the game had always been encountering doors without visible mechanisms. However, he was certain that a mechanism existed, requiring merely careful observation. Arcesius scrutinized the carvings surrounding the stone door. Soon, a circular engraving caught his attention. This carving depicted 3 concentric circles of varying sizes, adorned with various bird and beast motifs. Running his fingernail along the gaps between the concentric circles, he noted they were quite deep, suggesting they could rotate, likely a cipher disk. Did your employer mention anything about a code or similar? He inquired. No, he merely stated that this was a relic. It appears to belong to the dwarves. Oh right. His exact words seemed to indicate that this relic was associated with a renowned king of ancient times. Aurelia explained. Arcesius pondered this, recalling numerous historical texts he had perused, one of which was dedicated solely to the history of dwarves. Dwarves, a race adept in excavation and the crafting of weapons and armor, bore no distinction from the general depictions of dwarves on Earth. It was said they, like the northern barbarian Odinvian tribes, revered Thor, the god of thunder. Additionally, they honored a demigod hero of their ancestry. I know who it is, King Borodin the Hammer, exclaimed Arcesius. Chapter 7. The Legacy of the Mechanic King Borodin the Hammer? Aurelia clearly encountered this name for the first time. Indeed, King Borodin the Hammer, a demigod of the dwarves. It is said that the dwarves, once a primitive tribal race akin to lesser goblins, experienced a remarkable elevation in their civilization, all thanks to the genius of this demigod Borodin, who single-handedly developed nearly all of the dwarven forging secrets. Speaking of Borodin, he was undoubtedly a remarkable figure. His ability to forcibly advance technological progress seemed almost more akin to a true transmigrator than Arcesius himself, as he single-handedly forged a civilization renowned for its craftsmanship. Such extraordinary achievements would undoubtedly position him as a protagonist in a web novel. Furthermore, Arcesius recalled an online game called Dungeon, which featured a character also named Borodin, allowing him to retain a clear memory of this individual's life. It appeared that the clues about the summoner mentioned by the system were indeed related to Borodin. Arcesius felt a palpable excitement. What reward would this seemingly troublesome system bestow upon him? His gaze returned to the cipher disk. On the disk, there are 3 concentric rings. Arcesius observed carefully. The outermost ring was adorned with various tools, the second ring contained an array of beasts, and the innermost ring was inscribed with peculiar symbols, while the center was an empty circle. After pondering, Arcesius directed the hammer on the first ring to point upwards and selected a lion on the second ring, symbolizing royalty. Does anyone know the meaning of Borodin in Dwarven? The crowd shook their heads, clearly unacquainted with such a complex question, given their lack of cultural literacy. Arcesius attempted to adjust the third ring to display a lightning symbol. Suddenly, a volley of crossbow bolts shot forth from an unknown source, aimed directly at the group. Ever vigilant, Aurelia and her steadfast armored shield promptly neutralized the projectiles, confirming Arcesius's suspicion that there was indeed a penalty for incorrect answers. He then adjusted the third ring to depict a fish. Again, the outcome was erroneous. At this juncture, Taro expressed his dissatisfaction. Captain Aurelia, why do we always defer to him? This lad's knowledge cannot be extensive. My son is older than he is. You shall not speak of him that way, Master Arcesius. Lancelot unsheathed his knightly sword. Taro, unwilling to yield, brandished 2 broken blades from his sleeves. Enough. Taro, if you have an alternative approach, I would not mind allowing you to try. Aurelia intervened, turning to Arcesius. Young Arcesius, I have faith in you. He nodded, yet refrained from hastily rotating the third ring. I am not fluent in the dwarven tongue. The password is Hammer King Borodin, merely my conjecture. By the gods, could I receive a different hint? Frustrated, Arcesius struck the disc with a heavy fist, causing his knuckles to bleed, but in his fury, he paid it no mind. At that moment, an unexpected event unfolded. The 3 rings began to rotate on their own. The first stopped at the hammer, the second at the lion, and the third at the sun symbol. The stone door began to ascend slowly. Arcesius stood there, astonished. By the heavens, this works? The dwarven mechanisms are so crude and barbaric. This contraption must be considerably outdated. What do I do if my television breaks? Just smash it, Arcesius thought to himself. Suddenly, Aurelia leaped into Arcesius's arms, exclaiming, Young Arcesius, you are simply a genius. Arcesius chuckled foolishly, not due to Aurelia's gesture, but because the solution had been surprisingly simple. Misinterpreting his reaction, Aurelia blushed, quickly distancing herself and feigning a cold tone. Do not misunderstand. I was merely expressing my gratitude. I am not mistaken. Perhaps it is you who has misjudged, he replied. Arcesius shrugged, suggesting that they continue their exploration. Given the notorious nature of this ruin, he felt that the interior would not pose significant danger. Very well. They entered yet another dimly lit tunnel. And although Arcesius claimed there was no peril, his movements were cautious. The truth was that he was utterly exhausted, yet he feared revealing his fatigue, so he persisted, walking with considerable effort, which ironically made him appear even more cautious. The body he inhabited post-transformation was inherently frail, leaving Arcesius with little recourse. As they traversed the latter half of the tunnel, the group stumbled upon the remains of high elves, not just one. But Arcesius counted a total of 23.5 corpses. One body was merely the upper half, hence the half count. These remains were desiccated. We struck gold. The group exclaimed. Over 20 bodies meant over 20 sets of ebony armor. If sold at an auction house, they would surely reap substantial profits. They eagerly began selecting ebony armor that suited their physiques, typically opting to wear one set while reserving another. Since they were all here to profit, even Aurelia, the leader, could not intervene. She herself even stripped a female high elf of her armor and donned the ebony suit. Naturally, Arcesius and Lancelot followed suit. When Lancelot donned the ebony armor, it fit him snugly without appearing loose. His muscles could easily support the weight of the armor. In contrast, Arthas, upon wearing the armor, felt his limbs appear disproportionately slender. It seems I am not cut out for wearing armor, he mused. The design of the ebony armor was strikingly beautiful. Initially, Arthas had envisioned himself exuding regal charm while wearing it, but the reality was a stark disappointment. His hopes had soared only to plummet. After securing the armor, the group also seized the jewelry adorning the High Elves. Arthas collected a pair of rings. One must admit the artistic talent of the High Elves was remarkable. The rings appeared to be silver, and even in the diverse designs found on Earth, they would undoubtedly be considered exquisite. As for the rings, they were intended as a gift for the future heroine. Furthermore, he was not a magician, and his understanding of magic was limited to common knowledge. Given the High Elves' renowned magical prowess, these rings might very well be advanced magical artifacts. Lancelot took a bracelet, and had Arthas considered confiscating it. Lancelot would not have dared to refuse. However, Arthas belonged to the kind of person who believed in sharing the spoils rather than engaging in selfish acts. Ahead lay the third hall the group had encountered. Were it not for the allure of 100,000 gold coins, Aurelia would have already abandoned this quest, as the bounty of ebony armor already justified their perilous adventure. Yet, she found herself still grappling with inner conflict. The voice from the third hall had uttered, "Help. Is anyone there? Help me." The faint cry for help was as delicate as the buzzing of a mosquito. It was a female voice, melodious yet too weak, causing it to tremble. Be wary of those who call for help in such places. They may very well be spirit demons. Aurelia cautioned as she noticed a flicker of interest in Arthas. Spirit demons? Arthas had never encountered such a phenomenon. Corpse ghosts arise from deceased bodies, while spirit demons are born from souls. At first glance, they appear indistinguishable from the living, yet their forms are ethereal, capable of inhabiting other bodies. As Aurelia elucidated, Arthas quickly grasped the concept. Essentially, these spirit demons are akin to ghosts in the Eastern sense. Help! Help! Save me! The plea continued, growing fainter with each passing moment. Perhaps due to the enchanting quality of the voice, Arthas felt compelled to investigate. Unable to dissuade him, Aurelia relented, reasoning that the individual was destined to perish here regardless. Before him stood a small cage, its design markedly different from the enigmatic style of the underground palace. This cage bore the aesthetic of elves, embodying beauty even in its function. Inside was a disheveled young beggar. I expected a breathtaking beauty. How can one in such a state presume to be a spirit demon? Arthas mused, eager to discern the truth of the spirit demon's ethereality. He rationalized his curiosity to himself. Thus, he reached out with a tentative hand, discovering the softness of the figure. "Ah, Lancelot. Arthas, my dear. Open this beggar's mouth for me." Arthas felt as though his fingers were on the verge of being bitten off. Did this seem like a person on the brink of death? Name: Lillian. Age: 14. Gender: I'm a boy. Arthas' expression darkened. A boy indeed. The young one's teeth were remarkably sharp, and even now, Arthas' fingers trembled. "How did you end up here?" "I ran away from home, fueled by anger. A daughter is still a child. How can there be such disparity in treatment? Get to the point. Then I was captured by a group of elves. They brought me here, and then they all perished. I have not eaten in 3 days. When did they die?" 3 days ago. Arthas' demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, mirrored by Aurelia's expression. "Only 3 days. I thought they had been dead for 3 centuries. Taro attempted to lighten the mood, but the others remained somber. "Something here is amiss, something we do not understand," Arthas remarked. He gradually rose, dismissing the small beggar. His face set in determination as he raised his torch to explore the surroundings. Before him loomed a miniature altar, stark and foreboding. Suddenly, the system displayed a message. The host has discovered clues to the summoner's lineage, unlocking the mechanist inheritance. Random system functionalities are being analyzed. The analysis concluded with the following information: function name, skill book imprinting. Function type, auxiliary. Function source, cultivator system. Function effect, it enables the flawless imprinting of skill books into the brain, rendering them unforgettable, while the original skill book will automatically be destroyed. Chapter 8. The ambitions of Count Lucius. Count Lucius Almonkey of Tainana, a bastion of the monkey family, was bestowed the title by the illustrious Emperor Gaius Nero. He established the Almonkey lineage, adorned with the emblem of the elf's ear. With his chestnut hair and pointed ears, Lucius possessed a strikingly handsome visage, earning him the moniker of Elven Prince within noble circles and becoming the dream suitor for many affluent ladies. Upon learning of his reassignment to the new territory of Lorgar Province, the elegant elven count harbored reluctance in his heart. Although a bastard, he had long been favored by his biological father and saw a promising path to restore his family's honor and inheritance. With his cleverness, He even eliminated 2 elder brothers to become the sole heir to the monkey family estates. Yet, upon his arrival in Lorgar, he discovered it to be the very sanctuary he had envisioned. The ethereal elven-style architecture ignited the elven blood coursing through his veins. Indeed, the monkey family descends from earth elves, having pledged allegiance to the emperor long ago, maintaining their noble status and rising to a position of moderate prominence within the empire. Lucius took great pride in his lineage. He had only recently ascended to the title of Count of Tainana, following the untimely demise of his predecessor, who left no heirs. As the family line had perished, the territory was naturally reclaimed by the crown and redistributed to new nobility. Upon assuming office, Lucius immersed himself in the development of his domain. His father had graciously provided an initial fund of 10,000 gold coins, supplemented by an allocation of 8,000 gold coins from the imperial treasury, allowing Tainana's capital to undergo a remarkable transformation with nearly 20,000 gold coins dedicated to its reconstruction. Alas, the humble human soldiers were wholly unworthy of nobility. Lucius pondered what the emperor could possibly be thinking. He scrutinized his territorial plans for an extended period before finally exclaiming such words. The Tainana territory comprised 3 vassals, including a mayor, a priest, and a baron. Imperial law forbids nobles from concurrently holding the positions of mayor and priest, leaving the count to consider the baron, the only noble under his domain, for the expansion of direct governance. Baron Ganluosi of Ganluosibao naturally became Lucius's target. One might question why. Given that a baron is a vassal of a count, Lucius would need to strategize against him to enhance his power. According to imperial law, lower nobility are obliged to provide merely 1/3 of conscripted soldiers and 1/10 of taxes. The concepts of vassalage and direct jurisdiction are entirely distinct. The individual shall no longer bear the title of baron. Inform that fellow Ganluosi to expeditiously gather his possessions and depart. Lucius yawned and spoke nonchalantly. Yes. The attendant bowed and was about to take his leave when Lucius called him back. Wait a moment. Is there a wedding taking place in my splendid domain today? Indeed. It is the daughter of a merchant named Melian. Melian? I have heard of her. Has her family sent an invitation to this esteemed count? None, my lord. You have declined numerous invitations, and we presumed you. Smack. Lucius seemingly delivered a casual slap, and the attendant's face instantly swelled. What do you presume? When did it become your place to presume? Come, take me to see. With that, Lucius donned his deerskin boots, adjusted his attire, and grasped his jewel-encrusted mahogany cane. As they made their way, Lucius murmured to himself, with Ganluosi's castle, my forces may surpass 2,000. Count Amek and Count Lana have already pledged their support for my Odysseus. Should I overthrow you, how could the emperor still appoint you as governor? If the prodigious General Vernasius from my family could become governor, Lucius's face glowed with excitement. Upon arriving at the wedding venue, he remained in high spirits. Your Excellency, what brings you here? I apologize for not being able to greet you in person. Please forgive my impudence. Melian's family was merely a humble farming household, and the wedding scene was rather desolate, attended only by a few close relatives and an obviously unordained priest. I recall that Melian's father held citizenship. How could the daughter of that corpulent merchant marry a freeman? Lucius frowned, evidently displeased. The attendant explained, it is said that Miss Melian eloped with the farmer's son, and Master Carrot ultimately conceded to this union for his daughter. How utterly outrageous. Those lowly freemen dare to act thus within my domain. Lucius stormed in, and the cramped courtyard of the wedding grew tense as guests, upon noticing the local count's presence, recoiled nervously, daring not to utter a sound. Lucius's gaze was immediately transfixed upon Melian. Was this truly a mere mortal woman? She appeared as if she were a noble elf. Greetings, my lord. The bride and groom knelt in terror, unable to meet the count's gaze. Lucius smiled elegantly and said, Dear Miss Melian, please turn around. Yes, just like that. He glanced around at the guests. They understood the unspoken command, and all, including the groom, averted their eyes. The groom turned away, his face filled with indignation. Soon after, Melian's sobs echoed, and the groom felt tears welling in his eyes, yet the more he felt, the less he dared to look. Suddenly, the groom felt his linen trousers being yanked down by Lucius. In a state of panic, he turned around, his voice quivering with distress as he asked, My lord, what are you doing? Lucius maintained his elegant smile and replied, Your wife is a faithful virgin, and I have verified this for you. But are you still a virgin yourself? Ganner sat in his study, humming a tune as he slit open a wax-sealed envelope with a small knife. The emblem embossed on the wax depicted a pair of pointed ears, likely belonging to the new lord. He found himself reminiscing about old Manny Sero, a rather commendable lord. Albeit with a notoriously foul temper, it was unfortunate that he had no children when he passed away, leaving behind an unsettling legacy. "This must be the first letter from the new Earl to me," Ganner muttered to himself as he extracted the letter. "That wretched boy Arthas has actually joined a mercenary band. What folly! But alas, our illustrious Ganner family as sons must possess a spirit of adventure." However, upon reading the contents of the letter, Ganner's expression shifted from astonishment to fury. "To the humble human Baron Ganner of Ganner Castle, it is with great dismay that I find myself your lord. Yet, the illustrious Emperor Gaius Nero, a direct descendant of the 6th Al, commands that his noble and sacred will be obeyed. Thus, I shall exercise the divine rights bestowed upon noble lords by the great deity Elus. I hereby decide to revoke all lands and noble privileges of Baron Ganner of Ganner Castle. Within 3 days of receiving this letter, you must remove your personal belongings and report the progress of the transfer to me. I will dispatch an inspection team to oversee the handover. From Count Tiana, Lucius Almanci." The letter fluttered to the ground, and Ganner's astonishment swiftly morphed into rage. "Dideo, fetch Hastings for me." Dideo hesitated. Baron Ganner had always maintained a rather amiable disposition, save for moments of reprimanding young Arthas. Yet now, Dideo detected a palpable hostility in the Baron's demeanor, which compelled him to refrain from further delay. Without uttering a word, he exited the study in search of Hastings. Hastings was currently training soldiers in the drill yard. As a seasoned veteran, Hastings had once served under the renowned General Dominic Macquarie, a figure of prominence in the Silver War. His title of general was a true military rank, distinct from the mere ceremonial titles held by nobles. Known for his brutal training methods, General Dominic had instilled a similar rigor in Hastings. Although the soldiers lacked heavy armor, an expense the Baron could not afford, they were equipped with iron plates and bricks strapped to their chests and joints, simulating the weight of full armor. Moreover, the soldiers wielded heavy mace-like weapons primarily to enhance their arm strength. Upon entering the battlefield, they would be issued lighter and sharper double-edged axes. There were a total of 200 soldiers in the review ground, all robust young men, with several medics on standby. As they had already carried off several soldiers who had succumbed to exhaustion, it could be said that the soldiers trained by Hastings were physically elite, though regrettably limited in number and poorly equipped, being merely light infantry. Hastings nodded, satisfied with the day's training. However, he sighed, lamenting the prolonged absence from battle, as he had nearly forgotten the tactical maneuvers once commanded by General Dominic. At that moment, the diminutive goblin Dada was scurried over, exuding a certain buoyancy typical of goblins in motion. "What brings you here, Mr. Dadawu, in such a hurry?" Dadawu gasped for breath and eagerly replied, "Your Excellency Hastings. Judging by the Baron's demeanor, something grave is afoot." "What calamity has transpired?" Hastings inquired, curiosity piqued. For he had known Garros for over 2 decades and understood that this valiant old soldier possessed a gentle disposition. "I have an ominous premonition," Dadawu paused. "War is on the horizon." Meanwhile, within the Hammer King's ruins, skill book imprinting, it resembled something from a fantasy novel, where one would place a secret manual upon their forehead and instantly engrave its contents into the depths of their soul, embarking on a period of seclusion for cultivation. It appeared that memorization would no longer be necessary. However, it did not seem to be an exceptionally formidable skill. Furthermore, what on earth was the mechanic's inheritance? By its name, it seemed to be the greatest reward of this dungeon, or rather, this ruin. With martial prowess lacking and no opportunity to learn magic, perhaps the mechanic? The name sounded quite impressive. Arthas felt a stirring sense that his skill tree was on the verge of activation. Chapter 9. The Forging Bible. Upon seeing the small altar, the members of the mercenary team gathered around. Previously ambushed by metallic spiders, one of their comrades had perished, leaving only 6 of them, including Arthas and Lancelot. The torches burned brighter, illuminating the altar more clearly. It resembled a diminutive stone platform akin to a pyramid, adorned with various dwarf sculptures and inscribed with runes in the dwarven language. Aurelia's gaze flickered upon sighting the altar. Aside from Arthas and his companion, the other 3 members of the team mirrored her reaction, their eyes inquiring silently. Arthas scrutinized the altar intently, hoping to uncover clues regarding the mechanic's inheritance, yet found nothing. At that moment, Aurelia unsheathed her dagger. In the Rhine Desert, at the altar of the ruined center, the son of Baron Ganluosi was offered a sacrifice. "I once thought the most difficult task would be to deceive you, yet here you are, approaching me of your own accord. I cannot fathom why someone would pay such a hefty price for your life, especially since you are a good person. But alas, perhaps this is merely fate." Unbeknownst to Arthas, the mercenary squad began to slowly disperse, encircling him and Lancelot. Though Arthas himself posed no threat, Lancelot still exuded an air of danger. As a seasoned hero group, Aurelia and her companions remained vigilant. At that moment, a rugged voice called out loudly, "Aurelia, are you all right?" Aurelia clenched her teeth and sheathed her dagger. "Pantheon, what brings you here?" She feigned nonchalance. Arthas turned to see Pantheon accompanied by a radiant light, a spell of illumination cast by Rise. The illumination spell can follow a designated individual for a brief period, typically employed only when the mercenary group's torches are discarded in the heat of battle. Aurelia's spirits plummeted. Pantheon's injured appearance indicated that the other two squads had encountered dire straits. "We were besieged by a horde of metallic spiders. 3 of my squad perished. Realizing the futility of the situation, we decided to seek you out. However, upon reaching the first hall, the colossal statue came to life. Moreover, there were smaller metallic statues, and Rise was occupied in holding them at bay. I sustained injuries, so I came to check on you. That metallic giant seems to possess the ability to drain life force. Being struck by it results in instant desiccation. It appears we miscalculated the duration of the High Elf's demise." Pantheon's face bore traces of fear. "Yes, those massive iron behemoths," the frail little beggar exclaimed, having witnessed their destruction of the High Elves firsthand. "Rise is the only mage within our Valencia mercenary group. We cannot allow him to be in peril. We must hasten to his aid. Taro, remain here to protect Arthas. Pantheon, you are injured and should stay as well. The rest of you follow me," Aurelia commanded. Her instruction for Taro to remain with Arthas was, in truth, a directive to monitor him. Taro understood and responded respectfully, "Understood." Pantheon yearned to engage in battle once more, but having sustained a broken leg, his journey here had already exacerbated his condition. Even if he were to accompany them, he would only hinder their progress. Aurelia's command aligned perfectly with Arthas' intentions, for he sought to uncover the legacy of the Mechanist. Once the mercenaries departed, Arthas immersed himself in the study of the altar. Lancelot trailed closely behind him like a shadow, while Taro stood by, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Only Aurelia is aware of the steps for the offering, and it seems this young man knows how to deal with those iron contraptions. The commander has not permitted me to eliminate him directly. Perhaps the commander believes he still holds some value? Meanwhile, that little beggar has been cast aside, unnoticed by anyone. Where could the clues to the legacy of the mechanic be hidden? The mechanisms of this altar are concealed far too deeply. If this were a tale from a novel, such artifacts would surely be displayed prominently upon the altar. Arthas is on the brink of madness. The altar is entirely of stone, and the sculptures upon it appear to be nothing more than ordinary carvings, devoid of the previous circular mechanisms. Arthas has scrutinized every single statue upon the altar. Defilers of the Hammer King, the wrath of Borodin shall consume you one by one. The voice of the giant resonated like a thunderous bell, causing the members of the Valencia Mercenary Corps to feel as though their eardrums might shatter. Most of the bronze-tier warriors have already been vanquished, leaving only the 2 companions brought by Aurelia and Aurelia herself, all huddled within the protective barrier of Reis. Beads of sweat adorn Reis' brow. His most prized thunder element magic proves utterly ineffective against this colossus. On the contrary, the giant, under assault, seems capable of unleashing even greater strength. This behemoth is not only immensely powerful and armored, but it can also emit a purplish-red beam infused with necromantic energy, siphoning the life force from those struck. Presently, the purplish light of the giant is clashing against his shield, a sheer contest of magical might. Yet Reis is merely a bronze-tier mage. In terms of magical capacity, he is at a disadvantage. Aurelia, I can hardly endure this any longer. Please devise a solution. Beside him, Aurelia, now with hair as white as snow and a face lined with wrinkles, has just been unfortunate enough to be struck by that purplish ray, her life force nearly depleted. Were it not for her having attained bronze-tier status, with vitality far exceeding that of ordinary beings, she would likely have succumbed to a state akin to those bronze-tier warriors. Reduced to mere husks. We should not have come. I never anticipated such formidable creatures residing within this ruin. Aurelia's voice is hoarse, tinged with regret. Defilers of the Hammer King, do not overestimate yourselves. Prepare to face the Guardian's retribution. Sphere of life, the giant proclaimed, as a milky white orb of light coalesced upon its massive, brass-colored head, a manifestation of the life force it had just siphoned. Life force is a formidable essence. It sustains life, nourishes the soul, and invigorates the flesh. When purified, it can unleash devastating offensive power. After all, life force is typically utilized over extended periods. When this energy erupts instantaneously, its might is unimaginable. Indeed, it is as such. Observing the little beggar Lillian, her eyes bloodshot and teeth clenched, Arthas sneered softly and remarked, I never thought it would truly be you. No wonder you still possess such strength after 3 days of hunger. In Alces's hands lay an ancient tome, its pages yellowed with age, inscribed entirely in the script of dwarves. However, endowed with the capabilities of a cultivator system, Alces pondered, are not the secrets in the realm of cultivation often written in Chinese characters? The moment his fingers brushed against the book, he was struck by its overwhelming vitality. A likely reason why the little beggar had managed to endure 3 days without succumbing to hunger. "Return my precious book," Lillian shouted fiercely, charging at Alces, her small fists flailing like those of children squabbling in kindergarten. Alces frowned. "Save your energy, little girl. In this world, there is no such thing as yours and mine. It is merely a matter of who possesses strength. Do you not have any morals? How could you snatch something from a girl?" The question momentarily stunted Alces's reply, leaving him rather embarrassed. "How about I compensate you with something else later? Perhaps the most exquisite delicacies in the world? I assure you, my culinary skills far surpass those of the contemporary era." The little beggar considered this seriously. "Is that really true? You must not deceive me." "Indeed, it is true," Alces proclaimed proudly, patting his chest. It was a given. For a traveler wishing to impress an ancient being and earn a friendship of divine caliber, culinary prowess was essential. Furthermore, the food in this world was rather monotonous. Ordinary folk typically dined on roasted meats sprinkled with coarse salt, while the nobility indulged in a few expensive spices, albeit still rather rudimentary. For the sake of his own palate, Alces resolved to hone his culinary skills. Thus, he initiated the skill book imprinting process. Placing the ancient tome against his forehead, he envisioned himself as a cultivator. In a flash of brilliance, the book began to shimmer and fade, while an array of intricate symbols surged into Alces's mind, gently organized by a soft force, gradually dispersing across the ocean of his consciousness. Skill book, the Holy Bible of Forging. Type, artifact manufacturing. Author, Hammer King Borodin. Level, epic. The skill book imprinting was completed, and the original skill book was destroyed. As Alces watched the ancient tome gradually vanish from his grasp, both Taro and Lancelot stood transfixed. Could it be that this noble young man was a wizard? Taro felt a twinge of anxiety. If Alces were indeed a concealed sorcerer, a mere bronze-tier warrior like himself would stand little chance. Alces tilted his head, exhaling a breath of familiarity. With that, he tossed the torch aside and slowly approached the wall, his figure dissolving into the shadows. Moments later, the entire hall was illuminated by a brilliant light. Electricity. Genius Borodin, he mused, having switched on the lighting apparatus. Alces then approached a box-shaped relief, whereupon he appeared to have carelessly touched its chest, thighs, and beard. Soon, a wave of mental energy surged into Alces's mind, its tone remarkably rigid, reminiscent of a system's voice, albeit articulated in the dwarven tongue. Having inscribed the Forging Bible, Alces had mastered this language. The inheritor has acquired control over floating fortress No. 9527. Shall we initiate floating mode? Never mind. Summon the metal sentinels and command that guardian to cease operations. Command executed. Chapter 10. Betray me? What do you intend to do? Clang. The furious roar of Lancelot echoed from behind, accompanied by the clashing of metal. Alces turned to see Lancelot struggling to parry Taro's blade, his face etched with anger. After failing to land a hit, Taro swiftly retracted his sword, transitioning from a slash to a thrust. A thrust differs from a slash. It demands evasion rather than parrying. Lancelot's reactions were quick, yet lacking in combat experience. He failed to evade properly, allowing Taro to exploit an opening and stab him in the left rib. With a crack, Lancelot's rib fractured in response. "Taro, are you instigating infighting?" Alces inquired coolly. "Infighting? Who considers you an ally? I know not what power you wield, but I grasp a fundamental truth. Hesitation is the enemy of a warrior. That which is incomprehensible must be subdued with absolute force. Captain Aurelia is absent. I must take action." Taro withdrew his blade as Lancelot collapsed in agony, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he clutched tightly to his knight's sword. "Then, what shall you do?" Alces's tone remained unperturbed, causing a sense of frustration in Taro. "I shall sever your hands and feet, adhering to Captain Aurelia's directives, for I am unaware of the sacrificial process." "Oh, do you have any final words?" "None. However, I offer a benevolent warning. Beware of the cold arrows. I cannot guarantee which mechanism's arrow may pierce your neck." Taro cautiously probed. "You have control here? What do you think?" Alces's words were compelling, after all. He was the one who activated the lighting system. Taro fell silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. "Boy, you jest. Even if you truly control this place, I cannot ascertain the existence of traps in this hall. Aside from the metal spiders and the colossus, we encountered mechanisms only at the stone door. If there truly were traps, why did you not slay me earlier? Therefore, Either there are no traps here, or you are deceiving me. You do not control this place. I find your arrogance quite unpleasant, Lord Taro. Arthas chuckled. You wish to sever my hands and feet? I have not impeded you. Come now, dear Mr. Taro. I am prepared. Taro lifted his long blade, and Arthas gazed at him with calmness. Ultimately, the blade did not descend. You are afraid. I concede. Taro did not feign bravado. You are a riddle, difficult to decipher. Suddenly, a sharp arrow pierced through Taro's neck, and blood gushed forth. Taro, in disbelief, cast a look at Arthas before slowly collapsing, his eyes remaining wide open in death. The blood from the ruptured artery splattered far and wide, staining Arthas' face. Arthas opened his mouth and licked the blood from his cheek, then leaned down, whispering a wicked smile into Taro's ear. It is true. You are indeed fearsome, Master Arthas. Lancelot covered his left rib. Arthas straightened his posture, his gaze drifting towards Lancelot. Lancelot, I distinctly recall stating that no one could betray me. Have you truly gained control of the mechanisms here? The little beggar quivered in response. Arthas snapped his fingers, and soon, a swarm of metallic spiders crawled in from all directions. Had Taro not engaged in idle chatter with me and simply dispatched me with a single blow, he would have emerged victorious. These little spiders had come from other halls and required time to arrive. Thus, this tale teaches us that when faced with an enemy, one should strike decisively and refrain from unnecessary words. What you say is quite reasonable. I find myself at a loss for words, the little beggar Lillian remarked earnestly. Yet, Arthas shivered. You, young lady, are quite adept at the vernacular. Vernacular? It's nothing. I just made it up, she replied. Arthas sighed, finding it increasingly difficult to find common ground with the people of this world. Let us proceed to see how our dear Captain Aurelia fares. Wait, what about that old man? The little beggar hesitated, and Arthas nearly forgot that Pantheon was still present. Let us interrogate him first. If he does not cooperate, we shall dispose of him. At that moment, Pantheon leaned against the altar, his face ashen. Why don't you flee? A loss is a loss. And I had thought Taro would prevail. Pantheon did not feign bravado. After all, these mercenaries were bound together by profit. Given that such benefits were evidently unattainable, there was no need to maintain silence for his comrades. Our mission was never about surveying the terrain, but rather to sacrifice you right here. The reason we agreed to split our forces was to ascertain the location of the altar. Sacrifice me? I am merely the son of a baron. Why must I be offered up? We do not know. We simply work for pay. The employer's intentions are not for us to question. Who is your employer? We do not know. He wears a black cloak and conceals his face. Had it not been for the substantial deposit, Captain Aurelia would have declined this peculiar task. Arthas fell silent. Were they forcefully entering a dungeon, or was there a power unbeknownst to him manipulating these mercenaries to bring him here? System, Draven Summoner. If the mastermind behind it all had a purpose, why not reveal it to me directly? Arthas pondered. Honestly, Arthas never considered himself a fool. Even during his time on Earth, quick-witted from a young age, he consistently ranked among the top students, but gradually lost interest in academics after high school, ultimately becoming a drifter. Thus, when confronted with challenges, he is accustomed to reflection rather than succumbing to mere instinct. Emotions, after all, serve only as a refuge for the ignorant. Those unprepared are destined to be forsaken by fate. To remain oblivious to one's own circumstances is a disheartening plight, as it signifies that one's destiny lies in the hands of others. Arthas, or rather Wang Xiao-wu from Earth, harbors a lifelong dream to seize control of his own fate. The lack of information renders any analysis impractical. Perhaps it is prudent to first familiarize oneself with the Forging Bible. This tome, an epic compendium on forging, chronicles the invaluable experiences of the Hammer King Baladin, detailing everything from weaponry and armor to war machines. These creations, much like the formidable beings of this realm, are categorized by tiers: bronze, silver, gold, and platinum, each subdivided into 3 ranks. What astonishes Arthas, however, is that beyond these tiers, the Forging Bible also includes creations of the king, demigod, and even divine levels. The highest echelon reaches the divine status. It appears this tome will be indispensable for the long haul. There exists but one divine creation, the artificial god. The demigod tier encompasses the crafting methods of various artifacts. Numerous creations belong to the king tier, yet they are all quite costly. The floating fortress, designated as number 9527, is a creation of the king level, likely serving as a foundation for Arthas to establish himself in this world. Meanwhile, the mechanical sentinels are mere bronze tier creations. Albeit flawed, yet they remain the most economical. The guardian within the first hall, known as the Life Guardian Azeroth, is indeed a silver tier creation. It seems Captain Aurelia is in quite the predicament. The life guardian Azeroth has now succumbed to silence. At the instant Arthas issued his command, it coincided with the collapse of Ryze's shield magic. Although Aurelia escaped from the jaws of death, she found little joy in her survival. Glancing at her withered hands, she suddenly covered her face and wept uncontrollably. Aurelia Ryze wished to console her, but found himself at a loss for words. Ryze appeared to sense something, directing his gaze behind him. Emerging from the shadowy tunnel was Pantheon, limping with a broken leg. Pantheon lowered his head, shaking it in silence. Arthas gradually stepped forth from behind Pantheon, accompanied by Lancelot, whose wounds had been tended to, and Lillian, the little beggar rescued from the clutches of high elves. "Hello, everyone. Have you missed me?" With the acquisition of such a formidable stronghold, Arthas felt invigorated. "Indeed, I am the child of the dimensions. Merely stepping out for an adventure has granted me this powerful lair." At that moment, he seemed to have cast off the psychological shadows imposed by the enigmatic figure in black. "Arthas, you have arrived," Aurelia exclaimed, her tears subsiding. Upon seeing Arthas, a glimmer of joy flickered in her eyes, though she could not articulate why. Yet, this fleeting joy dissipated into nothingness. "Although you may not have heard it, I have indeed stated that no one can betray me. While you have not pledged your loyalty to me, betraying one's comrades is still a form of treachery." Alsa spoke with a chilling tone. "You are aware of this now?" Ryze rose, murmuring incantations. As currents of electricity coalesced in his hands, what the magicians would refer to as the preparatory phase of spark magic. Two glimmers of light appeared in the dark eye sockets of the Guardian of Life. A swarm of metallic spiders approached, rapidly encircling the group. "You cannot win." The energy of the metallic sentinels derives from the Thunder Core, capable of absorbing external lightning energy. In addition to the Thunder Core, the Guardian of Life is equipped with a Life Core, which can evade damage from short circuits even if you attack with water elements by utilizing the Conversion Core. Alsas moved closer to Ryze and Aurelia, and upon discerning Aurelia's current state, he gently shook his head. "Aurelia, I once held great trust in you. I know. I can see it. You regard me as an elder sister." Aurelia replied with a bitter smile. "At this point, I fear I could pass for your grandmother. Even now, you seek to take advantage of me." Alsas sighed. "Aurelia, perhaps I am a fool, a naive romantic. I simply cannot bring myself to be harsh towards women." He cast a glance at the looming Pantheon behind him, then at the poised mage Ryze beside Aurelia. "Pantheon, Ryze, by virtue of your names alone, I shall grant you my clemency. Do not inquire as to why. Leave behind your return scrolls and the ebony armor upon you, and let fate take its course in the desert." "Little Al, I truly apologize. I now understand that choosing this task was a grave error." Aurelia stood, revealing signs of a slight stoop in her posture. "Ryze, given the return scroll." Alsas gently closed his eyes. "This is perhaps not an error. That cloaked figure has orchestrated this, luring you to bring me here, possibly to facilitate my acquisition of the floating fortress. After all, apart from Alsas, who bears the system, no other human could comprehend the language of the dwarves, and even if they could, they would not swiftly discover the means to control the floating fortress. You have been sold out." Chapter 11. The battle to overthrow the tyrant Lucius. Watching Aurelia and Pantheon fade into the distance, a sense of melancholy washed over Alsas. This was, after all, his first venture into an adventuring party, and their previous collaboration had been quite pleasant. Captain Aurelia stirred within him a hint of nostalgia. "Is this how it ends? Let it be over." Alsas turned away, but Aurelia called back. "Will we meet again? If fate allows." "Fate? You always speak in riddles we cannot comprehend." The members of the Valencia Mercenary Corps departed. Alsas gazed at the return scroll in his hand, lost in thought for a moment. A war has erupted in the province of Lorga, known formally as the War to Overthrow the Tyrant Lucius. This is the terminology employed by the supporters of Ganros, while Lucius's faction refers to it as the War to reclaim the title of Traitor Ganros. Although the conflict is relatively minor, with fewer than 2,000 participants, it marks the first war since the restoration of the province of Lorga, thus becoming a topic of lively discussion among patrons in the local taverns. Did the Baron declare war on the Count? Is that true? Such audacity is beyond comprehension. They murmured. However, that Hastings is indeed a formidable warrior. Who is Hastings? He is said to be the lieutenant of the overreaching Baron, rumored to possess a fearsome visage and immense strength, at least a knight of silver rank. As the days passed since the official commencement of hostilities between Baron Ganros and Count Lucius, various rumors regarding the war proliferated. Baron Ganros earned the moniker the Overreacher, while Count Lucius, having fallen victim to Hastings' surprise attack, was dubbed the Unprepared. Although Hastings' raid was successful, his forces numbered only 200. far fewer than even the smallest mercenary bands. Ganrose's conscripted soldiers had retreated to the castle, joining the garrison in their duty to defend the stronghold. Count Lucius, adopting a pragmatic strategy of dividing his forces to besiege the castle, aimed to cut off supplies to Ganro's fort. Refraining from a direct assault, and instead waiting for the morale of the defenders to wane until they were exhausted and could be overwhelmed. If no reinforcements arrived for the enemy, this approach promised to be the most prudent and efficient tactic. Yet, how could a mere baron, once a common foot soldier, expect to receive allies? It was rumored that he had even spurned the proposal of General Odysseus, due to his wayward and ungrateful son having fled from home. Such absurdity, one might think, renders him unworthy of noble status. Clad in armor adorned with intricate elvish engravings, Count Lucius stood upon a newly constructed wooden observation platform, sword in hand. What splendid weather we have today, he mused, gazing at the clear blue sky, where the gentle winter sun bathed him in warmth, inducing a languid sense of ease. Indeed, Hastings is a fierce warrior, and Ganros is brave. Facing such adversaries stirs a certain excitement within me. Lucius delicately adjusted his long, smooth brown hair with an elegant gesture. Meanwhile, within Ganros' fort, Baron Ganluosi lay in bed, his complexion ashen, while Lady Amina sat by his side, her face streaked with tears. Hastings, with reddened eyes, gazed at the unconscious Ganros, murmuring incessantly, "Old Ganros, your greatest attribute is your bravery. Yet, when you were a soldier, it served you well. As a baron, it has become a flaw. Look at me, I fight when I can and retreat when I cannot, never overestimating my strength. Old Ganros, after all these years of friendship, it pains me to see you in such a state. Could you not muster some resolve?" A man does not weep lightly. Hastings, a quintessential robust man, found himself unable to hold back his tears. He wiped his eyes and suddenly seized the knight's sword from the table. "Hastings, do not act foolishly," spoke Amina, the baroness, her wrinkled face betraying a subtle strength. "I know your sorrow, but I must say, if something unfortunate were to befall Ganros, someone must seek vengeance, mustn't they? You cannot win. You would only extinguish the hope of retribution." I understand. Hastings replied, agitated. "But can you tell me what else I can possibly do? Aside from my martial skills, what power do I possess to avenge him?" "We still have young Arthas," she interjected. "He is our hope." Relying on that ailing young lord? Hastings, unable to spare Arthas any courtesy, unleashed his dissatisfaction. "He hardly embodies the image of a baronial heir. In the noble circles, one must either become a warrior or a shrewd diplomat, perhaps even a cunning schemer, to aspire to be a scholar? I truly see no promise in him." "Lord Hastings, mind your words," grumbled the nearby goblin, Darius. "Do you look down upon scholars?" "No, that is not my intent. You are an exceptional financial advisor, and I would be pleased if he could learn from you. Unfortunately, you goblins seem incapable of sharing. He could seek a human financial expert. Yet what has he learned over the years? History? Culture? It is utterly ironic." "Indeed." Darius nodded, then shook his head. "The secrets of high goblin finance are never divulged. But I have heard a proverb from the distant East. Learn from the past to know the future. Perhaps it goes something like that. The East? High elves?" Darius refuted, "No. You would not comprehend it. Quite frankly, you are merely a brute." "Enough." Amina stood up, her anger boiling over. "Hastings, cease your insolence. Darius, you too, be silent. What manner of time is this, and you dare to squabble?" "I was merely standing up for young Arthas," the old goblin Darius retorted, tapping his cane on the floor twice before turning to leave the chamber. "Knowledge is not power. At times, it can indeed be strength. Time will reveal all." A mocking voice echoed, causing Hastings' face to flush crimson. Lady Amina sought to console him, but found herself at a loss for words. For Hastings had acted impulsively for the sake of Ganros. "Perhaps I ought not to have spoken so harshly of young Master Arthas. Should he return, I shall strive to assist him." Hastings sighed despondently, hoping that old Ganros would endure, for he was still so young, especially for the sake of the young master. Arthas returned to Pandaria City using a teleportation scroll. The designated arrival point was a thicket outside the city. As Arthas and his companions emerged from the jungle and approached the city walls, they were greeted by numerous missing person posters. The individual sought was none other than General Odysseus Alafri's daughter, Lilith. Arthas cast a suspicious glance at the little beggar, Lillian, who was trailing close behind him. Lillian shrank her head and stammered, "Do I look like the general's daughter?" "Indeed, quite so. I had my suspicions. Could a little beggar possess such delicate skin? Such a lecher." Lillian retorted, but Arthas chuckled, "Fear not, I shan't take you to claim a reward. After all, you are still my dear wife." "Who is your wife?" "A toad coveting a swan." "Pa, pa, pa." Arthas chose not to engage in further banter with the young beggar. His spirits were high. After all, he had acquired a floating fortress, a level of a king. From this moment forth, he would no longer be the idle young master. Yet, Arthas was aware of the adage that an innocent man may suffer for possessing what does not align with his status. When one wields vast wealth that exceeds their identity, they inevitably attract the envy of the powerful. Such narratives abound in novels. Thus, after establishing a mental link with the control intelligence of the floating fortress, he opted to leave it in the Rhine desert. Moreover, a delightful surprise awaited him from the system. The quest for the summoner's clues, number 13, was complete. The host had successfully obtained control of the floating fortress and would receive a random reward. The function was named Cuteness Overload, categorized as entertainment, derived from the Dragon Knight system. Its purpose was to allow designated allied units to enter a state of cuteness. Note, the cuteness state will differentiate between an attack form and a playful form. In the playful form, original power will be lost, yet safety increases, allowing for playful interactions with the host. Well, this skill paled in comparison to the utility of that skillbook imprint, but even a mosquito's leg is still meat. So I shall make do. However, this function was not entirely without merit. Arthas had already acquired the Forging Bible, enabling him to create numerous war machines. The skill merely stipulated that it applied to allied units, without specifying that they must be living beings. If he could transform those imposing war machines into something endearing, they would inherently possess a taunting ability. As for the ebony armor, Arthas decided to keep only one set in his pack for Lancelot to carry, leaving the rest within the floating fortress. The metallic spider, or rather the mechanical sentinel, was brought forth by Arcesius solely for research purposes. After all, he had merely acquired the method of its fabrication, and his practical skills still required refinement. His next endeavor entailed crafting war machines or forging weaponry and armor to generate income and cultivate the land. Arcesius had already devised a comprehensive future plan. He instructed the little beggar to smear more dirt upon his face before he stepped into the city of Pandaria. Yet, at the very moment he entered, Lancelot suddenly vanished from sight. Chapter 12. Arcesius's promise. Lancelot. Lancelot, you scoundrel! Arcesius called out for Lancelot for an extended period, repeatedly shouting his name. But Lancelot did not appear. Arcesius was growing increasingly frustrated. He'll return shortly. I saw that rascal sneaking off with a letter when you paid the city gate tax. The little beggar chuckled, covering his mouth. That fellow is not as foolish as he appears. Wait, what do you mean, a letter? Indeed. Don't tell me you failed to realize that this fellow is an undercover agent sent from above. I mean, you can't possibly be running away from home for the first time, can you? Arcesius froze momentarily, having never contemplated that possibility. Observing the astonished expression on Arcesius's face, Lillian found it peculiar, for he often seemed quite astute, articulating his experiences with great eloquence. How could he lack such discernment regarding others? Blast it! There's no way I can rely on stumbling upon that unreliable fellow on the streets, Arcesius lamented, leading the little beggar back to the city gates. Indeed, amidst the bustling crowd, a muscular little man was nervously glancing around, wearing a rather foolish expression. Lancelot, come here. Why yes, my lord. Lancelot approached Arcesius, and with a thud, knelt before him. His sudden act of submission was so dramatic that it stirred the dust from the ground, leaving Arcesius with a pant leg coated in grime. Do not rush to kneel. Elucidate your earlier disappearance, my dear Lancelot, Arcesius said, arms crossed and a fierce expression upon his face. Lancelot trembled as he stammered, and Master Arcesius. You were sent by my father to monitor me, were you not? Why yes. Arcesius pressed down on Lancelot's shoulders, his tone melancholic. Very well. Tell me, since when has this been the case? It started from the very beginning. Arcesius was rendered speechless. That event transpired 6 years ago, when Lancelot was still a snot-nosed little brat. Had it not been for the desire to cultivate a companion, Arcesius, as a reincarnated being, would have dismissed him entirely. I expected you to conceal it, at the very least, provide me with a reason to spare you. Alces's fingers, which gripped Lancelot's shoulder, had grown rigid. Despite Lancelot's considerable strength, he felt an inexplicable terror radiating from his very bones. Trembling, he lifted his head to scrutinize the young master he had grown up with. Beneath a mane of glossy black hair lay a countenance that appeared somewhat delicate and youthful, yet, on that still immature face, Lancelot sensed a dissonant aura of maturity that belied his years. This is all for your sake, my lord, knowing that you are unable to learn martial arts. Lord Hastings has entrusted me with the responsibility of safeguarding you under normal circumstances. Alcestis sighed, uncertain whether to feel touched by Ganrose's concern or to lament Lancelot's reticence. Rise. I understand, he said, But, my lord, there is still something I have yet to convey. What more is there to say? Arthas furrowed his brow, apprehensive that Lancelot might be concealing more from him. The Baron is gravely injured. Ganro's castle is besieged. With great effort, Arthas managed to piece together the unfolding events from Lancelot's words. Count Tynon, Lucius Almonte. Arthas clenched his fists. The young beggar, resembling a strategist, provided an analysis. I have heard of this individual. He has been in the Burgda military district for some time. He is a half-blood earth spirit, possesses some magic, though not formidable, and harbors an inflated sense of self-worth, often voicing disdain for humans. The people of the Burgda military district do not favor him. Oh, and he frequently corresponds with other counts, seeking to unite them against General Odysseus. However, General Odysseus is already aware of this, and the replies from those counts are merely perfunctory. So, at the very least, he will not have reinforcements? Arthas inquired. Lilith nodded. Indeed, his ambitions far exceed his abilities. Were I a count, it would be a simple matter to eliminate him. And if you were a baron? Arthas perceived Lilith's latter remark as trivial. For there exists no if in this world. A disparity in strength is a disparity indeed. As a baron, it would require reinforcements, she replied. Lilith. Huh. Yes. I am calling you. Arthas had placed his hand on the young beggar's shoulder. Is it amusing to feign ignorance? This is not the time for childish games. Tell me, if I were to request reinforcements from Odysseus, would he acquiesce? Principally, a lord should not engage in conflicts between his vassals. Lilith hesitated, suddenly recalling Ganro's son. Wasn't he the betrothed her father had orchestrated for her? I can't believe I am entangled with him. Do not speak to me of principles. I merely wish to know, will he, or will he not? Arthas's gaze was unprecedentedly earnest. To be frank, Arthas's serious demeanor was rather intimidating. At least, it left Lilith, who was also a child, awestruck. No, he will not. My father is a man of principles. Very well, Arthas replied, somewhat disheartened, and resolved to seek alternative solutions. The principle that prohibits interference in the feudal wars is riddled with significant loopholes. For instance, should the title of count be revoked from Lucius, he would either lose his territory and status, rendering him incapable of assaulting the fortress of Ganluosi, or he might resort to rebellion, clashing with Odysseus, thus creating a diversion akin to the ancient stratagem of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao. While this could incite discontent among other counts within his domain, it might also serve as a temporary solution to an immediate crisis. However, it is evident that a mere baron is not worth the ire of General Odysseus. Arthas understands that the remark about his father being a principled man is merely a ruse employed by the young lady to deflect. Since she is reluctant to confront the issue directly, Arthas will not seek unnecessary discomfort. There are indeed solutions to this war. Arthas currently possesses a floating fortress. Merely positioning it on the battlefield would cause the morale of Lucius's conscripted soldiers to plummet. Yet, the situation is not dire enough to warrant reckless action. Had this conflict arisen a bit later, allowing Arthas ample time to assimilate the benefits from the ruins, he would have 100 methods to compel Count Lucius to kneel and surrender. Lancelot, on one knee. If I were to send you back to the Hammer King's ruins, would you be able to do it again? Yes, Lancelot replied without hesitation. Good. Leave the ebony armor you brought back and retrieve some more from the Hammer King's ruins. Lilith, you may return home. Utilize your status as the General's daughter to assist me in selling the ebony armor at the auction house. Very well. But wait. Why should I help you? Lilith raised an eyebrow. You haven't fulfilled your promise of delicious food yet. Arthas grasped Lilith's shoulders once more, his tone softening. Lilith, consider it a debt I owe you. All right. I seldom ask for favors. All right. But you promised you wouldn't send me back. Once the task is accomplished, I will ensure you are freed. This is my promise as Arthas. Huh. How much is your promise worth? Lilith scoffed at such empty assurances. Arthas straightened his posture, his gaze drifting into the distance. My promises, one day, shall become priceless treasures that astonish the world. This is his vow to Lilith, and equally, a pledge to himself. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps it was the bond established with the parents of this world, or merely an ephemeral moment. Arthas's thoughts had already intertwined with this realm. The connection between the future Dark Pope and the Oathbreaker Lilith was forged at this very instant. The headquarters of the Great Legion lies on the outskirts of Pandaria City, amidst a dense forest where a plain has been forcibly cleared. At the center of this plain stands a castle, not belonging to any noble, nor to the Empire, but to a mercenary organization known as the Great Legion. Mercenaries fight for anyone, be they rebels or foreign foes, as long as the price is right. Although the name of the militia may seem inferior to that of the Hero Brigade, its ranks are vast, serving various lords and insurgents. resulting in a significantly higher overall income than that of the Hero Brigade. However, due to the sheer number of members, the earnings are meager when divided among them. Moreover, a substantial portion of the funds finds its way into the pockets of the mercenary leaders and high-ranking officers. The majority of those making a living within the militia are lower-class citizens and freemen, with some even being runaway slaves. They possess no roots in a stable society and, aside from their lives, have little worth protecting. Thus, these individuals are often willing to risk their lives for money, which sometimes makes them even braver than regular troops. Albeit typically only in favorable circumstances. The esteemed commander of the Great Brigade, Ralanzel, has reached the age of 50. His life spent in military endeavors has rendered him a notable figure in the mercenary realm. However, following the Empire's reconstruction, he has noticeably struggled to maintain business. It is rumored that the Holy Light Mercenary Corps and the Rose Mercenary Corps have been absorbed by the Empire, which appears to be deliberately constricting the operational space of militia mercenaries. Perhaps His Glorious Majesty Gaius Nero seeks to establish a realm devoid of warfare? It has been a year since he last secured a contract. Damn it, have the lords of the Lorgar province ceased all conflicts? What? You mentioned the so-called war to overthrow the tyrant Lucius? Do conflicts between barons and earls qualify as war? Now Ralanzel finds himself paying those avaricious soldiers from his own pocket. If this continues, the Great Brigade may very well dissolve on the spot. Glorious Gaius Nero is nothing more than a vampire. How could this world possibly be free of war? War is humanity's passion and necessity. Just as Commander Ralanzel was lamenting the future of the Mercenary Corps, good news arrived. The Mercenary Corps received a business opportunity at their liaison office in Pandaria. This news filled Ralanzel with excitement for the entire day, yet at the signing banquet that night, he was met by a mere youth. "Hello, I am Arthas, the son of Baron Ganluosi," the young man declared, flashing a bright, innocent smile. Ralanzel's previously cheerful demeanor immediately soured. Chapter 13. Confrontation. Would you care for a glass of red wine, esteemed Commander Ralanzel? Arthas inquired, seated at the head of the table, gesturing toward the goblets filled with vibrant, ruby red wine that sparkled like a sea of gems under the candlelight. Ralanzel sat down, dejectedly sipped from his glass, and slowly began. "The son of Baron Ganluosi, you say? May I ask, oh heavens, are you of age?" I am, perhaps, only 14 this year." Ralanzel's words struck a nerve with Arthas. Carrying this youthful form, he felt a pang of insecurity even when attempting to court women. Having had no romantic encounters in the 20 years before his rebirth and the 14 years thereafter, this sensation was indeed quite disheartening. However, Your Excellency Lorenz, according to the mercenary code, you are free to serve anyone, provided they offer sufficient remuneration. Am I mistaken? Do I appear to be a destitute individual? The colorful delicacies laid out before us are already the finest this establishment has to offer, yet Arthas has not touched a single dish. And Lorenz is reluctant to reveal his appetite. Such gatherings are never convened for the sake of dining. Lorenz shook his head, stating, "This is not a matter of wealth. The costs of hiring mercenaries exceed your imagination, my child. I believe we need not squander further time here. Stark, let us depart." He had no desire to utter another word, rising from his seat with Stark, the attendant, offering his support as he intended to leave. "I am aware that your current asking price is approximately 10,000 gold coins per month. Am I correct, Your Excellency Lorenz? The fee for mercenary troops is not calculated per task, but rather by time, for a war may endure for years, even decades. Were it based on tasks, these mercenaries would surely incur losses. Yet, 10,000 gold coins is not an insignificant amount. After all, 3 gold coins can sustain a typical citizen's household for an entire year, and the everyday expenses of common folk are often measured in copper. This young lad, when uttering the splendid term 10,000 gold coins, exhibited not an ounce of seriousness or gravity. Lorenz hesitated but ultimately reclaimed his seat. In truth, his bottom line was only 8,000 gold coins, given the current challenges faced by mercenary companies. "Do you possess 10,000 gold coins?" Arthas inquired, a smile gracing his lips, revealing his characteristic sunny disposition. "Esteemed Your Excellency Lorenz, 10,000 gold coins is not a considerable sum for me. I merely wish to ascertain whether you are capable of surpassing Baron Lucius, who is said to command 2,000 elite soldiers." The Grand Legion comprises a total of 3,152 soldiers, each a formidable warrior. Should you wish for us to deploy, a deposit of 5,000 gold coins is requisite. Lorenz spoke with palpable confidence regarding his mercenary band. However, Arthas' subsequent words doused Lorenz's enthusiasm with cold water. "As for gold coins, I currently possess none." "You little rascal, are you deceiving me?" Lorenz slammed his hand upon the table. causing the goblet before him to shatter. Simultaneously, the guards surrounding Lorenz drew their swords, directing them at Arthas. Unfazed, Arthas snapped his fingers, and a large parcel wrapped in oilcloth was placed upon the table by Lancelot, even overshadowing several platters of roasted meat. Lancelot then unwrapped the parcel, revealing 3 sets of deep gray armor, adorned with intricate carvings and embellished with protruding feather-like decorations at the shoulders, glistening under the candlelight with a rich luster. Upon sighting the armor, Lorenz's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He reluctantly averted his gaze and looked up at Arthas, asking, "How many of these do you possess?" "I sold one for 3,000 gold coins, yet it seems the people here lack discernment." Arthas did not respond directly to Lorenz's inquiry. To divulge that there were merely 3 sets would likely lead Lorenz to silently eliminate him right within this tavern. Conversely, to suggest that there were numerous sets might incite Lorenz to entertain ulterior motives. Thus, Arthas had already established the tone of their meeting, to exude an air of mystery. At times, a lack of transparency can serve as a formidable deterrent. "No, I no longer desire your gold. If you can provide me with these 3 sets of armor, I can muster troops for 2 months. The deal was struck with Arthas' decisive proclamation. Ganner's fortress had been under siege for 6 days. During this time, the townsfolk outside the fortress had been largely unaffected, save for the conscription of able-bodied men to fight for the Baron. The siege was directed at the castle itself. As a civil war, Lucius had no compelling reason to burden the townspeople. After all, once the castle was taken, it would belong to him. This was distinctly different from the barbaric wars waged for pillaging. In a civil conflict, the maximization of interests typically precludes the slaughter of innocent civilians. As for coercing the populace to compel the castle's defenders to surrender, please, we noblemen, endowed with the spirit of chivalry, would never stoop to such base tactics. Lucius was unhurried. In fact, he felt somewhat languid and bored, spending his days atop the watchtower, basking in the sun, indulging in delectable delicacies, and occasionally seeking the company of enchanting ladies. Aside from his abode being a tent, his life was not markedly different from that of any other nobleman. Why had that Hastings not emerged to berate him? It felt rather unfamiliar. Lucius stifled a yawn and descended from the watchtower, intending to seize the opportunity of this splendid weather for a midday nap. However, fate had other plans. The sound of urgent hooves echoed, and as he turned, he beheld a scout dismounting swiftly, his face smeared with blood, kneeling on one knee. "My lord, the Count, trouble is afoot. A band of mercenaries approaches our camp, and they attacked me while I was on patrol." "Mercenaries?" Lucius paused, then recalled that Ganner was merely a baron. Although the Empire had allocated 5,000 in construction funds, it was certain that most would be directed towards the castle. With only a meager portion available for investment elsewhere, the wealth a baron could command was exceedingly limited. The notion of a baron hiring mercenaries, if indeed true, would be unprecedented in history. Thus, deep down, Lucius found it difficult to believe that these mercenaries were coming to reinforce Ganner's fortress. Did you ascertain their intentions? Or, pray tell, did you instigate hostilities first? "My lord, it is not as you presume." The scout was well aware of Lucius's notorious temper. This proud earth spirit had never regarded others as equals, even if one was a count bestowed by the human emperor. "Summon the chief diplomat. If this matter is not resolved, I will have your head, at once, within Ganner's fortress." Fortunately, Baron Ganluosi has regained consciousness. The arrow wound to his ribs nearly pierced his heart, and the army's physician asserts that his survival is indeed a testament to divine favor. Ganluosi himself is steadfast in this belief, as he is a devout follower of the 6 May the divine King Aelus bless us to overcome this ordeal. The severity of his injuries and the dire circumstances have dulled Ganluosi's once sharp spirit. Lady Amina is quietly praying by his side. Meanwhile, Hastings has ascended to the castle's pinnacle to observe the movements of the enemy forces. Typically, on the 10th day of a siege, a tentative assault is launched to gauge the morale of the defenders. However, the peculiar activities of Lucius's army today have piqued Hastings' senses, hinting at an unusual atmosphere. "Come forth, whelps of Ganluosi's castle. Who among you wishes to join me, Hastings, in a grand battle?" Approximately 3 kilometers from Ganluosi's castle, Lucius and Rylancel's vanguard forces stand in opposition, with only 1,000 troops on each side. Such a standoff lacks grandeur and may even appear somewhat ludicrous, at least in the eyes of Arthas. Indeed, warfare in the Western context resembles nothing more than a street brawl. "Mercenaries, send your leader forth to parley." The diplomatic chief, attempting to mimic Lucius's tone, is met with a forceful shove from Lucius, who delivers a resounding slap to his face. "Friends of the mercenary band, I am Count Tynab, Lucius Almaki. My scouts meant no offense. We are amidst a conflict, and hope you will vacate the area swiftly to avoid any unfortunate casualties. Lucius calls out to the ranks of the mercenary group. Indeed, he is exceedingly proud and harbors disdain for humanity, yet this does not imply that Lucius is a fool. If adopting a more humble stance could yield benefits, he would not hesitate to do so. Nevertheless, the opposing side remains silent and shows no inclination to retreat, resulting in a stalemate. Unbeknownst to either party, a small, resplendent golden spider swiftly navigates past Lucius's vanguard, making its way towards his headquarters. Arthas has established a mental link with the diminutive spider he brought along. What the metal spider perceives is precisely what he perceives. Its intentions mirror his own. The formal designation of the metal spider is the mechanical sentinel. An excellent creation for vigilance, yet under Arthas's command, it proves more than capable of reconnaissance. He swiftly sketches the terrain and troop distribution on a map as he observes. The vanguard array stands opposed to our own. The left flank is stationed in the hilly region to the southwest, while the right flank is assembling, likely to reinforce the vanguard array. A portion of the soldiers from the castle have exited, led by Hastings. With his eyes closed, Arthas meticulously details the battlefield map and records valuable intelligence. Standing nearby, Larenzier marveled, "Are you a wizard? Had I known this beforehand, I could have offered you a greater discount. After all, the friendship of a wizard holds immeasurable value." It was curious how Larenzier's address to Arthas had evolved from young rascal to you. I am merely a modest bronze level 3 sorcerer. Self-taught and too embarrassed to wear a badge, Arthas confessed, acknowledging Larenzier's assumption. Should I reveal to you that the master artisan before you is capable of forging even divine artifacts? Chapter 14. The final battle commences. Forgive my prior rudeness, esteemed wizard. Larenzier replied, his tone tinged with regret. A wizard, even the most humble bronze level 3, could find himself a guest of honor in the halls of middling nobility. Low-ranking nobles were unworthy of summoning wizards. The weather was splendid, the skies clear, and the mechanical sentinels had executed their reconnaissance duties with remarkable efficiency. Connecting with the mechanical sentinels mentally, Arthas concealed them within the underbrush after their mission was complete. Your Excellency Larenzier, our forces currently hold the advantage in numbers. I propose we employ your most favored tactics and execute a counter-encirclement against Lucius, Arthas suggested, setting aside the blueprints with a humble demeanor. What tactics do mercenaries excel in? 8 words suffice. A charge together, a scatter apart. When the winds are favorable, they charge in mass. Should the tide of battle turn unfavorably, they will promptly scatter. With the current numerical superiority, there was little fear of the mercenaries fleeing. Rather, that very propensity to charge would elevate their morale beyond that of regular troops. After all, victory promised wealth. Deep down, Lucius still hoped that these mercenaries were merely passing through. However, as their formidable forces pressed onward towards Ganluos fortress, even Lucius realized that such thoughts were mere self-deceit. Damn it, why must those greedy mercenaries oppose me? Is it truly Ganluos who has summoned them? Where is my military commander? Come forth. Lucius's military commander was an elderly man clad in gleaming silver armor, named Basil, a bronze level 1 knight. Indeed, in this world, warriors and knights are not the same vocation, at least not in name. The warrior class is far more numerous than other professions. Though not as noble or rare as wizards, their sheer numbers establish them as a significant social class. The knightly class within the warriors has historically been the precursor to feudal nobility. Many noble ancestors hailed from the ranks of knights. The distinction between knights and warriors lies in wealth. Knights are generally more affluent. Moreover, it is common for a knight's parents to also be knights, making this profession a family legacy. In the homeland of Arthas, there exists an age-old adage: the impoverished cultivate literature, while the affluent engage in martial pursuits. The practice of warfare necessitates substantial resources. A robust regimen of health supplements and nutritional intake is indispensable. This reality endows noble knightly families, steeped in tradition, with greater potential and foundational strength than their grassroots counterparts. The ability to wield one's aura externally serves as a demarcation between the bronze and silver ranks. This bronze-level knight, Basil, has already mastered the art of infusing his aura into the blade of his sword. Basil stepped forward with a solemn demeanor. His firm gait, coupled with his hard white hair and the wrinkles etched upon his face by the passage of time, complemented the knightly armor he donned, emanating an aura of formidable valor. He bowed in a knightly salute, his tone measured. "My lord, how may I be of service to you?" Lucius, suppressing his ire, raised his hand only to let it fall in silence. Basil, a noble knight, commanded a respect that even Lucius dared not disregard lightly. "Have I not declared that no one within the confines of Garrow's castle may leave or enter?" What, then, is the meaning of these mercenaries? Basil replied calmly, "My lord, Hastings is my friend. I merely delivered a letter on his behalf. I have read its contents, which were nothing more than a missive from Garros to his wayward son, merely relaying the state of the war without divulging any further details. Moreover, how could a mere baron like Garros afford mercenaries? Thus, I surmise that these mercenaries were not summoned by him. Not summoned? Then how do you explain their direct advance towards our encampment?" Lucius seethed through clenched teeth. "I believe they may be opportunists seeking to capitalize on the chaos. Such behavior is not uncommon among mercenaries." Basil maintained his composure. Lucius fell silent, for Basil's assertion bore a semblance of truth. Greedy mercenaries were capable of any unscrupulous act. Yet in Lucius's mind, Garros Castle belonged to him. It was his property, and he would not tolerate any encroachment upon it. "Return to the camp. It appears we are on the brink of battle." "Reporting, my lord. Hastings has launched an assault on our encampment with over 100 conscripts." A scout rushed in, kneeling with one knee on the ground. Upon hearing this, Lucius's anger flared anew. That Hastings again. Over 100 attacking 1,000. He has engaged in such tactics before, though typically he targets supply lines and retreats upon contact with the enemy. Lucius's 2,000 troops were not entirely his personal soldiers. Many were city guards and ecclesiastical knights supplied by local mayors and priests, representing the weakest fighting spirit, particularly the ecclesiastical knights, who harbored no martial resolve in a civil war against those of the same faith. The majority of the soldiers stationed on the left flank were of this ilk, with only a small contingent belonging to Lucius's private army. It was precisely this group that Hastings aimed to ambush. Meanwhile, the right flank was rapidly regrouping with the central formation led by Lucius. However, those troops were merely fodder for the mercenaries. With a deft thrust of his lance, Hastings felled a cavalryman, and the 100-strong phalanx behind him swiftly penetrated the ranks of the horsemen. This contingent of cavalry, numbering merely a dozen, could not hope to breach the steadfast formation of infantry. Their charge resembled a return to a treacherous landslide, quickly becoming ensnared. These troops, dispatched as reinforcements among the holy knights, recognized the dire situation and promptly abandoned their formation, retreating in disarray. Meanwhile, Lucius's 300 men hesitated to advance. Hastings was formidable. The soldiers beheld such a fierce warrior for the first time. Could this truly be merely the military steward of a baron? In terms of personal prowess, he likely matched the renowned generals of their ranks. Since the early skirmishes, Hastings had exhibited extraordinary martial strength. The terrified soldiers could not gauge his rank. Yet one thing was certain. This man, who could slay 20 or 30 foes with a single thrust, surely possessed the caliber of a knight. Do not underestimate the art of slaughter. Stamina, reflexes, and technique are of paramount importance. After all, weapons are merciless, and even wielding lighter arms for extended periods can be exhausting. Hastings' soldiers also demonstrated commendable individual qualities, embodying the crucial virtues of unity, order, and obedience. This 100-strong assault team swiftly infiltrated the encampment where the left flank's supplies were stored, igniting a fire that consumed everything. "Boys, we have done all we can. Let us retreat." This was a hallmark of Hastings' command style, only undertaking what was feasible and retreating immediately when the situation turned dire. It was precisely this approach that led the valorous imperial regulars, who esteemed audacious combat, to label him a coward, causing him to miss the selection of exemplary soldiers. The soldiers sang as they withdrew, as if not retreating, but triumphantly returning. However, their tactical objective had indeed been achieved. In the distance, the right flank and Lucius's central formation had assembled. These were his elite cadre, a mixed corps of 1,500 infantry and cavalry. The mercenaries were but a rabble. "Noble Count Taine's valiant warriors, do you not surpass mere hired swords?" Basil, clad in battle attire, was delivering a final war mobilization to bolster morale. Mechanical sentinels patrolled the vicinity, observing the movements of Lucius's forces, while seeking an opportune moment to execute a decapitating strike against Lucius's grand army. Arthas sought to replicate the element of surprise, aiming to eliminate Lucius with a sudden cold arrow, avenging the strike against Ganluosi. Yet, Lucius remained encircled by his court and commanders, lacking an opportunity to strike. Arthas waited, biding his time for Lucius to lower his guard. Simultaneously, he was updating the intelligence on the enemy's strategic deployments. The right flank and central forces had convened. "My lord Ralenzel, please command your troops to advance northwest and seize advantageous terrain. To the northwest of the mercenaries lies a highland, elevated and commanding, capable of effectively countering the cavalry charges of the enemy. The majority of soldiers in the Great Legion are light infantry, as steeds are undeniably a luxury. Thus, in terms of troop composition, the mercenaries find themselves at a disadvantage. Larenzel commanded a strategic withdrawal, bringing back the soldiers who had previously stood in opposition to Lucius, culminating in a consolidation with the main force. The decisive battle is imminent. Arthas occupies the central command, his visage stern. Commanding the operations is hardly an engaging endeavor. Most of the specific marching plans have been issued by Larenzel, while Arthas merely provides intelligence and occasionally offers suggestions. Yet even such a role leaves him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. It seems imperative for him to engage in systematic study of military command. No wonder Hastings has consistently looked down upon him. Aspiring to nobility without military acumen is indeed a folly. Arthas also observed Larenzel's method of commanding troops. However, his ultimate conclusion was that Larenzel's approach was rather simplistic. He would rally the troops with a plethora of eloquent words and then lead the charge himself, seemingly unafraid of being cut down by errant blades. This is far removed from the art of command as conceived by Arthas. Nevertheless, one fears not the inadequacy of their own forces, but rather the superiority of the adversary's. Victory and defeat are merely relative terms. Lucius's army employs a similar strategy. Archers unleash a volley, infantry advance, and cavalry charge in to penetrate the lines. The mercenary contingent clings to the high ground, launching counterattacks, relying on their numerical advantage to disperse and encircle. The front line of battle is not particularly intense. The soldiers' actions are rather straightforward and unrefined. If opportunity allows, I must examine the military wisdom of this world at the Imperial Military Academy. Could it truly be of such a caliber? Chapter 15. Assassination initially. The morale of these mercenaries is robust, bolstered further by Arthas providing a comprehensive map, enabling them to monitor the enemy's every move. However, once the genuine heat of battle ensues, their disadvantages become glaringly apparent. Simply put, their unit composition is overly homogeneous, and the commander on Lucius's side is no common foe. Basil is the type of leader who leads from the front, advocating a follow-me approach, a command style evidently fostering morale. In stark contrast, the mercenary side, including their employer Arthas and the principal commander Larenzel, remains stationed in the rear. In large-scale engagements, where forces number in the tens of thousands, such command is defensible. Yet this is merely a battle with fewer than 5,000 participants. Without a leader willing to lead by example and break through the enemy's onslaught with martial prowess, compounded by their inherent lack of honor as mercenaries fighting for profit, their initially high spirits can swiftly crumble. The struggle continues, yet desertion is already surfacing among the mercenaries, even as they still hold a slight advantage. Observing such a scene of warfare, Archelaus felt a profound sense of disappointment. He stood within his command tent, hands clasped behind his back, fully immersing himself in the role of a commander. What is the meaning of this? We possess both numerical superiority and advantageous terrain, and there are no signs of defeat from the enemy. Yet, why are your soldiers fleeing? Archelaus expressed his dissatisfaction. Larenz shrugged, stating, the opposing side has cavalry, and our previous engagements have merely involved us as supplementary forces. Now we find ourselves thrust into the role of the main contingent. In such a conflict, our experience is somewhat lacking. Archelaus paused, realizing Larenz was indeed correct. It is rather uncommon in this world to assign a group of militia mercenaries to confront regular troops as the primary force. Very well, it seems that to seize victory, a plan for decapitation is essential, Lucius. I refuse to believe you remain in places teeming with people, not even taking a moment for yourself. That metallic, spider-like mechanical sentinel was poised to deliver a lethal strike at any moment. In this realm, it is unimaginable for an emperor to be captured and merely replaced while still facing the enemy. After all, territories are the private domain of the nobility, and this is not a scenario akin to the crisis faced by the Augustan Empire. Lucius's subordinates owe their loyalty to him personally, rather than to the land of Tyana. Perhaps by some unspoken connection, Lucius observed the figure of Basil charging into the fray and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the individuals dispatched by the family were no mere incompetents. However, the war had dragged on for quite some time, and Lucius began to feel weary. He waved his hand dismissively at the courtiers nearby and remarked, the morale of the enemy is too low. This war holds no suspense. You may proceed as you see fit, for I shall retire to the command tent for an afternoon nap. After a grueling morning of battle, only a few dozen casualties had occurred on either side. It seemed likely that both factions would soon sound the retreat, regroup, and prepare for another encounter on a future day. Lucius, unaware that 2/3 of the supplies stored at the headquarters had already been incinerated by Hastings, was oblivious to the disadvantage they faced in a protracted conflict. He stifled a yawn and ambled toward the command tent, muttering something under his breath, though it was too faint for the mechanical sentinel's auditory system to discern. The moment is now. A crossbow bolt shot forth from the underbrush, unerringly striking Lucius in the neck. With a cry of anguish, Lucius clutched his throat and yanked the bolt free, blood gushing forth. Gritting his teeth, a milky glow radiated from his hand, and the flow of blood ceased. "Who goes there?" he bellowed, his voice still resounding with vigor. Startled within the mercenary encampment, Arthas's expression shifted. He was well aware of the parameters of the mechanical sentinel. Under normal circumstances, that crossbow bolt would have been sufficient to pierce the neck of even a formidable beast. Yet, inexplicably, the bolt had penetrated only slightly into Lucius's neck. This minor wound did not strike a major artery, and even on the neck, it was insufficient to be fatal. Arthas overlooked a crucial point. Lucius is a terrestrial elf. Terrestrial elves hold the highest status among the subservient races within human society. This is primarily due to their innate magical abilities, a talent inherited through their lineage, which compelled the emperor who initially gained their allegiance to adopt a policy of appeasement towards this race. Lucius remained vigilant. The incantation he muttered was a form of low-level magic passed down through his family, Earth Spirit Armor. This very magic mitigated the majority of the damage inflicted by the crossbow bolt, and Lucius subsequently employed a healing spell to staunch his wounds. The first phase of the assassination attempt ended in failure. The mechanical sentinels concealed within the grass swiftly retreated from the scene. Arthas was rendered speechless. The factors to consider in the wars of this world are exceedingly numerous. Composition of the army, morale, the advantages of time and place, strategic tactics, and the personal strength of key adversaries. The latter consideration was entirely irrelevant on Earth. However, in this fantastical realm of magic and martial energy, individual strength plays a significant role in warfare, often becoming a pivotal factor in determining victory or defeat. It is precisely for this reason that the formidable Hastings dared to lead a surprise attack on his own. Basil's prowess severely dampened the morale of the mercenaries. Lucius narrowly escaped with his life. Arthas rubbed his temples. The advantages bestowed upon him by his transmigration, rebirth, and system were, at present, rather meager. Even the desire to leverage Earth's knowledge to ascend the technological hierarchy was hindered by insufficient preparation and exorbitant costs. That troublesome system had yet to unlock many functions. "Sound the retreat, summon Basil to see me." Lucius, his neck already bandaged, fell into a lengthy silence before finally uttering these words. The initial phase of the skirmish had come to a close. The outcome of this minor battle was far from ideal for Arthas, and similarly disheartening for Lucius, who had just learned of the supplies pilfered by Hastings. Those were all gold coins. In Lucius's command tent, the military overseer Basil bowed deeply. Lucius's neck, swathed in bandages stained with blood, resembled a vast birthmark, plunging him into a fit of furious madness, for he was fiercely devoted to aesthetics. How dare that covetous band of mercenaries conspire against me? What grievance, what animosity lies behind this? Basil, I demand the life of their captain. I want his head. Lucius bellowed in a frenzy, while the courtiers within the tent bowed their heads in deference, save for Basil, who stood tall and unyielding. "As you wish," Basil replied slowly. That night, under a dark moon and howling winds, the rustling of insects mingled with the laughter and jeers of the mercenaries, accompanied by the faint scent of alcohol, creating a quintessential tableau of a medieval military camp. Within the mercenaries' command tent, Arthas and Raylanzel were engaged in a fervent debate regarding future strategic tactics. "Your Excellency Larenzier, I believe tomorrow presents the most opportune moment for a decisive battle. Hastings has incinerated a considerable portion of our supplies, and this news has spread throughout Lucius's forces, instilling doubts about their sustenance in the coming days and diminishing their morale. Furthermore, I implore you, Your Excellency, to address the detrimental habit of drinking among the troops. What shall we do if the enemy launches a surprise attack while they are inebriated? While I can indeed sound an alarm, mere forewarning cannot remedy the incapacitation brought on by excessive intoxication." Arthas protested vehemently, his youthful visage clearly etched with indignation. Larenzier, however, merely shrugged, seemingly indifferent, and spoke in a tone reminiscent of a teacher addressing a child. "Drinking is a tradition among mercenaries, a privilege granted to my valiant soldiers. They belong to a perilous vocation. Who can say whether they will see the morrow? There is no fault in seeking joy in the present. As the Grand Commander, I bear the responsibility for the well-being of my men. Additionally, many of my troops have deserted today. Some may return post-battle, yet our numerical advantage has waned. I must coordinate with various liaison offices this week to recruit additional soldiers. Perilous. Allowing drinking during wartime is the utmost irresponsibility towards their lives. With all due respect, Your Excellency Larenzier, such unprofessional soldiers, even if we were to recruit 10,000 more, would scatter at the first sign of conflict. Alsace retorted defiantly. Meanwhile, a shadow stealthily approached under the veil of night. The mechanical sentry possessed limited vision, capable of monitoring the Legion's movements, yet discerning such a seasoned infiltrator proved exceedingly challenging. Basil, a knight of honor, now clad in a form-fitting black attire, concealed his silver hair and aged visage beneath a dark mask. It had been long since he had engaged in assassination. Gazing at the nearby tent, Basil murmured, "Little Hastings, I find myself nostalgic for our days as assassins." Basil crouched low, moving with agile grace. "Who goes there?" A voice, tinged with fear and stammering as if born to it, pierced the air, reaching Basil's ears. He was taken aback. His prowess and stealth had once earned him renown among professional assassins, yet here he was, discovered upon returning to the art of assassination after many years. Upon raising his head to discern the figure, the sensation of dampness from the riverbank intensified. To his astonishment, the individual appeared to be a mere child, around 13 or 14 years of age, standing at approximately 1.40 meters, possessing a lithe physique yet a youthful face. Garbed in tattered linen robes, resembling nothing more than a porter yet to earn his place among soldiers. Seizing the moment while attention was diverted, Basil drew a dagger from his waist and advanced swiftly, intent on eliminating this troublesome youth. For precaution, he enveloped the dagger in a shroud of dark energy. Fatal strike. Basil thrust the dagger downward. The young man reclined, the dagger missing its mark and plunging into the earth between his legs. This maneuver was indeed astute, deftly evading the dagger's direct thrust. Though lacking in elegance, it showcased a skill only a seasoned warrior could comprehend. Strangely, Basil found his thoughts drifting to Hastings. At that moment, however, the young man's trousers began to dampen. Chapter 16. Silver Battle Aura. Observing the terror etched on the youth's face, Basil shook his head. It appeared he had overthought the situation. The boy was evidently paralyzed by fear. Basil raised the dagger once more, aiming for the young man's heart. Yet again, the youth swiftly rolled away, narrowly dodging the strike. If the first escape had been sheer luck, the second was far less fortuitous. Basil was acutely aware of his dagger's speed. For an ordinary individual, not only would evasion be impossible, but even the strike would be indiscernible. He could no longer underestimate this opponent. "Who are you?" the young man stammered, rising to his feet and jumping back to distance himself from Basil. Without further ado, Basil decided that since he had missed twice, there was no need for entanglement. He leaped over the young man, charging directly into the command tent. The bickering between Arthas and Larenzier, along with the mercenary commanders, momentarily ceased as they registered the scene. They stood frozen, unable to flee, their minds devoid of escape instincts. After all, it was only one man. Their initial thought was one of curiosity. This was precisely the outcome Basil desired. The dark aura enveloped the dagger once more as Basil darted in front of Arthas, thrusting the dagger forward. Larenzier, clad in ostentatiously bright armor, was evidently the highest-ranking officer present. However, in that moment, the youth wearing a deerskin coat rather than armor appeared more like a leader. Lucius had initially believed that the assassination attempt came from someone sent by the mercenary commander. Hence, his orders for vengeance targeted the commander. Yet the true mastermind was Arthas, and Basil had unwittingly stumbled upon the truth. Just then, a sharp clang echoed through the air. A knight's sword was thrust before Arthas, intercepting the dagger's assault. Arthas turned sharply, only to find the sword's wielder was none other than the fierce-looking dwarf, Lancelot. Lancelot's expression was terrifying. Those 7 parts of it were rooted in anxiety, and only 3 in rage. The knight's sword shimmered with a silvery aura, enhancing the blade's sharpness despite its mediocre quality. "Battle aura," Larenzier exclaimed in astonishment. This was a force that could only be manifested at the bronze level, and barely projected at the silver level. Achieving battle aura signified the first steps into the realm of martial cultivation. If these mercenaries could cultivate battle aura, they would have long since joined the heroic brigade. Even Alsace was taken aback. Lancelot, who had previously struggled against the lowest tier of bronze warriors while injured, had somehow gained martial energy in just a few days. This was not just any energy. It was a silver-hued essence of remarkable purity. Only a silver-tier warrior could possess such argent energy. Basil was equally astonished. Yet the pressure emanating from this silver energy was not overwhelming, and he recalled Hastings, which eased his mind. Silver energy. This was a special martial technique that, even when cultivated to the golden level, would still radiate a silver glow, making it quite impressive upon initial manifestation. However, the fact that he could infuse his sword with this energy indicated that this young man was at least of the same tier as himself, bronze level. As Basil was momentarily flabbergasted, Lancelot drew his sword, shifting from defense to offense, and with a simple thrust, pushed Basil back several steps. "You shall not harm my lord Arthas." Lancelot's expression hardened. A faint smile appeared on Basil's face, hidden beneath his mask. His eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the young man. He must be a disciple of Hastings. How intriguing. Compared to this young warrior and Hastings himself, Basil, at 50 years old and still at bronze level, felt somewhat outmatched. As the clash of the bright silver sword energy and the dark energy of the dagger echoed, soldiers drawn by the commotion began to converge upon the scene. The dagger was suited for assassination, not for open combat. Recognizing the futility of the situation, Basil executed a backflip, distancing himself from Lancelot, who relentlessly pursued him with a thrust. "Archers!" Someone burst into the command tent, nearly taking out the commanders, causing Relanzel's face to flush with anger. It seemed he could no longer oppose Arthas's opinions after witnessing his mercenary group's disappointing performance. Upon hearing the word archers, Basil's will to fight evaporated. Suddenly, he raised a hand, scattering white lime powder into the air. Lancelot instinctively shielded his eyes, though he was not burned by the powder when he reopened his eyes. The dark-clad assassin had vanished. Arthas's expression darkened. "I ambush, I assassinate, for I am the protagonist." His mood soured. He felt an overwhelming urge to bring forth the floating fortress and obliterate Lucius's army to smithereens. The available combat strategies were far too limited. After this war concluded, he vowed to hastily create more war machines and equipment. "I may be a martial arts failure, having never studied magic, but I shall forge a set of divine armor and pile on the equipment. I shall equip each of my soldiers with artifacts. I refuse to be defeated." He turned to glance at Lancelot, whose head was dusted with lime powder, and a myriad of emotions surged within him: envy, jealousy, gratitude, and a sense of solace. After all, he was his little brother. "Thank you for saving me, Lancelot," Arthas said sincerely, patting Lancelot's shoulder. Then, with a playful jab, he pinched Lancelot firmly. "But you deceived me as well, Lancelot." Aye. Lancelot lowered his head, visibly flustered, entirely devoid of the demeanor befitting a savior. Over time, Lancelot had always felt inferior to the young master, not in strength, but in lineage. His father merely eked out a living in the Baron's town, and Lancelot's experiences had not enlightened him to the immense financial potential that lay within the realm of bronze tier. Even after attaining the status of a bronze tier warrior, he found it difficult to feel pride. Perhaps this was simply the way of fate. Suddenly, Arthas smiled once more. "I bear you no ill will, my dear friend. My capable assistant. Your ascension to strength fills me with joy. Moreover, you saved me, so this year, I shall bestow upon you a substantial red envelope. By that, I mean I will grant you a bonus. Lancelot, there is no need for further explanations. As long as I have a morsel to share, you shall never go hungry." Upon hearing Arthas' promise, Lancelot merely nodded solemnly. A tumult of emotions stirred within him, a curious blend that was difficult to articulate. "You are now at bronze tier, are you not?" "Why, yes, indeed." In truth, he stood on the precipice between bronze tier and silver tier, poised to break through at any moment. Lancelot was not one to boast. He merely acquiesced to Arthas' sentiment. The earlier inquiries regarding Lancelot began to yield some answers, yet they also birthed new questions. No wonder he could traverse the Rhine desert alone. Furthermore, he had mentioned that his martial skills were taught by Hastings. What manner of strength must Hastings possess to elevate such a young boy to the status of a bronze-tier warrior? Was he not once a mere foot soldier like Lancelot's father, Garros? Yet the most pressing concern remained the need to secure victory in this war. Arthas felt an urgency, especially since he had yet to ascertain the state of Garros' injuries. "Lord Lorenzer, Master Arthas, I must reflect upon this. Perhaps you are correct. My methods of commanding the troops do indeed have their flaws." Lorenzer's earlier haughty tone gave way to earnestness. Arthas nodded and replied, "Lord Lorenzer, I must emphasize that what your soldiers currently lack most is morale. Do mercenaries fight solely for coin? Very well, please convey to the troops that tomorrow, should we claim victory, I shall personally fund a reward of 1 gold coin for each soldier." The funds acquired from Lilith's auction of the ebony armor had now found their purpose. Ultimately, it would still be devoured by those mercenaries, though. Lorenzer's eyes sparkled with excitement, and those around him mirrored this enthusiasm. "Your commands shall be obeyed." In the serene night sky, a radiant moon hung above. On the pristine blanket of snow, 2 statuesque figures stood. One bore a mane of silver hair, his face etched with wrinkles, clad in a black cloak suitable for nocturnal ventures. The other was a middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance, adorned in inexpensive armor, emanating an air of hostility. Basil and Hastings were evidently acquainted. Hastings, I never imagined your current status would be even lower than mine. Over a decade ago, upon hearing that you had joined the Imperial Army, I presumed you had ascended to the rank of general, Basil remarked with a hint of mockery. Yet his expression bore a somber nostalgia. Hastings waved his hand dismissively. Let us not dwell on past grievances, old Basil. Have you taken on a disciple? He appears quite remarkable, perhaps only 13 or 14, yet has already achieved what I have now. Basil sighed. Hastings, I fondly recall the days spent as your assassin. Alas, I have grown old. A simple assassination mission thwarted by your disciple's interference. Indeed, he possesses exceptional talent. Were it not for the knightly class's fixation on lineage, we might witness an influx of extraordinary warriors. Who would have imagined that young Lancelot would be the son of a blacksmith? If young Master Arthas possessed such a gift, fate would indeed be unpredictable. By the way, there was a young man in the mercenaries' command tent. Is he the young Master Arthas you mentioned? Hastings raised an eyebrow, inquiring about his appearance. He has a slender build, with distinct features, short hair, and is clad in a deerskin coat. Basil briefly described Arthas's visage. Upon hearing this, Hastings expressed surprise. Could it be that those mercenaries were truly hired by him? Where would he acquire such wealth? Basil flashed a mysterious smile. Hastings, did you not say it yourself? Fate is truly unpredictable. Chapter 17. For the sake of gold, the tides of fortune shift for both the strong and the weak. And not only is Arthas's destiny uncertain, but so too is that of this world. The following morning, both parties, well rested, began to beat their drums once more, commencing the second round of their confrontation. Today, the mercenaries of the Great Legion were imbued with high spirits. Their expressions reminiscent of a pack of wolves with eyes gleaming green, fixated on gold. In that moment, the heads of the opposing soldiers transformed from mere life forms into shimmering coins. The employer had promised to reward each individual with a gold coin upon victory. What did this signify? It is known that after a single battle, each mercenary typically earns but a single coin, with the bulk of the bounty lining the pockets of the Grand Commander and his officers. Thus, this reward of a single gold coin equated to a doubling of their wages. Gold, gold, gold. They charged forth for the sake of gold. The soldiers under Lucius clearly sensed that the mercenaries before them were markedly different from those of the previous day. In such minor skirmishes, it is not uncommon for the soldiers to feign combat, engaging in a mere charade for the sake of their lord's amusement. However, today, the mercenaries were poised to engage in earnest. The heavily armored cavalry carved a breach in the mercenary phalanx, prompting a retreat among the mercenaries. The infantry, pressing forward, mistakenly believed they had routed the enemy, dismissing them as mere mercenaries. Yet, astonishingly, after their withdrawal, the mercenaries regrouped into a new formation. Meanwhile, the cavalry, left exposed on the plain, was met with a barrage of arrows. Arthas observed the unfolding battle with a sense of elation. Intelligence reports and decapitation missions were not lacking among the mercenaries. What they lacked was the will to fight. With a numerical advantage, it was evident that the previous day's skirmish had been a deliberate act of leniency by the lower-ranking soldiers. As the tide of battle turned, Arthas felt a pang of regret. He had initially believed that the 3,000 gold coins could be preserved. After all, there would be many future expenditures. Simultaneously, a furious roar erupted from Lucius's command tent. What is the meaning of this? You fools! How could you be defeated by a band of mercenaries? This is a disgrace to the Almanki family. Lucius's face flushed with rage, his shout causing the bandages around his neck to tremble. The court officials, including Basil, bowed their heads in silence. After a defeat, one would expect the morale of the mercenaries to plummet, yet it was undeniable that they had underestimated their adversaries. To their astonishment, the mercenaries displayed an even greater spirit than before. Following a volley from the archers, Lucius's cavalry suffered heavy casualties, rendering them nearly incapable of continuing the fight. Most of these heavily armored knights were not slain by arrows, but rather, after being unhorsed, they found themselves immobilized by their own cumbersome armor, only to be finished off by the light infantry. Lucius's army had lost its cavalry advantage, while the emboldened Great Legion surged forward with unstoppable momentum, seizing multiple advantageous positions. Moreover, Lancelot, whose combat prowess had been revealed, joined the fray today, clad in full armor and wielding a knight's sword, leading the heavy infantry as the vanguard. With his silvery aura, Lancelot alone could demoralize the enemy, and his broad, Sweeping techniques were perfectly suited for the chaos of battle. Excellent. Your squire is indeed a formidable warrior, praised Rylancel, eliciting a sense of pride from Arthas. Humph. Need it be said? This is the foundation of Arthas. How could mediocrity possibly exist among us? His mechanical sentinels continued to rain down arrows upon the enemy's rear. Some commanders, eager to bolster morale by personally entering the fray, fell victim to these cold arrows, suffering significant losses, as there were so few commanders to begin with. A rout had become inevitable. Let us negotiate. After a prolonged silence, the highest-ranking official, Basil, reluctantly uttered these words. The reason he did not take to the field today was his inability to vanquish that Lancelot. To put it plainly, his service to the Monkey family of Earth spirits was merely a means to secure a legacy and connections for his descendants before his own waning capabilities rendered him entirely powerless. Sacrificing oneself for this? Do you think I am still a young and impassioned lad? With age comes the profound understanding of life as preciousness. Furthermore, even in defeat, the courtiers would incur no significant loss. It would merely be a change of lord, and their livelihoods would remain intact. Lucius clenched his teeth, his handsome features contorted into a fearsome grimace. Suddenly, he cast aside the cane he always held, drew his knight's sword from his side, and bellowed. For the glory of the Almonkey family. The courtiers lifted their heads, their expressions awkward. They did not prostrate themselves as Lucius had envisioned, shouting loyalty to their lord. Unable to bear it any longer, Lucius stepped out of the command tent. Gazing at the retreating soldiers, tears streamed down his cheeks. It is all over. How will my family regard me? How will my father view me? He shouted in a frenzy, charging into the fray, indiscriminately striking down both fleeing soldiers and enemies alike. Soon, the soldiers on the battlefield recognized the madness of this man. Those with keen eyes noticed his pointed ears and identified him. Isn't that the Earth Spirit Count? Capture him. There might be a handsome reward. Our employer is not short on gold. For the sake of gold. For the sake of gold. The mercenaries descended into a frenzy, and Lucius was swiftly overwhelmed by a deluge of them. The siege of Ganluos Castle had been lifted. Arthas rushed into Ganluos Castle, and upon seeing his father, Ganluos, smiling at him from the sickbed, he finally exhaled in relief. This battle had proven far more arduous than he had anticipated. The ebony armor fetched little value in the province of Lorga, where the empire's foundation was still tenuous, had it been in the imperial capital. The 4 sets of ebony armor could have easily garnered 20,000 gold coins, even in a sluggish market, should a wealthy buyer become overly zealous. Their worth could easily double. Fortunately, it had all ended without undue peril. The only regret was the rumored demise of Lucius on the battlefield. His body had not been located, and Arthas had initially intended to capture him for some severe retribution. Well done, young Arthas, came Ganrose's warm and amiable voice. Arthas stepped forward and embraced his father tightly. I was so worried, father. I'm relieved to see you well. Arthas donned his signature smile, radiant and innocent. The corners of Ganrose's eyes glistened with moisture. I used to scold you often. It was out of a desire for you to excel, young Arthas. You have grown. Trembling, Ganrose propped himself up with his elbows, glancing at the armored elder beside Arthas. Young Arthas, why don't you introduce me to this gentleman? Arthas introduced. This is His Excellency, Grand Commander Lorenzer of the Great Legion. Thanks to his assistance, we have emerged victorious in this war. Although the performance of the Great Legion fell short of Arthas's expectations, victory had been secured, and uttering a few kind words bore no cost. No need to thank me. I am merely fulfilling my duty for remuneration, Lorenzer responded, waving his hand. My lord, we have only been in the field for a few days. I shall refund a portion of the mercenary wages to your son. Your Excellency Lorenzer, please do not be modest. This is rightfully yours. Now, let my father rest for a while, as I need to discuss post-war arrangements with him. The courtiers in the room withdrew, and as Baroness Amina approached the door, she glanced back at Arthas. On his youthful face, a newfound confidence replaced some of his usual levity, which brought great comfort to Lady Amina. Our little Al has indeed grown up. Only Baron Ganluos and Arthas remained in the room. Father, I have heard that your justification for waging war against Count Lucius was to overthrow a tyrant. I am unclear. With Lucius dead, what follows? Will there be no territorial concessions or reparations? Arthas inquired. Ganluos shook his head. This is not merely a pretext, my child. The laws of the Empire clearly delineate the justifications for war and the conditions that can be demanded post-victory. We must choose one of Lucius's offspring to inherit his title. Should we overstep, we may provoke the Senate to intervene. Fortunately, Lucius has perished. Otherwise, they would need to launch a counteroffensive into the Count's domain to present their demands. If we had only managed to thwart their advance, we would be lucky to secure an unconditional peace. I understand. After all, my studies were not in vain. The question is, did Lucius have children? Arthas asked. Lucius was a young count. Whether he has children, and how many, is crucial to our choices. Despite his less than stellar reputation, I have yet to hear of any fatalities caused by him. Arthas, it is quite possible that the Empire will appoint a member of his family to inherit the barony, or General Odysseus may claim it for himself. We lack the legal basis to annex his lands. Listening to Ganrose's explanation, Arthas nodded. I will devise a meticulous plan. Humph. Those who wish to challenge us shall not do so without paying a price. As he spoke, a hint of cunning and slyness crept into Arthas's smile. In a dilapidated dwelling in the city of Tyna, not long after their marriage, Melian began to lose weight, and her husband, Rulf, appeared increasingly worn and weary. However, upon witnessing his wife's condition, Rulf felt a pang of anguish in his heart. He picked up a bowl of warm soup and sat beside her, his tone gentle. My dear, please have some soup. If this continues, it will pain me deeply. Their union was born of love, not the customary marriages arranged by parents in this era. Otherwise, given Melian's father's status as a merchant, he would never have permitted his daughter to wed the son of a farmer. As Melian gazed at her husband, she could not help but recall the insults hurled at her by Lucius. Such indignities were bearable, for they stemmed from the power of nobility. However, to demean her husband in such a manner was intolerable. A flicker of resentment crossed Melian's gaunt face. Rulf, I curse that infamous count. I curse him to have no heirs, to see his fortune inherited by outsiders, and I curse him to descend into hell, eternally accompanied by the grim Lord Elcom. I curse him. I curse him. Chapter 18. Regent Arthas Rulf managed a grim smile. Those noble lords. Perhaps even the gods themselves would yield to the bribery of the wealthy, while we common folk remain bereft of protection. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps and the clattering of metal armor echoed from outside the courtyard. Rulf stepped to the door and beheld a row of soldiers clad in resplendent armor, seemingly gathered to welcome a distinguished guest. He stood momentarily stunned as an archaic carriage came to a halt outside the courtyard. The goblin Dedeo lifted the carriage's curtain and bowed. Master Arthas, this is the place. A slender, handsome young man descended from the carriage, accompanied by a stout yet strong young warrior. Arthas entered the modest, secluded courtyard. His curiosity piqued as he scanned the surroundings, stirring memories of his childhood. Not of his life in this otherworldly realm, but of his true childhood on Earth, when his own home was similarly remote and impoverished, yet immaculately kept. Even in poverty, dignity must be preserved, and one must approach life with earnestness. For life itself is a rare gift. Arthas hesitated briefly, letting out a soft sigh. Rulf remained in shock, uncertain of the significance of the youth before him. Whether his arrival heralded fortune or calamity, the weak could only await judgment, unable to choose their fate. Your wife is named Melian, is she not? Arthas inquired, his enunciation clear, imbued with a tinge of seriousness and melancholy. Rulf's face flushed suddenly, stammering, And no, my lord, please spare my wife. He was so taken aback by the young man's presence that he hastily denied the claim without understanding the intent behind the visit. You misunderstand. I am not here to trouble you. I merely wish to discuss a business matter with you. May I come in to talk? Of course. The room was impeccably clean, yet scarcely adorned. The wooden bed was merely draped with a few animal hides and linen, offering little warmth against the biting winter chill. Upon catching sight of Arcesius, the beautiful and slender face of Melian betrayed a flicker of anxiety. It was evident to any observer that the newcomer was a nobleman, and their arrival seldom heralded good tidings. My lady, please do not be alarmed. I am here solely to verify certain matters and propose a transaction. The choice lies with you, and I shall not coerce you into anything, Arcesius stated, already regretting his visit. He had not regarded these individuals as mere characters in a game or relegated them to the status of humble peasants from a noble's perspective. To Arcesius, people were simply people, regardless of their rank or station. There was no disparity in their humanity. These are living souls, he thought. Pray tell, my lady, on the day of your marriage, did the disgraceful Lucius come to offer his congratulations? He emphasized the word congratulations with a weighty tone. Such queries were ill-suited for a woman. And Rulf interjected, Yes, he came. We all know why he was there. Very well, Arcesius continued. If I were to suggest that, in the future, should you bear children, they be referred to as Lucius's illegitimate offspring. Pardon my choice of words. Would you acquiesce? At this, Rulf's face flushed with indignation. He disregarded any notions of nobility and forcefully shoved Arcesius aside, exclaiming, Begone! You are not welcome here. We would never engage in such a disgraceful act. Lancelot coldly pushed Rulf aside, nearly causing him to stumble. "Do not be so uncouth, Lancelot. My apologies for the disturbance," Arcesius sighed inwardly, having abandoned his initial intentions. He had once believed himself capable of a heart of stone, yet now he was compelled to admit that he was simply a soft-hearted fool. No wonder he had been a failure in life. Even knowing that some beggars might be poorer than he could not resist tossing them a few coins. At that moment, Melian, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. "Do not leave. I wish to inquire about your true intentions." Rulif's reproachful tone echoed as he called her name. Arcesius turned, surprised to scrutinize the lovely woman before him. "I have waged war against Lucius, as you may have heard. Now, I stand victorious, yet I lack an excuse to seize control of his lands. I desire for you to claim your child as Lucius's illegitimate heir, even if he is yet to be conceived. This is my plan." Melian fell silent for a moment, then spoke with unwavering resolve, her words ringing with clarity. "I agree. How shall I assist you? With the blessing of the deity, my curse has been swiftly realized. Thus, even before birth, or rather, before conception, the age of the unborn Almi Armanki has become a negative figure, as he is now the Count of Tainana. When the legal vassals of Count Tainana, Mayor Clayson and Father Anrosen, requested an audience with the newly appointed Count, they were met with rejection from Arthas, who claimed that the young Count was too recently born to meet with mortals. What a farce. The noble Count has yet to even cast a shadow of an ovum. Arthas has also adopted a new title, the Regent of Tainana. Of course, Arthas is not inclined to engage in the affairs of Tainana. He merely bears the name of regent, while the true governance is set to be assumed by his father, Baron Ganluosi. The Ganluosi family has already relocated to Tainana City, commencing a comprehensive takeover of Lucius's territories and assets. "What? You intend to leave this place? My son Al, there are still many matters that require your decisive judgment. After all, you are the legitimate regent of Tainana, and it is your name that will be reported to the Imperial Mediation Group." Ganluosi has no qualms about Arthas' nominal authority surpassing his own. After all, a son surpassing his father is not a source of shame, but rather the greatest success and honor for a father. What currently dissatisfies Ganluosi is that Arthas intends to leave such a large responsibility in his hands. "Father, please do not be so agitated. Allow me to explain." Arthas organized his thoughts. "Your son has his own aspirations. If a person lacks ideals, what distinguishes him from a salted fish? As for my dream, let us categorize it for now as becoming a hero. The specifics of the type of hero will require further deliberation, but ultimately, wherever in the Empire the great Lord Arthas is mentioned, every individual must raise a thumb in approval. Arthas is certainly capable of crafting grandiloquent phrases, yet considering his father's rather dubious cultural level, he can only strive to express himself in a more accessible manner. The Forging Bible indeed details numerous formidable weaponry and equipment crafting methods. However, the dwarves' creations are notoriously expensive, with many materials Arthas has never even heard of. The next objective is to gather materials, whether through adventurous exploits or scouring the auction houses. Arthas recalled something he had previously overlooked. Many materials he had never encountered, most of which possess magical properties. War machines have various driving cores, with magical propulsion being the most common. Even the Thunder Core differs from what Arthas recalls as Earth's power generation devices. It is crafted from a crystal rich in thunder elements. It appears that a systematic study of magic is imperative. It is said that sensitivity to magical power is not a trait possessed by everyone. I hope Draven proves reliable. While my physical training may falter, it cannot be that I am incapable of mastering magic as well. Before venturing into the outside world, Arthas made several preparations. The First Hand dispatched a loyal contingent of subordinates who had followed the Patriarch for many years to lead a convoy and extract all that could be salvaged from the floating fortress. Among the spoils were 17 sets of ebony armor, 30 mechanical sentinels, and a singular life guardian named Azeroth. These artifacts filled the warehouses requisitioned by Arcesius in the bustling city of Tyan. To avoid drawing attention, Arcesius employed a charm from the system that rendered these war machines into charming forms. The mechanical sentinels transformed into fluffy, wide-eyed spiders, while the life guardian morphed into a diminutive white robot reminiscent of the melancholic Marvin from the British film The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Observing these oversized toys, Arcesius smiled faintly. Such ultimate weapons as floating fortresses should not be wielded carelessly. These little novelties, however, would serve as the cornerstone of his future endeavors, should resources permit. He mused, constructing an army of robotic soldiers could prove quite entertaining. As for the ebony armor, Arcesius intended to transport it to the imperial capital and sell it all, leaving the warehouse behind. He planned to rest for several days in the vibrant city of Taiyan before embarking towards the imperial capital of Elbalis, a city whose name signifies the city belonging to the divine. However, upon reaching the foot of Taiyan, he encountered a messenger. "Greetings, esteemed Regent Arcesius of Taiyan. I am a courier from the Torrens auction house, delivering a letter from Pandaria." "Pandaria?" Arcesius accepted the envelope, perplexed, noting the wax seal stamped with the shape of a demon's horn. Did Pandaria possess nobility that bore such a sigil? He roughly tore open the wax seal and extracted the letter within. A line of elegant cursive caught his eye, reminiscent of words he had once uttered. "This is my promise, Arcesius." His face flushed as recollection dawned upon him. Surely, Lilith need not resort to such playful mockery to remind him. Chapter 19. The Hurricane Rescue, Part 1. Lilith found herself confined by Odysseus. Recalling her disheveled appearance upon her recent return, Odysseus felt a tumult of anger and concern. The thought of any misfortune befalling Lilith was too dreadful to contemplate. Besides Lilith, he had 2 sons, yet those ungrateful lads could scarcely earn his favor. However, he had little time to indulge in familial discord. As a war had recently erupted within his territory, rumors suggested that the illustrious His Majesty Gaius Nero had personally intervened. Ordinarily, such trivial skirmishes, barely departing from the Earl's domain, would not capture the attention of the busy emperor. Yet, the energetic emperor had been in a particularly foul mood of late. To alleviate his ennui, the chamberlain recounted the miraculous war in the province of Lorga, where a baron triumphed over an earl, to the emperor. This piqued the emperor's curiosity, prompting him to compose a brief missive inquiring about the matter from General Odysseus. Prior to the reconstruction of the empire, the Olivria family had not yet been bestowed the prefix Au, as this designation was a peculiar custom among the Augustians, or the nobility of the pre-reconstruction Au. The Olivria family had once been a powerful ducal lineage within the kingdom of Zarank. Following the kingdom's reconquest by the empire, though they lost their ducal title, the Olivria family retained a substantial number of earldoms and military positions, their influence now eclipsing that of the erstwhile royal family of Zarank, the Pelens. Odysseus, a rising star of the Olivria family, had even become a formidable contender for the governorship of the province of Lorga. Such grand nobles could hardly lack their own informants within the court. Through that brief missive, Odysseus gleaned many recent developments at the imperial core from his family's intelligence network. The capital had been tumultuous lately. With the emperor's advanced age, the calls for reforms that had been dormant for over a decade had resurfaced with fervor. The head of the Olivria family had previously hinted to Odysseus to seize control of the province of Lorga to enhance their influence. Although Odysseus had been perplexed by this, he now comprehended the growing urgency of controlling Lorga amidst the swirling winds of change at the imperial center. To the great genius, the illustrious Emperor Gaius Nero, the conflict originated from Count Lucius of Tainana's seizure of the barony of Ganluosi. Baron Ganluosi opposed this action, thus raising arms in defiance. And his son, Arthas, enlisted the Great Legion for support, managing to defeat Lucius within a span of days, resulting in Lucius's death in battle. Count Tainana has now been succeeded by the offspring of Lucius, Almi Almanki, with Arthas serving as regent. From your humble servant, General Bergda, Odysseus Olivria. This response employed a subtle literary technique. Odysseus merely stated that Lucius's successor was the offspring, without specifying whether it was a son or daughter. Arthas had persistently rebuffed all envoys or representatives wishing to meet with the new count, and Odysseus, not being a fool, had surmised that this count might be a figment of imagination. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the struggles of the empire's aristocracy, and Odysseus chose to turn a blind eye. After composing the letter, Odysseus warmed the wax over a candle and skillfully poured the silver wax onto the envelope seal, imprinting it with the Olivria family's blood cross insignia, before instructing the chief diplomat to deliver it to the imperial postal office. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind Odysseus. No one could discern when this figure had arrived. Perhaps it had always been there, but to an outsider, the presence was jarring. This person, veiled and slender, stood motionless from the moment of their appearance, resembling a puppet in their rigid demeanor. Odysseus glanced back at him, suddenly narrowing his eyes and coldly inquiring, "What is the situation with Lilith?" "The young lady is quite well," came the voice, hoarse and reminiscent of the sound of sawdust, sending a chill down the spine. Odysseus nodded in acknowledgement, then lowered his voice to whisper a few words into the shadowy figure's ear. After listening, the figure vanished once more into the obscurity. Odysseus departed the study, casually snatching up a letter from the desk. It was an invitation to a banquet hosted by the governor of the Lorga province. General Odysseus had left the Bogda military district. Unbeknownst to him, just a short distance from his carriage and escort, a small, Furry Spider had been stealthily lurking in the grass and trees, quietly trailing him until he crossed the boundaries of the Bogda military district, at which point the little spider finally lost its trace. Meanwhile, Arcesius was wandering the streets of Pandaria, humming a little tune. Draw the bow with strength. Shoot the long-range arrows, and first, take down the steed. Capture the thief by capturing the king first. His singing was precise, yet tragically. No one in this world could appreciate it. Incidentally, these 4 lines had been translated into the local tongue and disseminated throughout the army, with the adapted version of the song incorporating additional tips for mayhem, earning widespread acclaim from the soldiers of Ganluosi Castle and the newly recruited Tyne. Before he knew it, he had arrived. Excuse me, good sir, is General Odysseus at home? This inquiry was clearly not a genuine question. Odysseus's departure had been under Arcesius's watchful gaze from start to finish. The doorman was an old soldier, though only in his 30s, and he felt somewhat affronted to be addressed as old sir. After a brief moment of awkwardness, he observed that the attire of the individual before him did not suggest any troublemaker, and thus he respectfully replied, "The general has long since left. Currently, the affairs of the castle are managed by the general's wife. Do you have pressing business?" "None at all, just a casual inquiry," Arcesius responded, his face adorned with a sunny and warm smile that invited familiarity. Though the old soldier felt somewhat tricked, he bore no ill will and maintained his respectful tone. "Such matters should not be inquired about lightly. The world of gentlemen is beyond our understanding. It would be unfortunate to inadvertently become entangled in something untoward." "Thank you. Old sir, may I take a look inside?" Arcesius inquired casually, subtly moving his fingers. The soldier did not notice that a diminutive figure, around 1 meter tall, was stealthily approaching from behind him. As Arcesius persistently sought to explore the castle, the soldier, despite finding the child endearing, could not allow such nonsense to continue. He feigned anger, squinting as he said, "Be off with you. This is no place for children's games." That night, a chilling wind howled, bringing a biting cold. Arcesius and Lancelot were both clad in dark attire suited for the night, daggers sheathed at their waists, while a mechanical sentinel trailed closely behind Arcesius, alerting to any potential threats from the rear. The operation codenamed Hurricane Rescue has officially commenced. Chapter 20. Hurricane Rescue. Part 2. The city is under a curfew. By nightfall, no pedestrians roam the streets. A handful of soldiers patrol the area, yet they pose little threat due to their scant numbers. Encountering 2 miscreants would require a stroke of luck, and the watchmen of Pandalia Castle are the most likely to uncover their presence. Consequently, Arthas and Lancelot prepared diligently during the day. The previous night, they had reveled in a tavern until dawn and then slept throughout the day, by earthly standards. Their biological clocks had been completely reversed. They awoke as night descended, yet for them, it felt like morning. Arthas opted for a rather straightforward tactic: wait for the guards to doze off. If soldiers on Earth could find the time to nap, one could only imagine the lax discipline of the medieval era. Arthas and Lancelot crouched by the wall, occasionally glancing at the soldier who appeared, at least superficially, to be alert. The soldier, with wide eyes, was obscured by the night. If the moonlight were a tad brighter, they might have discerned the redness in his eyes, a clear indication of fatigue masked by sheer will. As for the tightly shut castle gates, during the daylight hours, while Arthas engaged in idle chatter with the old guard, Lancelot expertly pilfered the key to the gate. Such clandestine endeavors were Lancelot's forte. He was far from the innocent soul he appeared to be. After nearly a decade of lurking by Arthas's side, only recently discovered, it was evident that appearances can be deceiving. This fellow was anything but simple-minded. As the clock approached midnight, even Arthas began to feel the weight of drowsiness. At that moment, the soldier's head tilted, and he finally succumbed to slumber. With approximately 2 hours remaining until the shift change, the guard's vigilance would be at its lowest, after 7 or 8 uneventful hours. One would hope for no misfortune in the final 2. Such thoughts were, after all, quite human. Arthas beckoned Lancelot, and they stealthily advanced. Before long, the castle gate creaked open just a crack. "Lancelot, you go in first. I'll cover the rear," Arthas whispered. Lancelot said nothing more and slipped through the narrow opening. Arthas utilized the mechanical sentinel's sight to scan the surroundings, confirming the absence of patrolling soldiers before following Lancelot into the castle. Inside, the castle was eerily silent. Arthas furrowed his brow. An unsettling stillness is rarely a good omen. He envisioned the sudden emergence of 2 sorcerers casting illumination spells, followed by a throng of soldiers surrounding them. However, imagination remains just that. Until they penetrated deeper into the castle, they encountered no peril. The defenses of Pandalia Castle are far more lax than I anticipated. What is your take on this, Lancelot? Arthas swiftly interrupted him, exclaiming, "Enough of that. This fellow not only stuttered but also lacked a sense of volume control. His voice echoed at its usual loudness. What if someone overheard? They continued their stealthy infiltration. Arthas had no notion of where Lilith's chamber lay, so he relied solely on intuition to guide him. Even if he guessed incorrectly, he could eliminate certain locations. Today's endeavor was merely an exploratory venture. Arthas harbored no illusions of achieving success in a single attempt. Initially, they encountered rooms occupied by servants, where dozens huddled together. The floors merely covered with animal skins rather than proper bedding. Such places required no meticulous examination, for a mere glance sufficed to dismiss them. Even if Lilith were an unwelcome child, she could not possibly reside in such squalor. Ascending several more levels, one particular room captured Arthas's attention. A flicker of candlelight glimmered through the crack in the door. Could this be a sign from Lilith? Arthas had not entertained the thought that Lilith could be unaware of his visit today. However, in such a perplexing situation, one tends to think positively. Thus, Arthas resolutely concluded that this must be Lilith's bedroom. He approached Lancelot, pressed against the wall, and peered through the narrow opening. In the dim candlelight, he beheld a woman's silhouette. Her raven hair cascaded down to her waist, and her slender waist seemed barely graspable. Her graceful form rendered the phrase delicate beauty woefully inadequate. A saying flashed in his mind: such beauty is rare on earth, either a demon or a fox. Throughout his life, in the realms of the internet and television, Arthas had encountered all manner of women, yet none had left him so profoundly awestruck. At that moment, Arthas instinctively realized that this woman could not be Lilith. Although Lilith was indeed beautiful, she was still a young girl, her figure not yet fully matured. The woman before him, judging by her silhouette, must have stood at least 7 meters tall, a quintessential goddess's height. Anxiously, Arthas yearned to withdraw his gaze, yet the woman turned her head. Often, beautiful women from behind do not match their allure when seen face to face, but this woman was certainly no mere silhouette. Her visage surpassed even his expectations, exquisite and graceful. In this world, people typically possessed somewhat pointed noses, but hers was perfectly petite, complemented by elegantly arched brows. Arthas found himself captivated, his gaze frozen. Even a fleeting extra glance would suffice. Despite his self-proclaimed indifference toward women, Arthas found such thoughts stirring within him. Why not come closer for a chat? She spoke in impeccable imperial tongue, her words slightly unfamiliar to his ears, yet no one would dare suggest she had an accent. Arthas turned to Lancelot, signaling him to remain silent. Then, she arched her body and entered with delicate steps, humbly inquiring, "My lady, how may I be of service to you?" The woman smiled gracefully. "Are you here to seek me? Forgive my candor, but I seem to be unfamiliar with you. How could I possibly be searching for you?" At this moment, Arthas found himself genuinely perplexed. The woman's words were such that, in a normal context, she ought to have cried out, "Thief," and summoned the guards to apprehend him. "What you envision is the likeness of my childhood," she remarked, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Arthas felt a jolt within him. Had he traversed through time? Was it possible that while merely 5 or 6 days had passed outside the castle, 5 or 6 years had elapsed within its confines? "Are you Lilith?" At that moment, Arthas felt as though he were possessed by the spirit of Lancelot, his speech faltering. "Oh, so you are here seeking her. I apologize, but I am not she," the woman replied, her tone tinged with a semblance of melancholy. "Might you tell me where she is?" Arthas's spirits lifted somewhat. This woman evidently knew Lilith and bore him no malice. She seemed inclined to guide him. The woman stood, providing a stark visual comparison that confirmed Arthas's earlier estimation. He was approximately 1.67 meters, while she stood slightly taller, reaching about 1.70 meters. "She is in the highest attic, the place where the lord of this castle confines his offspring. Be wary of Mussolini, he is formidable, and you are no match for him." "Oh," Arthas nodded, akin to Psyche from Greek mythology. Such extraordinary beauty could evoke a sense of trepidation, compelling him to refrain from further conversation. After expressing his gratitude, he turned to depart. "My name is Achung, a guest of Odysseus," floated a light voice from behind. Achung was a distinctly Chinese name, conjuring images of a charming town in Jiangnan, renowned for its exquisite beauty. Once Arthas left, the flickering candlelit room abruptly vanished, leaving only bare walls in its wake, as if nothing had ever transpired. At that moment, a voice resonated within Arthas's mind, heralding a system alert. "Warning. Temporal turbulence detected in the vicinity of the host. Danger level is infinite. Temporal turbulence has been sealed," alert concluded. Temporal turbulence? What on earth was that? A bold notion swiftly surfaced in Arthas's mind. Could she truly be Lilith from many years hence? Was it possible that, having grown formidable over the years. She returned to this time to issue a warning, yet she referred to herself as a Cheng. Reflecting on Cheng's words, the most crucial detail emerged: someone named Mussolini, whom she claimed was perilous. Alas, overthinking would yield no benefit. His current strength could hardly comprehend such a figure capable of manipulating time. First, he must seek Lilith at the castle's pinnacle. While it is referred to as an attic, this space is indeed more spacious than the cramped quarters shared by a dozen servants. Its opulence is striking, with even the doorframe adorned in gold leaf. Although it does not possess the wealth of the magical guild, it sufficiently reflects the corruption and decadence of the feudal lord. Numerous oil paintings grace the walls, all masterpieces by renowned artists. As an academic prodigy, Arthas recognized that these works depicted various mythological tales. The largest among them featured a bust of a man. Clad in noble attire, he was not Odysseus himself, but rather a distinguished ancestor from the Odysseus lineage. Lilith had already succumbed to slumber. Arthas retrieved a flint from his belongings, striking it several times until the candles in the room flickered to life. The wavering flame illuminated Lilith, who lay peacefully asleep, devoid of the muddy disarray he had first encountered. Upon a closer inspection, Arthas felt a sense of awe, though his previous experience with the ethereal beauty of Cheng had somewhat diminished this astonishment. The sight of a sleeping girl often stirs an inexplicable longing in a man. Arthas observed her for a moment longer. Indeed, there was a certain resemblance to Cheng. "Hey, wake up. I'm here to rescue you." Lilith turned in her sleep, drowsily opening her eyes. "Ah, an assassin." Quickly, Arthas covered her mouth, bemused by her startled reaction. Did she not realize that he had come to save her? Suddenly, he remembered that he was still clad in his night garb, his face obscured. Yet, he pondered why Cheng had not reacted in such a manner. "It's you, Arthas. How did you get in?" "Fear not, dear Lilith. I possess my own clever methods. Come, let us depart," he replied, casting a furtive glance toward the doorway, where Lancelot was peering around suspiciously. Clearly, that Mussolini had yet to appear, and Arthas sighed in relief. Lilith sat up. "Do you realize how immoral it is to disturb a girl's beauty sleep at such an hour? Morality be damned. Hurry up, or I shall show you what an assassin truly is. Must you always refer to yourself in such a manner? It is rather uncouth, considering you are a noble." After her playful retort, Lilith and Arthas exchanged a stubborn gaze. Arthas felt a stirring in his heart. Could it be that this young lady wished to confess something to him? Yet, he was unprepared for such an eventuality, pondering how to gracefully decline. At that moment, he felt warmth trickling from his nose. "What do you mean by what? I need to change my clothes. Will you not leave?" Lilith huffed indignantly. Arthas chuckled awkwardly, pulling down the dark cloth and touching his nose, only to realize that the warmth was, in fact, blood. After he exited, he found Lancelot gazing at him with an expression of palpable tension. Arthas furrowed his brow and playfully flicked Lancelot's forehead, expressing his discontent. "Are you also here to mock me? I merely lack experience. And no, I feel there's danger." Lancelot stammered, his complexion brightening slightly after voicing his concern. Arthas chuckled knowingly. "Danger? You need not mention it. I anticipated it long ago. Mussolini, reveal yourself." He called out suddenly, his voice echoing through the empty castle corridor, a chill breeze sweeping past. Lancelot anxiously grasped the hilt of his sword. "Here it comes," Lancelot shouted, abruptly shoving Arthas aside and drawing his sword in a swift motion. A silver gleam illuminating the corridor and carving a deep imprint into the wall. "When did you achieve this breakthrough?" This is clearly an overflow of fighting spirit. Not merely the energy clinging to the blade, but a manifestation of it. The external release of fighting spirit is the most significant hallmark of a silver-level warrior. "I don't know," Lancelot replied, his words igniting a sense of envy within Arthas. Overwhelmed by feelings of inadequacy, Arthas contemplated resigning himself to being Lancelot's subordinate, for his speed of advancement was truly that of a prodigy. At that moment, a shadow abruptly appeared behind Arthas. He instinctively ducked, the shadow's hand narrowly missing the spot where his head had been mere moments before. Had he not evaded, he would likely have suffered a grievous injury. "Ah!" The shadow gasped, swiftly retreating to maintain distance from Arthas and the others. Lancelot, having regained his composure, positioned himself protectively in front of Arthas. "Quick reflexes," the shadow remarked, offering a compliment. Arthas smiled smugly. Of course, the mechanical sentinel's vigilance is no trivial matter. It was fortuitous to have brought one along, otherwise, we might have found ourselves in real peril. "Mussolini," Arthas stated casually, "it has been a while." The shadow stepped closer, revealing an unremarkable face, its features ordinary yet keen. With a quizzical brow, he inquired, "How do you know my name? When have we met?" "Humph, truly, The affluent are prone to forgetfulness, Arthas replied, sidestepping the question as he approached Mussolini. He pushed past the obstructive Lancelot, advancing toward Mussolini, and placed a hand on his shoulder, a strange smile adorning his face. Do you recognize who I am now? Mussolini recoiled. Stop with your theatrics. Indeed, Arthas was indulging in a bit of theatrics. This Mussolini was evidently one of those family enforcers, or perhaps an individual who had willingly become a shadow guardian out of loyalty or gratitude. Such individuals rarely revealed themselves, remaining hidden in the shadows, with limited social circles, yet undoubtedly possessing intriguing backstories. Why didn't you accompany Odysseus? Have you forgotten your oath from years past? Arthas raised an eyebrow, his tone teasing. Ha ha ha. Mussolini erupted into laughter. Little imp, I am perplexed as to how you have come to know my name. Yet, your pretense is indeed commendable, albeit merely commendable. I, Mussolini, have no leverage as you might envisage. By the grace of God King Eloise, I have never sworn an oath. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt shot toward Mussolini, catching him off guard. His expression faltered. He lacked a second pair of eyes, and the bolt's trajectory from behind could only be discerned through sound and experience, causing a delay in his response. Consequently, the bolt struck his shoulder. Nonetheless, the outcome was relatively favorable, for had he not evaded, it would have aimed for his neck. Moreover, beneath his dark robe, he wore soft armor. The bolt's force was not formidable, penetrating less than half an inch into his flesh. Mussolini shrugged his shoulder, causing the bolt to fall to the stone floor with a clatter. What a cunning little rascal. Arthas returned to stand behind Lancelot, his tone nonchalant. Cunning, indeed. To compensate for insufficient strength with intellect. I confess I know nothing about you, but to provoke your desire to explain, prompting you to utter a few more words, serves my purpose well. That bolt from earlier is unlikely to claim your life, yet it does not imply that the poison on its tip is equally ineffectual. Mussolini's expression shifted abruptly. Suddenly, a golden light emanated from his palm. Golden tear, fighting spirit. Even in death, I shall first slay you, you cunning imp. Arthas quickly interjected. Hold your hand. Do you not desire the antidote? Should you possess the antidote, I would slay you first, and then procure it. I don't have it on me. Arthas clearly panicked. My heavens, why do you deviate from the script? As the old adage goes, one must weave 1,000 lies to cover a single one. Nonetheless, life is undeniably the most precious possession of a person. Although Mussolini wielded golden tier power, he was not reckless enough to gamble with his own life. He did indeed know formidable sorcerers who could assist him in detoxifying. Yet who could ascertain what poison this cunning imp had employed, and when would it manifest? If it were a fast-acting poison, seeking a sorcerer for an antidote would be too late. Mussolini hesitated, while Arthas's mind raced with thoughts. What to do? Even if Lancelot had made rapid advancements, he was still merely a silver-tier novice. Opposite them stood a golden-tier master. Arthas had a certain awareness of the prowess associated with golden-tier combatants. Legendary golden-tier warriors were said to be capable of slaying a young dragon. Should a battle ensue, even with 100 Lancelots, they would pose no threat. No wonder Aiching remarked on the strength of this individual. Wait, Aiching. Arthas took a few steps back and suddenly spoke. Mr. Mussolini, I assure you that we come with no ill intent. I am a friend of your lady, and I am merely here to escort her away. I have no desire to provoke any conflict with you. Furthermore, I am aware of your name due to Miss Aiching. She is a guest of your esteemed general, is she not? Are you not merely a flower thief, coveting our lady's beauty? Mussolini, with a hint of skepticism, replied. You know Miss Aiching? That is impossible. If you do, summon Miss Lilith to verify. Unexpectedly, Mussolini's expression darkened, and a glimmer of gold flashed in his hand. Since you have uncovered the general's secret, you cannot be allowed to leave. He declared. Wait, my poison is called half-crazed with a smile. Take one step forward, and you shall meet your demise. I will not trust you again. Come, accept your fate. In that moment, Arthas felt an overwhelming turmoil within. His meticulous schemes seemed futile against such overwhelming power. This truly illustrated how, under absolute strength, all plots are rendered impotent. Draven, will you truly stand by and watch me perish? Arthas howled skyward. It appeared that one should not let their infatuation for otherworldly maidens cloud their judgment. In his first attempt to win a lady's favor, he had drawn the attention of a golden-tiered powerhouse. What terrible luck. Draven. Mussolini was taken aback. At that moment, Lilith emerged from the room, saying, Arthas, I am dressed and ready. When shall we depart? Finally, Mussolini lowered his golden glimmering hand and said softly, Since you are one of Draven's, very well, you may go. At that instant, the system displayed another message. Task caller clue 23 has been completed. The system shall grant the host a random reward. Analyzing random reward. Analysis complete. Skill, Devour, beginner, function type, active, source, Dragon Knight system. Effect, can devour enemies with energy lower than one's own, converting 50% of their energy into permanent attribute points for oneself. Additionally, due to the host's acquisition of attribute point capabilities, the attribute panel is now accessible for the hostess review. Current host attributes: stamina, 10, normal level, strength, 5, weak level, spirit, 10, normal level, intelligence, 23, keen level, charisma, 18, exceptional level, special energy, 0, not activated, comprehensive evaluation, mediocre. Devour? Have I acquired a technique akin to the stellar absorption method? Ha ha, I am indeed the protagonist. Soon, my power shall surpass that of Lancelot. No, I shall become a figure whom the entire empire reveres. Oh, Mr. Mussolini, you are injured, Lilith remarked, unafraid of Mussolini as she approached him, her gaze filled with concern. Alces's previously elevated mood abruptly plummeted. Did you know that I was nearly killed by him? Ahem, Mr. Mussolini, are you acquainted with Draven? Alces's tone became notably more courteous. Indeed, this pertains to matters concerning the Dark Brotherhood. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mussolini, a member of the Dark Brotherhood. In that case, we are allies. Allies? Do you possess a system as well? Alces inquired, his surprise evident. Mussolini chuckled. Now that hostilities have ceased, might you not antidote the poison for me? Just kidding. The arrowhead was not poisoned at all. Could you perhaps enlighten me about the Dark Brotherhood? Alces was eager to inquire, for this held significant implications regarding Draven. Speaking of the Dark Brotherhood, within the Burgda military district, there are 3 members, although one has already retired. Chapter 22. Objective, the Academy of Magic, the Dark Brotherhood? Alces remained quite curious. At this moment, however, Mussolini shifted the topic. Miss Lilith, should you feel compelled to depart, I shall not impede your exit. But I wish to inform you that the general is engaged in a substantial undertaking. If you choose to leave now, it may not be an erroneous decision. I merely hope you prioritize your safety. I understand, Mr. Mussolini, Lilith replied, sticking out her tongue. Thus, Alces departed Pandaria Castle with Lilith, casually discarding the key he had acquired earlier at the entrance, ensuring that the amiable old soldier would find it and believe he had merely misplaced it. Perhaps this would safeguard his livelihood. Alas, Alces's kindness was truly remarkable. Alexander Port. It has been a month since the hurricane rescue incident. Reflecting on that event, Alces still breaks into a cold sweat. He has resolved that in future endeavors to rescue damsels, he must proceed with utmost caution, only when he possesses adequate strength. Had fortune not favored him, his life in this other world might have ended. A group of green-skinned orc laborers were transporting an enormous crate, making their way to the deck. The crate was at least the size of a room, far too heavy for human laborers to manage. These orc workers were slaves captured during battles with the northeastern orcs. They possessed simple minds, yet were considerably more astute than the Tauren. Their green skin and sharp tusks rendered them akin to enlarged goblins. The presence of these orc laborers has significantly bolstered the Empire's maritime trade, enabling the transportation of previously unmanageable large cargo. Within the crate resided Alces's most formidable ally, the Guardian of Life, Azeroth. This operation was akin to a grand relocation. Virtually everything that could be moved had been transported from the floating fortress to this location, and he had already enlisted the aid of the Empire's largest Ionian trading company to procure a residence in the imperial capital. Indeed, Arcesius has resolved to relocate the map directly to the heart of the Empire. His aspiration is to enroll in the Imperial Academy of Magic, even if only as an auditor. This is imperative, for the Forging Bible contains a plethora of materials classified as magical. Without familiarity with these arcane substances, he cannot fabricate any mechanical apparatus. Consequently, Arcesius feels a moderate degree of pressure. He does not necessarily aspire to become a grand sorcerer. Mastering the skills of a magical apprentice would suffice. Within the chartered cargo vessel, there exists a spacious reception room. Arcesius, Lancelot, Lilith, and the Golden Tier assassin, Mussolini, are convened around a round table, engaged in earnest discussion. The Dark Brotherhood, comprised entirely of assassins and shadow guardians, is not merely an assassin's guild, but rather a unique sect venerating the abyssal demon Talos. In our doctrine, Talos' true name is Eltalos, the father of the gods, who was betrayed by his progeny and subsequently misrepresented in other faiths as an abyssal demon. Draven serves as the Pope of the Dark Brotherhood. However, he has never appeared before us, with the organization being directly led by several Dark Paladins. Among these Dark Paladins, one is known to you, young Arcesius. Known to me? Arcesius inquired, taken aback. He could not recall any interaction with a dark paladin. Indeed, you are acquainted with him. He is the esteemed Lord Hastings, the military overseer of Ganros Fortress. Do you believe the general would remain indifferent to your encroachment upon the rights of Count Tynan? Arcesius was rendered speechless. The irascible Lord Hastings harbored a clandestine identity as a dark paladin. Thus, it was no wonder that Lancelot's progress was remarkable, given he had an exceptionally formidable mentor. Yet, if Hastings is indeed a dark paladin, why does he not exude a more formidable presence? Arcesius's inquiry was quite valid. Mussolini, a figure of golden caliber, could easily ascend to the rank of knight commander should he join the clergy. One would expect the leader of such an organization to be of platinum status. Yet if Hastings were a platinum-level superlative, why did his performance in battle only reflect that of a mere warrior? The explanation is intricate. Hastings is, in fact, an anomaly among dark paladins. My knowledge of his affairs is limited, but I understand he later joined the Imperial Army and subsequently faded from the Brotherhood's records. Mussolini spoke with a tinge of melancholy, taking a sip of his drink before turning to Lilith. Miss Lilith, have you heard the recent significant news from the Lorga province? Lilith nodded, replying, of course, the old governor has passed away. Lorga may not remain tranquil for long. The emperor has yet to decide who shall assume the role of governor. Your father is the most likely candidate. Hence Pandaria Castle may not be safe in the near future. The esteemed general has entrusted me with a message to advise you to exercise caution. A sum of 5,000 gold coins has been transferred to your name, which you may collect at the bank under the Ionian Chamber of Commerce. I wish to return home, Lancelot interjected amidst discussions of significant matters. Alexandria is situated in the province of Aegipetus, quite distant from Lorga, and this marks Lancelot's first journey beyond familiar borders, which has left him in a melancholic state. Arthas playfully punched Lancelot gently on the chest, chiding, "Little Lancelot, do you intend to remain merely the son of a blacksmith for the entirety of your life?" Lancelot fell silent. This was a source of deep-seated pain for him. He and Arthas had known each other since childhood, and initially, Arthas treated him with equality. At that time, Arthas had not yet adjusted to noble life, and was quite approachable, genuinely seeking friendship in this world. However, under the decayed and corrupt feudal system, Lancelot, despite his tender age, had already learned the necessity of maintaining a humble demeanor in the presence of those aristocratic lords and young masters. Over time, this humility inevitably morphed into a sense of inferiority. Arthas, influenced by this attitude, gradually developed a habit of treating him with a commanding tone. Although this was never his true intention. Now, as they matured, Lancelot's insecurities became increasingly apparent. Therefore, Arthas resolved to assist this blacksmith's son in crafting an identity for himself. With his silver-tier prowess, achieving the title of knight would be a mere formality. At last, Lancelot made a firm decision. I have resolved to follow you, to remain steadfast and loyal. Arthas beamed with a warm, radiant smile. He possessed an air of carefree nonchalance, yet his thoughts were remarkably astute. Over the course of a month, Lilith also became well acquainted with Lancelot, joining Arthas in encouraging their young ally. I believe that with your capabilities, it will be exceedingly easy for you to make a name for yourself in the imperial capital. Mussolini concurred. I only achieved silver-tier status at the age of 25, and you appear to be merely 12 or 13. Your talent is indeed among the most exceptional I have encountered. Lancelot, indignant, retorted, I am 16. Mussolini paused, then erupted into laughter. Very well. I wish you the best in growing up swiftly. My words are concluded. I must return to report to the esteemed general. Take care, Sir Arthas and Miss Lilith. With that, Mussolini rose, brushed the dust from his robe, and departed with an air of finality. Regarding the interaction between Lilith and Arthas, General Odysseus harbored no objections. After all, he had previously broached the subject of a marriage proposal to Baron Ganluosi, and Arthas was indeed his designated son-in-law. He merely hoped that this young man would not succumb to the fate that befell his daughter. The 6 prospective sons-in-law who had met untimely deaths served as a cautionary tale. Arthas, what are your plans once you reach the imperial capital? Moreover, how do you intend to accommodate me? Inquired Lilith. Arthas lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with a glimmer of aspiration. Oh, I shall certainly visit the Magic Academy and aspire to become a respected archmage. As for you, you shall simply be the mage's wife. Huh. Who wishes to be a mage's wife? Lilith scoffed. Those eccentric sorcerers are all staunchly single, aren't they? With your capabilities, do you truly believe you can become a mage? How can you know without trying? Do not underestimate me, Arthas retorted with unwavering confidence. Humph. Once I unlock the full potential of the universal mage system, you shall find yourself unable to reach my heights. The following day, Alsace's merchant vessel departed from Alexander Port, setting sail for the imperial capital of Elpolis. On board, Alsace frequently retreated to the cargo hold, engaged in his secretive endeavors. Only he was privy to his true activities, practicing his craft. The mechanical sentinel and the guardian of life had been disassembled and reassembled over 20 times. The craftsmanship of the dwarves was indeed profound at this juncture. He understood only the methods outlined in the Holy Bible of forging for creating machinery and equipment, yet the underlying principles eluded him. No wonder the dwarves' technological advancement had stagnated over the years. Their theoretical foundation was likely akin to his own, virtually non-existent, relying solely on ancestral methods passed down through generations. That Baladin was truly a genius. The guardian of life, Azraelis, proved to be a highly cost-effective war machine. The components required for its construction were not particularly expensive. However, crafting the life core necessitated some disassembled life magic equipment, while the thunder core demanded a substantial quantity of materials infused with electrical elements. Magic Academy. I hope you shall not let me down. Meanwhile, the imperial capital was embroiled in a dramatic spectacle of political strife. The contention revolved around the long-dormant debate over reform. Within the Senate, the elder statesmen, high-ranking officials of the imperial government, and the dispersed aristocracy held varying opinions on the reform, which could be categorized into several factions. The first faction, the most powerful, was the feudalists. Its members largely comprised influential families within the empire and the former royalty of the provinces reclaimed during the reign of Gaius Nero. They sought to partition the empire into over 20 grand kingdoms, implementing a feudal system wherein kings governed dukes, dukes governed earls, and earls governed barons, thereby abolishing the existing military district general, provincial governor system. The second faction consists of conservative forces who aspire to maintain the existing imperial structure intact. Its members are a diverse assembly of supporters of the current regime. The third faction is the imperialists, who advocate for the establishment of an absolute imperial system, seeking to abolish feudal privileges and allow the imperial government to assume complete control over local governance, thereby restoring the original structure of the Augustan Empire. This faction predominantly comprises newly affluent individuals and idealists, who further divide into three sub-factions: the imperialists, the heirists, and the republicans, each endorsing the imperial, heir, and republic systems respectively. The Republican faction is the weakest and faces the most opposition, however, due to their radical ideas. They have aligned themselves under the banner of the imperialists. Emperor Gaius Nero, the illustrious ruler, has remained silent, observing the struggles among these factions with a detached demeanor. In the city of Elpolis, upon an elegantly crafted carriage, sits a young man endowed with a noble bearing and a square jaw. He possesses an innate aristocratic charm, yet speaks in a remarkably approachable manner. This young man is none other than the imperial heir, the fourth prince, Javan. Beside him sits a remarkably handsome youth. Brother, as you venture into the inner court, proceed with utmost caution. I will wholeheartedly assist you with the plan that our third brother has spoken of, the young man says, tears welling in his eyes. Javan gazes deeply at his brother and simply replies, I will. Chapter 23. Elpolis, the imperial capital and divine city, is the most ancient, populous, and affluent city in the history of the Augustan Empire. It is a dreamland for the elite across various domains of the empire, a city of glory deemed impregnable. It embodies the quintessence of millennia of cultural and artistic heritage, boasting advanced municipal infrastructure, including a sophisticated sewer system, thus avoiding the filth and mire that plague other imperial cities. This grand city is uniquely encircled by formidable walls, a rarity in this era where city fortifications typically fortify only the perimeters of castles, leaving residential areas vulnerable to the whims of feudal lords. In contrast, the walls of the Elpolis Palace do not reach the height of castle fortifications. Instead, the outer walls are adorned with arrow towers, thick and tall, equipped with magical weaponry, contributing to its legendary status of invincibility. Whether in Tyana or Pandaria, or even in the already flourishing Alexandria by the standards of this epoch, Alsace perceives nothing but chaos and squalor, and if one were to add another descriptor, it would be small, akin to a mere county-level city on Earth. In Elpolis, he first experienced the splendor of the Middle Ages. As a scholar, Arthas could not help but recite the verses. "Oh, I exclaim in astonishment, utterly at a loss. They have crafted this city with divine power. Ael has endowed the land with depth. Ael has bestowed dreams upon its people. A city belonging to Ael. Every grain of sand possesses brilliance. Every fragment brims with stories." The minstrel gazes into the distance, filled with deep admiration for it. a city belonging to radiant Elpolis. Elpolis shall never fall. This sonnet, a popular form of praise among the nobility, became widely embraced in the imperial literary circles following the reconquest by Lord Ga, which popularized the rustic style. Thus, Arthas's words were rather plain and straightforward. However, when he eagerly glanced at Lilith, Lancelot, and the group of servants and hired orc laborers brought from Tianan, he was met with blank stares from them all. With a pained expression, Arthas lamented. It's one thing for others to be ignorant, but Lilith, I never expected you to be so uncultured. Lilith scoffed, that rustic style again. I've grown weary of it. I now prefer ornate poetry. Moreover, your singing is dreadful. If you were to find a proper minstrel to perform it, perhaps I might applaud. Reflecting on his own voice, still in the throes of change and rather unpleasant, Arthas conceded with a pinch of his nose. Yet, unbeknownst to them all, the line Elpolis shall never fall would become a popular refrain throughout the empire years later, uttered by none other than Arthas's adversaries. When Arthas eventually conquered Elpolis, he discovered that the inner walls were inscribed with lines from his poem, which had once served as a source of inspiration for the defenders. At that time, few recognized that this ode to Elpolis' invincibility originated from the very hand of the one who had seized its stronghold. The prevailing belief was that Arthas was merely an uncultured barbarian. History can be quite ironic, yet it is precisely this irony that renders it endearing. At this moment, Arthas remained oblivious to his potential impact on history. After this episode, he listlessly surveyed the residence, which was as spacious and exquisitely adorned as he had envisioned. The ancient architectural style suggested it had stood for centuries. The grand warehouse he had specifically requested was now functional, albeit rather rudimentary in appearance. The only lamentable aspect was that this area was situated in the southeastern merchant district of the imperial city, rather than in the northern aristocratic bureaucratic quarter, or the palace. Imperial government offices, senate, and all the academies, including the Imperial Academy of Magic, were located. This was unavoidable. He would have to wait until his strength unfolded before considering a change of residence. Orcs, quickly, place my treasures into the warehouse. Lilith, you shall accompany the servants to the city to procure some provisions and daily necessities. I will first venture to the Magic Academy with Lancelot to scout the area. Very well, but Arthas, will you not take a few guards with you? Observing the naive expression on Lilith's face, Arthas retorted with a hint of self-deprecation. As a regent holding the title of count, it would be rather ostentatious of me to venture out with guards. This is the imperial capital. Any idle young noble strolling by could very well be of royal lineage, and even a grandparent dancing in the square might be the reigning monarch. One should not take oneself too seriously. With that, Arthas gestured towards the door. Let us depart. The 3 branches of the Imperial Magic Academy are situated within the same estate, conveniently adjacent to the campus of the Imperial Military Academy. There exists an unspoken rule within the capital. The significance of a department is not determined by its official designation, but rather by its proximity to the royal palace. The closer it is, the more important it is deemed. The land occupied by the Imperial Magic Academy is situated just slightly nearer to the palace than that of the Military Academy. If calculated correctly, this distance is equivalent to that between the imperial government and the palace, while the Senate, defined by law as even exceeding the emperor in stature, is located in a far more obscure area than the municipal government of Elboris. Part of this discrepancy is due to the antiquity of the Senate's building, but more importantly, the Senate's status has significantly diminished over time. Within the estate of the Magic Academy stands a striking edifice visible upon entering the city, known as the Platinum Tower. Its form resembles a milky column, broad at the base and tapering elegantly, soaring into the clouds in magnificent splendor. It is a renowned marvel of this world, even praised by the high elves for its beauty. At that moment, Arthas stood nearby, gazing up at the Platinum Tower. Although he had seen it upon entering the city, the enormity of such a famed structure could not be fully appreciated without a close and direct encounter. It must stand at a height of 3 or 4 dozen stories. The top is flat, suitable for standing upon, and he suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to ascend to the summit and gaze down upon the capital. Of course, Arthas was aware that this was impractical. The wonders of this era are not mere attractions operated by the state, and to trespass would invite peril without recourse for justice. Newly arrived in the capital, Arthas was filled with excitement, eager to commence his endeavors and establish himself as a distinguished figure. Thus, after a brief moment of admiration, he hurried to enroll at the Algo branch. The alchemy he yearned to study was a core subject across all 3 academies. Yet the elemental magic for which Algo Academy is renowned would offer him greater enhancement. Within the academy, formal students donned black robes while apprentices wore gray, moving in groups and engaging in lively discourse. Both the formal students and the magic apprentices radiated a vibrant energy, a stark contrast to the deep-set gaze and somber tone of Reese. This phenomenon resonated with Alsace, evoking a sense of familiarity akin to the atmosphere found in schools back on Earth. Unlike the opulent aura of the Magic Guild, the Magic Academy lacks even a single gatekeeper. During the day, the doors of every building stand wide open, for no one dares to commit misdeeds within the confines of the academy. Even if someone were audacious enough to attempt it, a few mere gatekeepers would hardly suffice to confront the threats that may arise. Thus, Alsace easily ventured into the main edifice of the Algeo branch, a structure akin to the administrative building of a school on Earth. At the front desk sat a bespectacled goblin adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. Casting a cursory glance at Alsace, he spoke in a nasal tone, his demeanor cool and detached. "Pray tell, esteemed sir, what brings you here?" Alsace inclined his head slightly. "I am Alsace from the Lorga province, as you can see, a noble. I have come to enroll in your esteemed institution, drawn by the illustrious reputation of Algeo Academy." The goblin finally raised his gaze, scrutinizing the young man before him. After a moment, he suddenly erupted into a series of cackles. "Are you quite certain you are not jesting? The Magic Academy does not distinguish between commoners and nobles. Anyone with talent may apply. But do you realize what time of year it is? It is December, the end of the term. If you wish to enroll, might I suggest you return next summer?" A wave of embarrassment washed over Alsace as he rubbed his nose. Indeed, he had overlooked this crucial detail. Although his intelligence attribute exceeded 20, he merely possessed a keen acumen, and this lapse was a matter of carelessness rather than intellect. "I do not mind transferring midterm, but could you possibly make an exception?" Alsace's expression shifted to one of sly persistence. Adaptability, after all, could be a virtue. One could play the fool without losing much dignity. The goblin appeared somewhat exasperated by Alsace's antics. Yet, as a mere employee, he could not afford to be overtly rude and thus began to explain. "It is not entirely impossible. The Magic Academy operates on a 6-year curriculum, and poor performance necessitates repeating a year. If you enroll now, you will likely grasp little of this semester's content, and even if you succeed in enrolling, you would face the prospect of being held back. Furthermore, the Academy's exceptional conditions, such as waiving tuition and the costs of textbooks and materials, are due to the high barriers to becoming a magician. Many requirements are innate. For instance, the sensitivity to elemental magic disqualifies 99% of applicants. Additionally, if you lack inherent talent yet still wish to enroll, it is feasible, provided you can afford the fees. The tuition for auditors amounts to 10,000 gold coins annually, exclusive of costs for textbooks, library access, and materials. The goblin paused, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Alsace. "Now, do you still wish to proceed with your application?" "I do," Alsace affirmed with a resolute nod. "What jest is this? I have traveled far to the imperial capital, only to be told I must wait another 6 months. As for the learning progress, may I inquire, does magic count as a skill? Does material identification qualify as a skill? Is alchemy regarded as a skill?" The advantages of the skill book imprinting function are unmistakably revealed at this moment. It appears that we are destined to become academic overachievers. Chapter 24. Twilight. Seeing his lack of appreciation, the goblin ceased to engage in further conversation and promptly led Arcesius to the second floor. The corridor on the second floor was exceedingly narrow, with each room's doorway constructed of stone, resembling a dungeon. Of course, the affluent wizards had adorned the space with numerous exquisite paintings and sculptures, yet they did little to dispel the eerie atmosphere that pervaded the area. This was the meditation room, a sanctuary of absolute tranquility and comfort, capable of elevating one's mental acuity and elemental sensitivity to their utmost limits. Professors from the academy often frequented this place for meditation. The first room on the left was designated for new students to assess their elemental sensitivity. Today, the supervising professor was Professor Rhea, known for her rather irritable temperament, so one must tread carefully. As the goblin concluded his introduction, he turned back and specifically reminded Arcesius, "Regardless of whether you meet the standards, report to me on the first floor." "Understood." Arcesius nodded, and once the goblin departed, he rapped on the stone door as instructed. The door creaked open slowly. As Arcesius had anticipated, the room within was shrouded in darkness. The flickering light from the corridor barely illuminated the outlines of the chairs, leaving the presence of others concealed. Approaching one of the chairs, Arcesius took a few deep breaths before settling into it. The stone door closed, and darkness enveloped the room. There was no distinction between keeping his eyes open or closed. "Hello." A cold, detached female voice greeted him, sounding remarkably youthful. Arcesius adjusted his mindset and replied with measured politeness, "Good day. May I inquire if we can commence the test now, and what I should do? Close your eyes. Relax your mind, and if you experience any unusual sensations, please inform me. The woman's tone remained devoid of emotion. Yet beneath her formal and rigid accent lingered a hint of gloom, reminiscent of a narration from a horror film. Arcesius complied with her instructions. At this moment, he was genuinely curious to discover the extent of his innate sensitivity and to which element he was most attuned. What do you perceive? This was Professor Ria's first inquiry. Arcesius shook his head, feeling disheartened. Nothing. After a considerable pause, Ria posed her question for the second time. What do you perceive? The answer remained unchanged. Nothing. This repetitive exchange continued. What do you perceive? Arcesius had lost count of the number of times Professor Ria had asked. Her tone now carried a discernible impatience. Feeling utterly disheartened and losing confidence in himself, a unique sensation suddenly emerged in his mind. It was a gentle yet ferocious feeling, enveloping his body in a state of comfort, stirring an impulsive desire that was difficult to quell. Were it not for the strength of his will, he might have found himself compelled to dance. Within the depths of my mind, a myriad of desires surged forth, cravings for fruit, for meat, for the decayed, for the ocean. I felt a sense of comfort, excitement, and insatiable yearning. I longed to indulge in many delights, to swim in the sea, to writhe in ecstasy. Very well, let us continue our exploration. Try to relax your mind and forget the sensations you just experienced, said Ria. Her words were not difficult to heed. As she spoke, those overwhelming feelings seemed to vanish into thin air in an instant. Before Ria could pose another question, Arthas felt a chilling sensation envelop him, sending shivers down his spine. Fear, desire, reluctance, and nostalgia coursed through him, causing his very soul to tremble. I yearn to live yet fear death. I crave death yet dread life. Arthas' body shook uncontrollably until suddenly, his eyes widened in horror as he noticed Ria had cast a light spell. The room illuminated, revealing before him a young maiden with golden hair and fair skin. Her pointed ears and golden locks marked her as a high elf, reminiscent of Sasha but decidedly more slender, giving her an almost fragile appearance. High elves, both male and female, possess striking beauty. Thus, Arthas had grown somewhat immune to Ria's allure. No beauty could surpass that of a city. You are exceptional, Ria began. And just as Arthas was about to respond with a casual compliment, she continued, yet it seems you are ill-suited for the Algeo Academy. Arthas was taken aback. Why? Because you exhibit no affinity for the four primary elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. Your sensitivity lies instead in the exceedingly rare life magic and the dark necromancy among humans. It is peculiar that you embody both extreme purity and extreme malevolence. Should you wish to pursue necromancy, I suggest you transfer to the Tutor Academy. They would cherish you as a prized asset. If life magic is your desire, seek a dragon or another beast adept in this art. Ria paused for a moment, and suddenly, a thought struck me. Master Arthas, the head of the academy, seemed to be studying life magic with considerable success. Perhaps he would welcome you as a disciple. To study the tainted and malevolent art of necromancy would indeed be a waste of your talents. Arthas gradually began to piece together the puzzle. He could not believe that his ordinary form could possess dual magical affinities. After all, he had yet to acquire any functionality from the universal mage system. The three systems he had accessed included one from the cultivation system, while the other two were derived from the Dragon Knight system. By the way, you mentioned that dragons excel in life magic? Ria nodded, affirming, indeed, or rather, the dragon lineage excels in all forms of magic. The sovereign of the dragon realm, the golden dragon, is adept in every magical domain, while other dragons possess expertise in diverse magical arts. However, it is a well-accepted fact in the scholarly circles of magic that all dragons are proficient in life magic. In essence, their formidable physical forms are a manifestation of a certain type of dragon life magic. Although Ria is not particularly emotional, she never hesitates to articulate her thoughts when it comes to addressing inquiries. Upon hearing Ria's words, Arthas was able to ascertain that his innate sensitivity to life magic seemingly stemmed from the art of devouring. The ability to consume an enemy's physical form and convert that energy into permanent attributes sounded like a remarkably potent offensive life magic. Thus, it could be inferred that this body's original affinity likely lay within necromancy. Given the proficiency in such dark arts, it was no wonder his physique appeared so frail, reminiscent of renal deficiency. May I remain at the Algeo Academy? This question was swiftly answered, yes. However, Ria added a condition. I shall compose a report to the esteemed headmaster of the academy. Should he consent to accept you as a disciple, you will become a formal student, complete with a dedicated instructor. If he declines, I can only advise you to seek admission at the Nord Academy. Until then, you may attend classes as an auditor. Naturally, no fees would be charged, as I believe the head of the Imperial Magic Academy would permit such an arrangement. A person of your caliber, proficient in dual system magic, would not be easily forsaken by any race. For the first time, Ria smiled. Best of luck. Consequently, Arthas became an auditing student at Algeo Academy. After reporting to the goblin on the first floor, the goblin instructed him to return the following morning for registration. If his claims were verified, he would be allowed to attend classes that very day. After departing from the estate of the Magic Academy, Arthas and Lancelot proceeded to the Imperial Military Academy. Unlike the Magic Academy, which admits students solely based on aptitude, the Military Academy is a traditional noble institution, primarily accepting offspring of the aristocracy. Even those with exceptional talent are barred from admission unless they hail from noble lineage. Yet, this was merely a principle. Arthas' strategy was to invest financially. He still possessed considerable funds, and with the anticipated earnings from crafting dwarven equipment based on the forging Bible after studying alchemy, the matter of money was of little concern to him. However, this decision encountered vehement opposition from Lancelot. His objections, albeit somewhat amusing, were also exasperating. If I were to spend Master Arthas' money, what would become of it? Lancelot lamented. I genuinely wish to regard you as a friend. Lancelot's emotional outburst was rather undignified. I fear I may never repay you. With a hint of melancholy, Arthas gently patted Lancelot's shoulder and chuckled softly. You need not repay me, truly. As long as you do not betray me, that suffices. Indeed, Arthas was poised to send the prodigious Lancelot to a military academy for training. The financial cost was of little consequence. What mattered most was that Lancelot could assume a role of far greater significance than that of a mere bodyguard. However, Lancelot remained resolutely opposed to the idea. Faced with this impasse, Arthas resolved to unveil a long-concealed strategy. Come now, young one. Would you care for a bowl of soul-nourishing broth? Arthas said, gently clasping Lancelot's back as they strolled to the plaza outside the military academy, both silhouetted against the fading light of the setting sun. Lancelot, what do you think of those lofty figures whose thunderous names have become tiresome to your ears? What do they resemble? Lancelot fell silent, uncertain how to respond. They are akin to the sun, blinding in their brilliance, daring no one to gaze directly upon them, lest they be dazzled. Yet, the intensity of the midday sun will inevitably yield to the gentle glow of dusk, heralding the dawn of a new day. I aspire for your name to shine within that nascent light, Lancelot. Lancelot felt his cheeks flush, and at long last, the words Arthas had long awaited burst forth from his lips. I shall become the Radiance. Thus, after expending nearly 5,000 gold coins, Arthas successfully secured a place for Lancelot at the Imperial Military Academy. This was a considerable bargain compared to the exorbitant fees of the Magic Academy, which charged annually, while the Military Academy's fee covered a full academic year. Upon returning to the estate in the Imperial capital, night had fallen. Lilith stood at the entrance, seemingly preoccupied with her surroundings. Upon catching sight of Arthas, her face flushed crimson, and she hurried into the courtyard. By the time Arthas was welcomed back by the servants, she had vanished without a trace. That little minx. Chapter 25. The auditing student of Class 1 that night. Arthas experienced a dream. In this dream, he was no longer Arthas, but rather the familiar Wang Xiao-wu. This life, which occupied the majority of his memories and nearly all of his emotions, contained that which he held most dear. It was a serene morning, the beginning of the second semester of high school, where Wang Xiao-wu casually chose a seat in the front row, being of a naturally shorter stature. Suddenly, a sweet voice filled his mind. May I sit here? Thus commenced a myth, the inception of a legend. Wang Xiao-wu opened his eyes, intending to reply with an enthusiastic affirmation, just as he recalled. But then Lilith? This exclamation jolted Wang Xiao-wu, causing him to shudder. Before him stood Lilith, clad in her athletic uniform, her face adorned with an innocent smile. She then tugged at his ear. Arthas, rise and shine. It's time for breakfast. Arthas abruptly awoke, the boundary between reality and dream slowly dissolving. Before him stood Lilith, puffing her cheeks in indignation, garbed in a delicate princess dress, her pristine collarbone visible and captivating. Arthas took a moment to collect himself. Lilith, how did you come to be in my room? Are you not aware of the propriety between men and women? He remarked with a hint of reproach. Lilith tightened her grip, nearly tearing off Arthas's ear, and retorted fiercely, Arthas, had it not been for your useless servants who dared not rouse you, I would not have come. They have called for you thrice. You actually claimed you were in class and instructed them not to disturb you. Well, fine. That dream I just had was indeed difficult to awaken from. What did that girl look like again? Arthas had already forgotten. Since arriving in this other world, he had lost many memories. All right, I'll rise, have breakfast, and then report to the Magic Academy. What about Lancelot? Lancelot has already gone to the Imperial Military Academy. Say, would you like me to accompany you today? Lilith kept winking at Arthas. With a languid tone, Arthas responded. Taking you along is no better than bringing a pack of sycophants. You should stay home and mind the house. I shall go alone. Watching Arthas's retreating figure, Lilith clenched her teeth. That foolish pig. Seated in the carriage, Arthas hummed a tune, and before long, they arrived at the estate of the Magic Academy. Upon disembarking and gazing at the magnificent Platinum Tower, Arthas felt a surge of joy. He entered the main building of the Argyll College, where a goblin, upon spotting him, rushed over with enthusiasm, exhibiting a stark contrast to his demeanor from the previous day. Esteemed Master Arthas, your presence brings honor to my humble abode. I, your devoted servant, Lollard, shall serve as your faithful guide. Lollard, is this the naming convention among your kind? Ah, I suddenly find myself reminiscing about Dedeo. Well then, do tell me. What should I do next? Lollard extended a hand and bowed, saying, here is your audit certificate. Next, I shall lead you to the equipment department to collect your student wand and apprentice robe, followed by a visit to the library to obtain your first-year textbooks. Additionally, would you prefer to reside on campus or commute? I think I shall commute, Arthas replied without much thought. Had he known the living conditions at the Magic Academy, he would surely have regretted that decision, for the dormitories offered considerable freedom, allowing students to choose their roommates. What did this imply? It meant that the nearby inns were hardly in business. Most importantly, each dormitory was equipped with a private alchemy laboratory and a supply of free magical materials. Once all the formalities were completed, Arthas found himself burdened with 5 or 6 packages, containing what were deemed first-year textbooks, far more than the entirety of a 4-year undergraduate curriculum on Earth. In his hand, he also held a peachwood wand, of modest quality, the most rudimentary of magical equipment. As they concluded their business, Lollard provided Arthas with a class schedule and a map of Argyll College. Each classroom is designated for a specific course, so please consult the map carefully. The progress of lessons varies across different time slots, and it is advisable to adhere closely to the schedule of your designated time. Additionally, you are currently enrolled in the Comprehensive Class 1. The reason for Lollada's change in attitude is due to the arrangement of this class. The profession of a magician is stratified from the very beginning of one's studies, with clear distinctions among students. The results of the magical sensitivity test typically indicate the element in which a student excels, making it relatively easier to begin learning from that element. However, this does not preclude the possibility of studying other elements later on, albeit with greater difficulty. Some individuals, however, find themselves unable to learn any magic beyond their most sensitive element, and such students are assigned to specialized elemental classes. In contrast, individuals in the comprehensive class possess various strengths and can study magic from all elements, with Class 1 being of particular significance. Though Arceus is merely an auditor, his presence in this class suggests that, despite lacking extraordinary talent, he must have a remarkably powerful background, one that commands respect even from the Magic Academy. Such individuals are not to be taken lightly by a mere high-ranking goblin. After Lollada took his leave, Arceus scrutinized the class schedule. Oh, the first lesson had already commenced, and there remained over an hour until the second class. Given the class session, there were few passers-by in the Argyll Academy. With several heavy bundles of textbooks on his back, Arceus ventured into a small grove, intending to consume all these books. Arceus chuckled mischievously as he lifted the first book to his forehead. Skill book imprint activated. The first book vanished. This was a tome detailing the history of magic. Skill book imprint activated. The next to disappear was an introductory book on meditation. Skill book imprint activated. The burden behind Arceus grew lighter, until only a few empty bags remained. Master Arceus, what brings you back to the administration building? Lollada inquired, his expression one of confusion. Arceus shrugged helplessly. I apologize, Mr. Lollada, but I was feeling rather bored and took a stroll by the small lake. Unfortunately, all those textbooks fell into the water. May I request another set of books? Upon hearing this, Lollada's demeanor turned serious. The rules of Argyll Academy dictate that textbooks are the most cherished possessions of the students, and once lost, they are not replaced. Master Arceus, you must understand that the collection of books in the Magic Academy cannot be purchased outside. Arceus chuckled. What am I to do then? Lollada was nearly in tears, exclaiming, how could you be so careless? I am more anxious about this than you seem to be. Yet, with the principal seemingly unconcerned, Lalada could only awkwardly respond. Then you will indeed have to audit the classes. Sighing with relief, Arceus thought to himself, perhaps I have managed to evade this predicament after all. Certainly. Although the knowledge from textbooks is firmly embedded in my mind, attending lectures remains essential. University professors differ significantly from high school teachers. Textbooks are largely intended for private study, as professors typically spend the majority of class time elucidating complex concepts, discussing challenges encountered in practice, and sharing unique insights and techniques not found in the textbooks. This approach is particularly vital in the realm of magical studies, where the application of consciousness and energy cannot be fully grasped through mere reading. Soon, the first class concluded. Students from the Argo division began to gather outside. Some returned to their dormitories while others sought their next classroom. Did you hear? During the first class, a freshman dropped his new book along with its bag into the small lake. Good heavens, how absurd. Where did you hear that? I heard it from Durham of Class 2. He witnessed it firsthand, and even the goddess Polly from Class 1 saw it too. That fellow will soon become famous in the academy. No way Polly saw it too. Wasn't Class 1 in session at that time? Who is Polly? There's no way she would attend a mundane introductory class on wand usage. A group of boys, appearing quite chummy, gathered to discuss this amusing incident related to Arthas. At that moment, Arthas happened to pass by them, feeling a twinge of guilt as he touched his nose. Let them say what they will, remaining low-key is paramount. If they were to discover that the incident was orchestrated by him and that the textbooks had actually been consumed, they would likely be even more astonished. The second class of the day, which also marked Arthas' inaugural lesson, was titled Introduction to Elements. The content of this book was etched in Arthas' memory word for word. Yet perhaps he had consumed too much information today, as he now felt somewhat dazed and his thoughts muddled. He entered the classroom for the Elemental Introduction course, swaying as if intoxicated, and randomly chose a seat to settle down. The students from Class 1 noticed this unfamiliar face and began to whisper among themselves. How did an audit student get in here? I thought audit students weren't allowed in Class 1. Did he take a wrong turn? Their hushed conversations were of little consequence. Arthas was dressed not in the formal attire of a regular student, but rather in the apprentice robe indicative of an audit student, which was indeed a novel occurrence for someone to enter Class 1 in such a manner. At that moment, a girl with shoulder-length silver hair, flanked by a group of female companions, entered the room. The boys immediately lowered their heads, their faces flushed. Arthas lazily turned to glance back. Who is this person, resembling Ayanami Ray? Chapter 26. The scholar, do you know me? Arthas muttered softly, seemingly overheard despite the distance between them. Polly approached, scrutinizing Arthas, and suddenly inquired, "May I sit here?" The nearby boys cast envious glances in their direction. Arthas shivered slightly. Despite the annulment of their engagement, he instinctively regarded Lilith as the protagonist. To avert any immoral transgression, Arthas cautiously replied, "Of course not." Yet, the girl named Polly seemed to have only heard the first half of his statement, disregarding his refusal entirely, and promptly settled beside him. The group of girlfriends surrounding Polly also chose nearby seats, and in an instant, the atmosphere around Arthas was filled with lively chatter. "Hey, are you deaf or something?" In truth, this woman possessed remarkably acute hearing. She turned her head, her gaze frosty as she regarded Arthas, coldly stating, "Do you dislike me?" Arthas nodded, a bit. Polly's expression remained impassive, though her tone grew somewhat chilling. Bear with it. Arthas was at a loss for words. Wasn't the intention to keep a low profile? Even finding a corner to sit in had inadvertently led to a harem scenario. Was he truly fated to attract such attention? However, it seemed that the girl was merely interested in claiming the territory and had no intention of conversing with Arthas. Thus, he refrained from provoking her, comfortably resting his head on the desk to catch some sleep. Indeed, he had intended to study diligently, but an overwhelming influx of new knowledge had left him utterly fatigued. Soft snores escaped Arthas's lips. Polly observed the sleeping Arthas, a hint of uncertainty flickering in her eyes. The professor of the introductory elemental course was a frail old man, clad in a blue robe adorned with a silver-level mage badge, indicating he was nearing the golden level of mastery. His expression appeared rather stern as he surveyed the class before suddenly snorting derisively. "Student in the corner, you dare attend my class without your textbook? How audacious!" The old man's voice was shrill, laced with mockery. Yet his words served as a reminder to others. Without the textbook, was he the one who had inadvertently dropped his books into the small lake before the goddess Polly? However, Arthas had already fallen asleep, oblivious to the professor's remarks. The old man smirked ominously, raised his staff, and murmured an incantation. Moments later, a fireball spell shot forth. Whoa! Arthas jolted awake, frantically shaking off the soot that had covered his face, rendering him quite comical. The magic students in the class erupted in laughter once more. Upon lifting his head, Arthas discovered the unmistakable figure of the professor glaring at him with a displeased expression. Did that fireball serve as chalk? The standards of this magic academy were indeed extraordinary. Student, please read section 6 of chapter 23 for your classmates. Alcestis pondered for a moment and said, Your Excellency, alas. All my books have fallen into the small lake. This elicited a wave of laughter from the surrounding crowd. How amusing this listener is. To so shamelessly admit such a thing. The old professor's face flushed with indignation. Without books, you shall not attend my class. If you cannot retrieve your books, do not return. Alcestis was taken aback. He had expected perhaps a mere punishment of standing, which he could endure, but being barred from class was utterly intolerable. He sighed heavily, lamenting, Even the heavens do not wish for me to remain low-key. Suddenly, he cleared his throat, and the brightness in his eyes gradually returned beneath his delicate brow. Chapter 23, Advancements in Wind Elemental Magic, Section 6, The Storm Cloak. The Storm Cloak is a defensive offensive spell that can neutralize a portion of wind elemental magic attacks, while causing nearby creatures to suffer a certain degree of wind elemental splatter. Mastery of wind elemental comprehension facilitates its casting in tempestuous environments. The incantation is as follows: Spirits that encircle, Dragon's Breath, the soul's voice of harmony, Boris repose. The essence belongs to the clouds. Portions of the spell derive from ancient oral, while others consist of an incomprehensible magical language. To the ears of ordinary folk, these incantations seem utterly convoluted and devoid of meaning. However, magicians are well versed in ancient oral and grasp some of its essence. At times, they can deconstruct and recombine these languages to develop new spells. As the incantation concluded, a layer of sparks suddenly enveloped Alcestis's body, crackling with sound, only to dissipate swiftly. Even so, this demonstrated that the chanting had been successful, though the effect was lackluster and fleeting due to his weak mental fortitude. Polly lifted her head, gazing at Alcestis with a contemplative expression. After Alcestis recited the entirety of this chapter, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief, though fatigue weighed heavier upon him. The surrounding magic students were left in stunned silence. A scholar indeed. It was unclear who initiated the applause, but soon the atmosphere became lively. Silence. Silence. The old professor's voice suddenly boomed, a sound imbued with a magical quality that was quite unpleasant to the ears. The professors at the Magic Academy employed methods of discipline far more peculiar than those on Earth. Disobedient students were often treated as subjects of magical experimentation. Thus, the students dared not oppose the professor, and upon hearing his voice, they instinctively closed their mouths. The old professor himself was somewhat taken aback. Did he truly memorize it all? It is known that a magician spends half of their training in meditation, while the other half is devoted to reciting various spells. Magical incantations occupy a significant portion of one's memory, easily leading one to become an obsessive researcher of magic, losing interest in all else as their energy is consumed by the act of memorization. The newly arrived audit student astonishingly seemed to have memorized the entire textbook, including the table of contents, incantations, magical introductions, and certain theoretical aspects. Alcestis fell into slumber once again. However, the venerable professor found it impossible to convince himself to expel such a student from the classroom, resorting instead to act as if nothing had transpired and commenced his lecture. In truth, Alcestis was not genuinely asleep. He had merely succumbed to an overwhelming depletion of mental energy, inadvertently entering a meditative state. Initially, this state was rather rudimentary, indistinguishable from slumber, but as Alcestis's consciousness gradually merged with the knowledge contained within the tomes, his meditation became increasingly proficient. If there existed an apparatus capable of assessing the quality of meditation, it would undoubtedly astonish all sorcerers upon evaluating Alcestis's current meditative condition. His state of meditation exhibited a remarkable level of meticulous technique, maintaining the most efficient form of contemplation within the confines of his mental capacity. The professor's voice penetrated his ears, intertwining with the knowledge from the textbooks. When Alcestis opened his eyes, the classroom was devoid of any presence, save for a small note left in the spot where Polly had sat. The note bore the words, "You are exceptional." The handwriting was plain and printed, somewhat rigid, yet remarkably precise, resembling machine print in stark contrast to Lilith's elegant cursive. Feeling a tinge of fatigue, Alcestis rose and walked towards the exit. Upon reflection, he could recall the contents of those books, yet could not summon them instantaneously. Even memories that had once been vividly clear had grown hazy, requiring contemplation to retrieve. This realization left Alcestis feeling somewhat dulled, far more than a trivial matter. However, Upon accessing the system interface, he discovered that his intelligence attribute remained unchanged, though his mental value, once 10 points, had turned crimson. The numeral had not altered, merely the font had shifted to red. Had my mental capacity become overburdened? It appears that my foremost goal must now be to bolster my mental fortitude. He pondered further, recalling the materials required for crafting a thunder core. This information was derived from the alchemy compendium of the Argyle Academy. The thunder crystal and storm mugwort were prohibitively expensive. He had no intention of outsourcing war machinery. Thus, in light of his current financial constraints, it would be prudent to forge some equipment or armor first. Deliberating over the equipment entries in the Forge Bible, he identified a suitable item for his current endeavors that he could manufacture and sell: the human knight's sword, Aslan. It was a sword of moderate size, gleaming silver, and considered ornate within this realm, though Arthas still found it somewhat unrefined. Perhaps sacrificing a bit of performance to enhance its aesthetic appeal would be wise. After all, it was intended for sale, and the name of this sword indicated its status as a foreign trade weapon among dwarves. To the utter exasperation of Arthas, it is indeed perplexing that such a weapon, wielded by a samurai, requires magical materials and rare metals. It is no wonder that dwarven equipment is so coveted and expensive. Its production costs are already substantial, compounded by the monopoly of craftsmanship held by the dwarves. In the Argyle Academy, there exists no dining hall, but rather a kitchen and a tavern. The kitchen prepares meals that are delivered by servants to the students' dormitories, while the tavern, initially intended for day students, was transformed due to their scarcity. Consequently, most students frequent it for libations, which drew curious glances when Arthas ordered an extravagant array of dishes and indulged heartily. With imminent income on the horizon, Arthas felt no need to economize on food, disregarding the prices entirely while placing his order. "Hey, scholar." Upon turning, Arthas was taken aback to find the source of the exclamation was none other than Polly. Wasn't she the icy, aloof beauty? Yet, a radiant and charming smile adorned Polly's face, her tone markedly different from before, imbued with joy and a hint of mischief that made one yearn for closeness. "I am no scholar. I merely memorized the texts," Arthas fibbed slightly, having read those books prior to enrollment. Polly approached, winking at him. "May I sit here?" "Of course," Arthas replied, this time not refusing her. He politely stood and gestured for her to take a seat. Previously, he had harbored a disdain for the so-called ice goddess, particularly with her entourage of friends, which suggested she was not a virtuous character. However, given her amiable demeanor now, Arthas felt compelled to present himself as courteous. Polly gracefully settled down and snapped her fingers. The tavern owner, seemingly well acquainted with her, did not bother to inquire but directly brought her a glass of wine. Polly frowned slightly. "Please bring a glass for this gentleman as well." The owner bowed slightly and promptly went to fetch the wine. "What's troubling you?" Arthas inquired, his tone serious yet approachable, tinged with a playful lightness, an archetypal warm-hearted response. Yet, as soon as he spoke, he realized his habitual tendencies were hard to shake off after years in another realm. Polly smiled faintly. "You know, someone like me is often very lonely. Would you believe that throughout my life, no boy has ever pursued me, nor has anyone even dared to speak with me?" She took a sip from her glass. "They all fear me. Or perhaps they simply do not dare to approach. Maybe one day I will end up like my mother, used by my father as a pawn in a political marriage, wed to a man I do not even know." Upon hearing this, Arthas took a sip of his wine. "I can understand. A goddess, after all, is to be admired from afar, not trifled with. Yet in their hearts, they all yearn for you, though they lack the courage to act upon it. Even if they possessed that courage, it is likely that, in the end, their intentions would merely amount to fleeting memories. Who in this era can truly command their own destiny? Not only in this time, but even in the previous world. If it were merely a common goddess, it might be tolerable, but those genuine heiresses and affluent figures likely experience emotions only in their youth, treating it as little more than a pastime. When it comes to matters of marriage, how many can genuinely claim to possess true freedom? Polly lowered her head and suddenly chuckled softly. "You are right. I truly should not indulge in fantasies of defying the times." She took another sip of her drink. Political alliances are not solely a matter of social standing. In this age, there are no formal treaties to speak of, and even if there were, few would be willing to place their faith in them. Such unions serve the purpose of alliances, and if an alliance with the other party proves unbeneficial, even a title of higher rank may not suffice to compel acceptance of the union. Arthas understood Polly's sentiments deeply. Upon learning that his father had arranged a betrothal without his consent, he too felt a profound sense of resistance. However, this was not Earth. Despite the striking similarities to earthly society, there were still ways to navigate through it. This is a world of magic and martial prowess, and if one is powerful, the rules do not bind them. So, you pursue the study of magic in hopes of seeking the freedom of emotion? Very well, Polly, I comprehend your desire. Yet I remain puzzled as to why you confide in me. Is it because I am new and unfamiliar to you? Polly lifted her gaze and locked eyes with Arthas. It is because you stated that you despise me. Interestingly enough, I also harbor disdain for myself. Moreover, I perceive that you are unlike others. I see no apathy or pretense in your visage. You possess a naturalness, accompanied by a spark that others lack. Arthas, I thank you for allowing me to share so much. She raised her glass and drank it down in one swift motion. If possible, I hope we can become friends. With that, she left Arthas with her solitary figure, along with a few lingering memories. Arthas too finished the contents of his glass. I truly have no desire to establish a harem, he sighed, yet a hint of pride crept into his subsequent smile. Enough of that, let us eat. In the days that followed, Polly consistently occupied the seat beside Arthas. Should he arrive at the classroom first, he would intentionally seek out a more spacious seat. However, their exchanges during this time were rather limited, primarily revolving around magical techniques. Having committed the entire curriculum of the academic year to memory, Arthas had no difficulty in providing answers, often delivering responses that were even more precise than those of some professors. Occasionally, Polly's mischievous nature would ignite a spark of excitement within Arthas. Let us first establish a friendship. Other matters shall unfold in due time. Thus, the renown of Arthas swiftly spread among the male circles of the Algol Academy, with even the neighboring Sidegeo and Nordigeo academies hearing whispers of his illustrious name. The labels of the student who lost his textbooks, the concealed academic prodigy, and the male nemesis of the goddess of reversal transformed Arthas into a figure of great intrigue within the magical institution. Yet, what truly ignited excitement were not merely these titles. With an extensive array of materials, pure steel, mithril, magical crystals, elven poison herbs, and the waters of the Alls Mountains, Arthas procured everything required for his forging journey. Each day after school, he would bury himself in the warehouse, crafting equipment with a cacophony of clanging sounds. Today marked the completion of his first human knight sword, Aslan. This longsword gleamed in a brilliant silver hue, adorned with exquisite filigree that even the finest elven armaments could not rival. The design, however, was entrusted to an artist and an elderly blacksmith, while Arthas focused solely on the blade and the materials like magical gemstones. With exhilaration, Arthas tested the sword's might. Ordinary military swords were no match for its prowess. Even with Arthas's meager strength, he could slice through iron with ease. If a magician infused the magical gemstone with spells, the sword could exhibit magical effects akin to combat aura, making it a formidable tool for impressing others. According to the Forging Bible, this sword should have been classified as silver grade, yet Arthas felt that even with magical enhancements, it was likely only a bronze grade weapon. This bronze grade did not imply that it required bronze level skill to wield. In truth, most warriors' weapons are of inferior quality. The Forging Bible defines weapon grades as what an ordinary person can utilize. Should he forge a weapon of royal caliber, an average individual could wield it to unleash royal strength, albeit just strength alone. After all, this was his first attempt, and his skills were not yet refined. Nevertheless, it would suffice to deceive the young nobles, and the potential selling price intrigued him. With a mischievous grin, Arthas felt a surge of excitement. After all, a full set of ebony armor could fetch nearly 10,000 gold coins in the imperial capital, and this was crafted with dwarven artistry as a bronze-grade piece. If it did not sell for 2,000 or 3,000 gold coins, he would be astounded. Chapter 28, Torrens Auction House. Arthas, what are you doing in there? Came Lilith's voice from outside the warehouse. Arthas grasped the knight's sword and approached the door, opening a small crack. In an instant, he slipped through the gap and closed the warehouse door behind him. What are you being so secretive about? Lilith asked, hands on her hips. Her face puffed up in annoyance. Arthas touched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and said, I hope to trouble you once more. Lancelot has gone to school, and now you are the only one who can assist me at any time. If you have something to say, do so quickly. Don't dawdle, Lilith pouted. First, take a look at this. Arthas raised the knight's sword in his hand, which sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, its extravagant and ornate design shimmering with silver light, while the intricate patterns on the blade and the reliefs on the hilt exuded a profound artistic aura. Wow, what a beautiful longsword. Where did you steal it from? Lilith's eyes sparkled with excitement, creating the illusion that even her pupils transformed into the shape of gold coins. Do I strike you as a petty thief? Never mind. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Hurry and help me launder this. With the influence of your Ivrea family in the capital, It shouldn't be difficult for you to conceal its origins, right? Lilith cast a flirtatious glance at Arthas. Difficult? Of course not. But how do you intend to thank me? After saying this, she closed her eyes, her face flushed with embarrassment, only to hear Arthas laugh heartily. Ha! Do I appear to be a miser? Here's the deal. After deducting the costs, how about you take 30% and I take 70? What's the matter? Not pleased? You could have 40% for me to take 60, or even 50-50. Why are you tugging at my ear? Thus, the weapon known as the Sacred Knight's Sword was placed in the Torrens auction house 3 days later. The Torrens auction house is one of the largest in the capital, and it operates a vast array of businesses throughout the empire. It occupies a bustling commercial area in the northern district, not far from the Temple of Alis. Roland Rossali, a senior auctioneer at the Torrens headquarters, was seated in the back room, casually crossing his legs while savoring a glass of wine. The surrounding attendants treated him with utmost respect. Roland Ross did not hail from noble blood. His family had been standard peasant stock for 3 generations. However, he exhibited remarkable intelligence and eloquence from a young age, possessing a unique aura that set him apart from the lower classes. Unwilling to remain among the lowest of the populace, he ventured to the capital at the tender age of 13. And now he had become a notable intermediary within noble circles, as well as a charming figure among men. Though he was not a noble himself, even the refined offspring of the aristocracy would grant him a measure of respect, let alone those attendants whose social standing was even lower than that of ordinary farmers. Roland Ross remained silent in his chair when suddenly a middle-aged man rushed into the back room. This man was also an auctioneer, but of significantly lesser stature than Roland Ross. He was only called upon for minor auctions or when higher-ranking auctioneers were otherwise occupied. Today's auction featured only the lavish knight's sword, lacking any truly remarkable items, and since it was not a significant holiday in the empire, Roland Ross had intended to rest at home. His unexpected arrival left the middle-aged man feeling inexplicably anxious. Your Excellency Roland Ross, are you not resting today? Inquired the middle-aged man with great deference. Roland Ross set down his goblet and gracefully returned the greeting. I had no intention of coming. However, upon passing the auction house, I stumbled upon something remarkable. His Highness Crown Prince Gavin and His Highness Prince Five entered in a rather unpretentious manner. I dared not disturb them, particularly as they were accompanied by a rather unrefined dwarf. Instead of proceeding to their private chambers, they headed straight to the hall. We may feign ignorance about this matter, but we cannot genuinely dismiss it. Thus, I have resolved to take action myself. Yet, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow, displaying an exceedingly peculiar expression. Although they are princes, silence. Roland Ross interjected, clearly displeased as he covered the man's mouth. Focus on your own affairs, and do not heed those insidious rumors. Otherwise, your mannerisms will inevitably lead to your downfall. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the middle-aged man bowed his head in reverence. Roland Ross nodded and said, Show me today's auction list. I require some time to contemplate. Indeed, Crown Prince Gavin had arrived at the Torrens auction house. The seating in the hall was scarcely occupied, with many of the attendees being his own hidden guards. Additionally, a group of individuals draped in linen cloaks sat in a scattered manner, their arrangement suggesting a formidable presence, which instilled a sense of caution in Gavin. In the brief span of a month, he had narrowly escaped death 6 times. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have grown accustomed to such peril and would not have been as vigilant as he was today. However, a distinguished guest had arrived at his court, requesting to visit the auction house on this very day. Gavin felt compelled to accompany him, even enlisting the aid of his most trusted guards, whom he rarely called upon, even in times of danger. This esteemed guest was a prince of the supreme king of the dwarves, Master Magni, renowned for his weapon forging. Gavin had secretly commissioned a batch of weapons from him, and now he regarded Magni's life as more precious than his own. Esteemed Master Magni, all your expenditures today shall be charged to my account, Crown Prince Gavin stated, lowering himself before the disheveled dwarf. Yet, Master Magni boisterously exclaimed, Gavin, I must speak of you. No, of your nation. Gold holds no value in my eyes. You are all destitute. Should I desire anything, I can simply exchange it for something of worth. Gavin wearily rubbed his forehead. For dwarves, the most valuable commodity was food. In their realm, 2 kilograms of gold could be traded for merely 1 kilogram of sustenance. Were this dwarf to produce a sack of food for payment, it would indeed be a spectacle. Master Magni, humans possess their own customs. I hope you can understand. Very well, but let me make this clear. I shall obtain what I desire. Magni hummed contentedly as he took his seat before Crown Prince Gavin, seemingly believing that such a position would signify his status. However, he overlooked the fact that they were merely dressed in casual attire, and the true representation of nobility lay in the private chambers above the grand hall. Gavin felt a twinge of helplessness. At that moment, the handsome youth beside him suddenly turned his face, whispering in Gavin's ear, "I have an aversion to this dwarf. He is our only option, my brother," Gavin replied with a shake of his head, lowering his voice in response. "I suspect our father's patience is nearing its limit. What follows may not be mere trivialities." The hushed exchange between the two princes failed to capture Magni's attention. After all, the dwarf's booming voice stemmed from his poor hearing. In their world of tunneling and forging, noise was hardly regarded as pollution. Nearby, a group of cloaked figures began to murmur among themselves. "Aurelia, those individuals appear rather suspicious," one remarked, though the speaker's face was largely obscured by their hood, revealing only a grizzled beard. Yet, from the shadow cast by the cloak, it was evident that Aurelia possessed striking beauty. Aurelia shook her head. "Did you not notice the posture of that young man? His previous gait and movements suggest he has been schooled in courtly etiquette from a young age. Such grace and gravity are not befitting of the ordinary." "Will they truly come here?" inquired the man with the gray beard. Aurelia firmly asserted, "They will assuredly do so. I trust my instincts." In the private chamber on the second floor of the auction house, Alcestis lounged with his legs crossed, reclining almost languidly against the back of his chair, utterly disregarding noble decorum. "Lilith, your Ivrea family must be extraordinarily wealthy. How much must this prime viewing room cost annually? Mind your own pastries. Your voice annoys me." Lilith retorted with a huff, her cheek raised in indignation, nearly directing her chin at Alcestis. He was at a loss as to when he had offended her. Feeling quite aggrieved, "I merely complimented your family, and you respond with disdain? Truly, what a lack of upbringing." "Enough, enough. Tell me, how much do you reckon my holy knight's sword could fetch?" Alcestis referred to the human knight's sword, Aslan, though he presented it under a name of his own invention. Not out of modesty, but rather to emphasize that the forger was not human. Moreover, he found the name lacking in grandeur. Lilith snorted again. "Perhaps merely 100 or 200 gold coins. Could you muster a bit of faith in me?" He retorted. "The cost far exceeds such meager sums." Just as they exchanged idle banter, the auction commenced. The initial items in the auction consisted entirely of antiques, which are the most valuable possessions in times of peace. A fact that holds true even in other realms. Most attendees at the auction today were drawn specifically to these relics. However, Alsace harbored no interest in them whatsoever. Sitting before Prince Gavin, Magni stifled yawns in rapid succession. What purpose do these items serve? Can they be consumed? Can they be wielded as a weapon? Magni exclaimed loudly, only to be promptly hushed by Prince Gavin's gentle persuasion. Once the antiques were auctioned off, some rather rare magical materials made their appearance. The buyers for these items were not exclusively sorcerers. Some were merchants who specialized in magical components, while others were mere enthusiasts with a penchant for collecting such materials. At this juncture, Alsace's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Lightning crystals. It is indeed lightning crystals." Yet Lilith, perplexed, inquired, "What use do you have for that? You do not understand. Quickly, assist me in acquiring it. Can you afford it? I can manage if I sell my sword. Bid as you wish." Fortunately, there were not many who truly comprehended the value of the item, with only 3 or 4 individuals bidding. One merchant withdrew after seeing Alsace's lofty offer, and ultimately, the crystals were secured for Alsace at the price of 3,000 gold coins. Subsequently, several more magical materials were presented, yet none captured Alsace's attention. What are these sunstone and moonstone? Why are they all such trivial items? At last, Lilith could no longer contain her frustration. "Did you ever truly study magic at the academy? These are all valuable materials, you know. The lightning crystals you just bid on are utterly useless. Save for wind mages enchanting their robes. Do not assume I am uninformed." Alsace mused privately. "You truly know nothing at all. Before we delve into that, when will my holy knight's sword make its appearance? I find it curious as well. Logically, such a trinket should have been introduced amidst the more valuable items to elevate its price." Lilith's speculation was indeed correct. This was the original sequence determined by the auction house. However, Roland Ross, upon witnessing the proceedings, swiftly dismissed this arrangement, opting instead to feature the knightly sword as the grand finale. While others may not recognize Magni, Roland Ross was well aware of his identity. With the prince in attendance, it was clear the knight's sword was the primary attraction, as it was the only finished piece of equipment in today's auction. Roland Ross cleared his throat and discreetly cast a glance at Prince Gavin. "Next, I shall present a legendary weapon, the Holy Knight's Sword. It is said to have belonged to the paladin Megalond, long lost to the public, now resurfacing with the aid of a mysterious seller. All present here are witnesses to this legend. This Holy Knight's Sword is crafted from secret materials, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mere clay. Even a child could wield it to fell a brawny man. The starting bid is 30,000 gold coins. The opening bid is 30,000 gold coins. Arthas was momentarily stunned. Paladin Medgeron, you truly possess a gift for fabrication. Furthermore, he distinctly recalled Lilith mentioning that the agreed starting bid with the auction house was a mere 10,000 gold coins. Yet this auctioneer had audaciously inflated it to 3 times that amount. A profound silence enveloped the hall, seemingly entranced by the exorbitant starting price. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from the crowd. You must be jesting. Such exquisite craftsmanship, dazzling engravings, and an aura akin to a divine artifact cannot possibly belong to a mere paladin. It is unworthy of human ownership. A robust and disheveled dwarf abruptly leaped onto the auction stage, evading the guard's attempts to restrain him. Approaching the Holy Knight's sword, the dwarf trembled as he lifted it with both hands. Prince Gavin's mouth fell agape. This time, he was genuinely astonished. Who is this Magni? He is a masterful smith among dwarves. The most renowned human blacksmiths pale in comparison to an ordinary dwarven artisan. This is a testament recognized across all races. And even the most esteemed elven lords would not dare to offend a true master among dwarves. Yet here was Magni, expressing such heartfelt admiration for a weapon at a modest auction. I bid 100,000 gold coins, Gavin suddenly proclaimed. Before anyone could fully comprehend the moment, a crisp voice from a private booth rang out. I bid 200,000. Chapter 29. A reunion with Eloria. Having already been taken aback by the initial bid of 100,000, Arthas was further astonished. I merely sought to test my craftsmanship, intentionally selecting a simpler design. Perhaps what is deemed simple in the Holy Bible of forging is enough to astonish the world in secular terms. It seems I must adopt a more modest approach in the future. Yet now, someone had audaciously called out 200,000. Wait, why does that voice sound so familiar? Lilith, are you attempting to bankrupt me? Arthas exclaimed in a frenzy. If I were to spend 200,000 on my own sword, I would then owe the auction house a substantial commission. The funds I brought from home were nearly depleted during its crafting. Lilith scoffed disdainfully. You miser. I am merely assisting you in elevating the bid. This is the nature of auctions. Surely, you have attended one before? There is no way to raise the bid like this. You've doubled it outright. Meanwhile, Roland Ross grew increasingly anxious, for his original intent was to serve the prince incognito. Now that the prince had reached a bid of 100,000 gold coins, someone had audaciously escalated the price by a factor of 2. Thus, Roland Ross committed an act highly unprofessional for an auctioneer, one that could earn him scorn among his peers. Yet at this moment, he was unconcerned with such trivialities. Sir, upstairs. I had already accepted the previous bid of 100,000 gold coins from the gentleman who called that amount. What? Did you not hear? I deeply apologize for my earlier laughter. After the auction concludes, I shall personally visit to express my contrition. Roland Ross originally intended for the Crown Prince to acquire this item at a fair price, and he dismissed any concerns regarding the seller's potential dissatisfaction. Despite the myriad of rumors circulating in the imperial capital, he is, after all, the Crown Prince of the Empire. However, standing upon the stage, Magni was less than pleased. To think that such a finely crafted weapon could be obtained for a mere 100,000 tiny gold coins. Humans truly lack discernment. His voice was jarring and still rather gruff. Prince Javen, feeling helpless, could only call out again. I misspoke earlier. I actually meant to bid 200,000. He turned to the private booth from which the previous bid of 200,000 had originated and apologized, saying, My dear sir, I sincerely apologize. I am determined to acquire this weapon and hope you might grant me some leniency. After the auction concludes, I invite you to meet me in the woods, where I shall treat you with the utmost hospitality. Do accept his offer. Arthas urged eagerly. Lilith, understanding the wisdom and knowing when to concede, pinched her nose and replied in a peculiar tone. Very well, let us consider this an opportunity to forge a friendship. Ha ha ha. Although Roland Ross was vexed that this dwarf had disrupted his plans, he dared not offend a distinguished guest of the Crown Prince, and thus carefully offered a few compliments before gracefully escorting him away. Once the auction concluded, Javen promptly received the Holy Knight's sword crafted by Arthas. Typically, one would need to pay in full before collecting their items from the auction house. Yet without having settled the payment, the auction house staff hurriedly delivered the sword to Javen. He discerned that the auction house manager was already aware of his identity. This posed no issue, and he politely inquired, I currently do not have sufficient cash on hand. May I write a note to your esteemed establishment? Certainly, came the reply from the middle-aged man who had previously been reprimanded by Roland Ross. Under Roland Ross's stern admonition, he dared not reveal any hint of disrespect toward the Crown Prince. Thus, Javan received a piece of paper from a servant who had appeared from seemingly nowhere, already inscribed with the necessary amount. Javan merely signed his name, Javan Shuri. The middle-aged man trembled slightly as he took the paper. Despite having known Javan's identity and held him in disdain, he felt a profound reverence upon seeing the name Shuri. Magni, holding the Holy Knight's sword, examined it closely, his face betraying an uncontainable excitement. Observing this, Javan approached him with a smile, humbly inquiring, "Master Magni, what brings you such elation? Is this sword truly formidable?" "No, it is not that way, Prince Javan." Magnus shook his head, his face radiating a sense of reverence. "This is merely a bronze-level longsword among our dwarven kin. It holds little significance, yet its craftsmanship surpasses even that of the weapons forged by the Golden family, though somewhat unrefined. The artisan behind it must surely be a young prodigy from our race. If fortune permits, I would dearly love to meet him. You shall have your wish." Javan replied with a gentle smile. At that moment, a strikingly handsome youth reappeared beside Javan and whispered, "I have inquired. The occupant of that chamber is indeed the seller of this sword." Javan affectionately ruffled the boy's hair. "Be a bit more courteous. I believe we may have stumbled upon great fortune." Yet, the youth furrowed his brow. "We are the Emperor's sons, destined to be the most esteemed individuals in the realm, second only to our father. Yet now, we find ourselves smiling obsequiously at a dwarf. Brother, I am growing weary of this. It shall pass, Anthony, it shall pass. The wishes of our elder brothers, our first, second, and third, will ultimately be fulfilled by us." In the distance, a group shrouded in cloaks converged from all directions. The young man's subordinates are skilled. They are pursuing too closely. Have we shaken them off? Yes. But it is certain that he is the target the employer wishes us to eliminate, replied a burly man, his beard now visible as he no longer feigned humility. The leader of this cloaked assembly was a woman named Aurelia. "Reed, how can you be so certain?" Aurelia inquired hesitantly. "I employed the eagle-eye technique to discern the young man's signature. Javan, the rising sun. It cannot be mistaken," Reed asserted. Aurelia nodded, her tone resolute. "Continue to draw near, but do not let them catch sight of you." "Understood. Understood. Understood. Understood." The Valencia Mercenary Corps had suffered considerable losses in their previous task, yet their ranks were now replenished. Aurelia felt a flutter of anxiety and uncertainty within her, far from the calm she projected. For this mission held the potential to create a monumental impact. If successful, it would astonish the world. Yet, reflecting on the previous 3 heirs, Aurelia could not help but smile wryly. Astonish the world? The world has grown numb, has it not? On another path, an exquisitely crafted carriage moved slowly, the driver merely guiding its direction without urging the horses to hasten. This carriage trailed behind Javan's procession, and his shadowy guardians made no attempt to intervene. For within the carriage sat the ebullient Arthas and Lilith. Lilith sat beside Arthas, her cheeks flushed, silent and demure, while Arthas, ever the playful spirit, sought to amuse her with jest. "Did you apply lip gloss today?" "Yes, of course." "What flavor?" "Fruit." "Why? Is it truly fruit?" "Let me taste." "Arg, you are teasing me." A small fist gently struck Arthas, who chuckled heartily, grasping Lilith's hand, his expression suddenly turning serious. Lilith was taken aback. What? Arthas sighed deeply. "I say, Lilith, I am now also a regent count, and possess a substantial fortune of 200,000 gold coins. So, how do I compare with your father?" "General Odysseus?" Lilith pondered seriously. "If it were in the past, you would be quite comparable to him now. However, did I not mention? He is now the governor of the Lorga province. No worries, if you wish to marry me, you can simply approach him directly." Lilith's face flushed crimson once more. But Arthas waved his hand dismissively. "If I wanted to marry you, I would have done so already. I merely asked to ascertain whether I qualify to take you as my concubine. You, go, die." The phrase from the imperial capital referred to the realm of romance. Yet neither Arthas nor Lilith hailed from there. They merely speculated that it was a place name. In truth, Lilith believed this gathering was entirely unnecessary. Their acquaintance had stemmed from a misunderstanding, and the young man's words were likely mere pleasantries, not a sincere invitation. Nevertheless, Arthas thought rather simply, considering that since someone was hosting a gathering, it would be a missed opportunity not to attend. Arthas continued to jest with Lilith. Ever since she had decided to accompany him to the imperial capital, he had regarded her as his own, though regrettably, her youth rendered him devoid of desire. He could only think of waiting until she matured a bit more before earnestly expressing his affections. The caravan entered an alley. Aurelia suddenly appeared behind a seemingly ordinary man, swiftly plunging her dagger into him. With a muffled groan, the man collapsed slowly, yet Aurelia did not pause for even a moment. Soon, amidst the boundless night. She had dispatched 6 or 7 onlookers. She noticed a carriage following the caravan, distinctly different in style, trailing for quite some time, without the apprehension exhibited by Aurelia. The occupants of this carriage were likely guests of Prince Javan. Aurelia crouched low, stealthily advancing through the darkness. As the coachman yawned, seizing the moment, Aurelia's form became as agile as a weasel. She leaped and infiltrated the carriage. The coachman merely assumed it was the thoroughbred stumbling on the uneven road. Arthas was about to speak when Aurelia subdued him, yet it was Aurelia herself who gasped in astonishment. Arthas. Chapter 30. In the Woods, Part 1. Oh no. Arthas, how did you end up here? Oh no. Arthas' face flushed with urgency. Could you please release my mouth before bombarding me with questions? A fragrant aroma lingered in the air as Aurelia suddenly became aware of her indiscretion, feeling an acute sense of embarrassment as she released Arthas. After all, it was Arthas who had spared her life. Her principles forbade her from inflicting harm upon her savior. Aurelia, before we discuss my matters, I am curious as to how you found yourself here, and how you managed to slip into my carriage. Arthas inhaled deeply, recalling the shock of Aurelia's abrupt intrusion into his carriage. Just then, he noticed Lilith casting a decidedly unfriendly glance at Aurelia, her smile devoid of warmth. Arthas, is this your friend? Might you introduce us? Aurelia fell silent, pondering whether she should reveal her true purpose of assassinating the crown prince. However, upon noticing the beauty beside Arthas, she could not resist inquiring, Arthas, who is this lady? I am his fiancée. Lilith's declaration was resolute, leaving no room for dispute. Aurelia shot a sidelong glance at Arthas, who shivered with guilt, though he questioned why he felt such remorse, for he had done nothing wrong. Indeed, she was once my fiancée, but the engagement has since been annulled. Allow me to introduce you. This is Lilith and Aurelia, the leader of the Valencia Mercenary Corps. You have met before. It was no wonder Aurelia failed to recognize Lilith, who now donned elegant attire and possessed a fair complexion, a stark contrast to the ragged girl she once was in the floating fortress. In truth, Lilith had already recognized Aurelia. Her earlier question had been entirely intentional. Arthas felt on the brink of collapse. Should he not be interrogating Aurelia instead? How had the situation devolved into a dual interrogation by 2 women? Aurelia, judging by your attire, I presume you are not here merely for a leisurely chat? Aurelia sighed softly. After departing from the ruins of the Rhine desert, I utilized my previous savings to hire additional personnel and arrived in Elpolis, hoping to secure a lucrative deal that would allow me to retire comfortably. Now that the opportunity has presented itself, I must be frank with you. I intend to assassinate the crown prince. Contrary to her expectations, Arthas did not display shock followed by heartfelt persuasion, arguing that the crown prince was his friend. Instead, he paused, a look of confusion crossing his face. If you intend to assassinate the crown prince, what brings you to my carriage? The convoy ahead belongs to the 4th prince, Javan, who is currently the crown prince of the empire. What? Arthas turned away with a wry smile. Lilith, it seems we have inadvertently ensnared the crown prince. To his surprise, Lilith merely shrugged, nonchalantly responding, had I known he was Javan, I would have been even more ruthless. By the way, Arthas, are you not aware that our empire's crown prince has changed 3 times? This Javan is the 4th. Arthas scratched his head, expressing his familiarity with historical studies, yet admitting his ignorance regarding contemporary affairs. The aristocratic circles were abuzz with wagers surrounding the timing of his demise. It seemed that being a crown prince had morphed into a perilous vocation. Lilith paused momentarily, then broke into a sly grin, revealing her bed of 300 gold coins that he would perish within the month. Her confidence, however, was rather tenuous. Aurelia furrowed her brow. The dark guards of Prince Gavin were quite adept, and she had only managed to deal with some minor threats, leaving her reluctant to venture closer. Yet, she genuinely yearned to retire from this perilous life, acknowledging the necessity of taking risks. Clenching the dagger in her hand, she implored Arthas for assistance, albeit minimal, just to remain nearby until the opportune moment arose for her to depart. Arthas pondered for a moment, reluctant to see Gavin meet his end, as he was his first patron. A cooperative relationship could spare him the need to frequent auction houses in the future. Arthas was not particularly greedy. A profit margin of several times was sufficient, as anything beyond that would seem excessively avaricious. Aurelia, I can sense your disdain for the mercenary profession, Arthas articulated thoughtfully, noticing her hesitance to share her past. He continued, you need not divulge your history. However, if I were to propose a partnership that could yield greater profits than mercenary work with considerably less risk, would you consider joining me? Lilith chuckled mischievously, leaning into Arthas with a soft tone. Are you attempting to entice other women before my very eyes? At that moment, A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted from the carriage. Shortly after, Arthas, clutching his leg, begrudgingly remarked, "This profession is termed equipment tester, a term I coined. You shall be the first in this realm to undertake such a role. Your task will be to assist me in testing the performance or attributes of certain equipment, with minimal danger involved. Of course, if you are inclined to play the role of my bodyguard, I would not object." Aurelia, after hearing this, appeared somewhat hesitant. Indeed, the profession Arthas proposed was particularly alluring, yet it also reeked of unreliability. If low risk and high reward truly existed, surely a multitude of individuals would have already flocked to it. She was a pragmatic woman. "I think I shall decline, Arthas. Thank you for your kindness," she replied with a bittersweet smile. "You need not pity me, young master. Wait, I speak the truth. If you doubt my words, I can provide you with a deposit up front," Arthas responded, perplexed as to why she would reject such a fortuitous offer. In truth, Arthas genuinely required a tester, as his martial skills were currently lacking and his magical abilities were just budding. Even if he crafted superior equipment, he could not assess its efficacy. Observing Arthas's earnest demeanor, Aurelia found herself wavering. Arthas, seizing the moment, remarked, "Consider this. Wouldn't it be easier to join forces with me than to venture out alone? After all, I hold noble status. Let my esteemed lineage vouch for the truth of my words. Every syllable is genuine, devoid of deceit. Lilith can attest to this." Lilith, covering her face and filled with resignation, replied, "Very well. I can confirm that he is indeed quite affluent now and capable of supporting you. Alas, I wish you both happiness." At that moment, the coachman suddenly lifted the curtain, revealing a graceful woman clad in a cloak, kneeling between Arthas's legs. The coachman's expression stiffened, and he quickly lowered the curtain again. "Wait, it's not what you think. If there is something to say, please do so quickly." Arthas hastily drew back the fabric. The coachman awkwardly stated, "Young master, I meant to inform you that we have arrived. This is the Grove." The Grove is an ancient noble clubhouse. Its history is old as the city itself, and its name has become synonymous with a certain indulgence in Elpolis. Upon first sight, Arthas mistook it for the residence of a duke or king. The fourth prince, Javan, and the fifth prince, Anthony, had already disembarked from the carriage, and Magnet, of course, followed closely behind, still toying with the knight's sword crafted by Arthas, a look of rapture on his face. As Arthas stepped down from the carriage, eager to greet Prince Javan, he was astonished to find a remarkably familiar figure standing at the entrance of this establishment. Lancelot, adorned in splendid knightly armor, stood upright as if awaiting someone. His armored appearance was so striking that Arthas nearly failed to recognize him. It had been some time since Arthas last laid eyes on Lancelot. Ever since he entered the Imperial Military Academy, he had vanished from sight. Arthas had sent inquiries, only to learn that Lancelot resided at the academy and had no reason to return. Today, he appeared in the presence of the Imperial heir. Arthas sensed an unusual air. Lancelot seemed quite adept at navigating the social currents, having aligned himself with influential figures in just a few days. Aurelia had already departed, seeking her mercenary companions. She had previously agreed with Arthas to forego this particular mission. Arthas and Lilith approached Javan, bowing respectfully. The prince smiled lightly. "You two must be my fellow enthusiasts, ha ha ha. Should such exquisite weaponry grace us again, I shall reserve it for you. I truly apologize. My esteemed guest has set their sights on the same item. Consider today a gesture of goodwill. You may enter and enjoy yourselves. Let all expenses be charged to me." "Then it would be remiss not to comply, esteemed one. May I inquire your name?" Arthas asked. Javan hesitated, as if weighing a momentous decision. Then, with a nod from the youth beside him, he spoke, "I am the Imperial Crown Prince, Javan Shuri, son of the glorious Emperor Gaius Nero." Indeed, it appears that Aurelia did not choose her target in vain. Although Arthas had long been aware, he feigned astonishment. "So you are the Crown Prince. My apologies for my rudeness." Just then, a voice interrupted. Lancelot had arrived. He had noticed the prince's presence earlier and intended to greet him from a distance. But seeing the prince engaged in conversation with two strangers, he felt compelled to approach, only to discover that one of them was his own master. As Arthas raised his eyelids, he was struck by an unexpected impression of Lancelot's striking handsomeness. "Lancelot, what brings you here? I see you are no longer stuttering," he remarked. Recalling how fluidly Lancelot had addressed him moments ago, a remarkable change from their past encounters. Lancelot explained, "It is true, Master Arthas. Thanks to Prince Gavin's support, I have now taken on the role of an officer in the Imperial Guard, while I continue my studies at the Imperial Military Academy. The position is merely a part-time engagement. Furthermore, my speech impediment has been treated with the assistance of a magician, courtesy of the Crown Prince." Turning to Gavin, Arthas's expression darkened slightly. Your Highness, is it entirely fair to encroach upon my territory in such a manner? Gavin, too, appeared puzzled. Lancelot, do you know him? Indeed. Arthas interjected. Lancelot is a dear friend of mine. Oh, forgive my manners. I am a student at the Algal branch of the Imperial Magic Academy and the regent of Count Tynab, named Arthas. Gavin's face lit up with recognition. Oh, so you are the remarkable son of the Baron. My father has spoken of you. It is a privilege to meet you indeed. His enthusiasm grew as he learned of Arthas's magical studies. With a hand resting on Arthas's shoulder, Gavin engaged him in pleasantries, and together, they ventured deeper into the woods. Meanwhile, Aurelia had summoned most of her mercenary group, though the mage Reis was still unaccounted for. Had Arthas not been aware that this was a place of revelry, he might have mistaken it for an ordinary noble gathering. The courtesans were elegantly attired, their noble demeanor evident in their refined conduct, indicative of rigorous upbringing in aristocratic etiquette. In the center of the hall, a minstrel strummed a harp and sang softly. In a typical establishment of pleasure, one would expect the bard to recite flowery, sentimental verses. However, in this gathering of aristocratic youths, he sang an admonitory poem, its content sharply aligned with the currently popular reformist themes, hinting at the radical sentiments of the imperial factions. In the woods, the gathering place of the imperial faction, their ostensible purpose was to indulge in leisurely pursuits. Yet their discussions were deeply entwined with the present political landscape. This was Arthas's first encounter with such a politically charged environment. As Crown Prince Jawan entered, a throng of nobly adorned individuals converged around him. Whispers circulated in the outside world that this crown prince had little time left, unbeknownst to them. He had become a pivotal figure within the imperial faction, wielding considerable influence. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Arthas interjected with a few remarks. He had come to understand the political aspirations of these individuals, which could be succinctly summarized as a desire to abolish the feudal system or further curtail the power of the great nobles. As a minor noble himself, Arthas naturally aligned with those advocating for the limitation of aristocratic authority, fostering a sense of camaraderie among them. Having originated from Earth, he had encountered numerous reforms in textbooks and shared his insights. Your Highness, esteemed nobles, Arthas began, I believe that any reform should be approached with caution rather than haste. Have you ever heard the parable of the frog in boiling water? When a frog is thrown into scalding water, it immediately senses the heat and leaps out. Conversely, if placed in cool water that is gradually heated, it becomes complacent, and by the time the water reaches a boil, escape is no longer an option. Whether such a scenario truly unfolds, I cannot say, but in the context of reform, it holds merit. If you were to propose the outright abolition of the feudal system now, even someone like myself would dissent, let alone provoke the vehement backlash of the great nobles and the republicans. The emperor would not lend you his support. Arthas's words were notably candid. However, a voice of discontent arose. You, young whippersnapper, are you even of age? You understand nothing of politics. What is required is idealism. Do you grasp that? Idealism. At this moment, Prince Anthony, who had been standing beside Crown Prince Jawan, chuckled softly. Idealism. If you believe that idealism is the essence of politics, then I suggest it is time for you to relinquish your position as Deputy Minister of Finance. Prince Anthony, mind your words, the man retorted, offering Anthony an unfriendly glare. Crown Prince Jawan, sensing the rising tension, interjected, Gentlemen, Arthas is my guest, and Anthony is my brother. I expect you to show due respect. The bureaucrats, mindful of the Crown Prince's authority, maintained a semblance of reverence. After all, nominally, the Crown Prince was the highest-ranking member of the imperial faction. Although he was expected to be the chancellor of the empire, he had opted to align himself with the feudalists, prioritizing his noble identity. The imperial faction was in dire need of a truly dignified leader. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the main hall. Protect the prince. The surrounding guards cried out in a frenzy. Chapter 32. In the Forest, Part 2. Lancelot reacted with remarkable swiftness, drawing his longsword and thrusting it forward in defense. He felt a wave of numbness. The properties of lightning and physical forces were akin to those on Earth, capable of being conducted through metal. Lancelot's attempt to block with his sword proved ineffective. However, having attained the rank of Silver Level 3, he possessed significantly more energy than the average person, allowing him to recover from the initial shock rather swiftly. The assailant was undoubtedly Reis, as Arthas had caught sight of his bushy beard beneath the hood. Reis, merely a bronze-tier mage, was significantly outmatched by two entire tiers. Lancelot let out a furious roar, and a silver-white aura began to swirl around his longsword. The ordinary individuals within the room felt an all-encompassing sense of oppression. Reis, being a mage, was more attuned to such sensations and realized he had encountered formidable resistance. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that Aurelia had abandoned her plan to assassinate the crown prince, still expecting reinforcements to arrive. With his sword in hand, Lancelot lunged forward, closing the distance between himself and Rise. As Rise began to chant a spell, Lancelot raised his sword and severed one of Rise's arms, causing his wand to clatter to the floor. Seizing the moment, Lancelot transformed his slash into a thrust, directing the tip of his sword straight towards Rise's heart. "Leave him alive." Lancelot hesitated, turning to discover that the command had originated from Arthas. "Master Arthas, this man intended to ambush His Highness the Crown Prince. He is truly beyond redemption. Allow me to strike him down," Lancelot declared, yet ultimately plunged his sword into Rise's heart. A sickening squelch echoed as blood erupted, blossoming like a vast rose upon the floor. Rise's body lay amidst the crimson pool, still trembling as his life ebbed away. Moments later, he closed his eyes. Arthas stood frozen, pondering how to explain this incident to Aurelia. Rise was no mere pawn. He was a vital asset of the Valencia mercenary corps, having undoubtedly followed Aurelia for many years. It seemed Lancelot was becoming increasingly insubordinate. Perhaps sensing Arthas' discontent, Crown Prince Jarvan furrowed his brow. "Lancelot, you have indeed acted recklessly, yet I must thank you for saving my life. Servants, remove this corpse." Arthas discerned that Prince Jarvan was not in a state of panic. He likely had encountered such circumstances numerous times before. After speaking, Prince Jarvan turned to Arthas. "Let us discuss the reforms. That is what interests me most. This place is now tainted with blood. Let us retire to my private chamber." With that, Prince Jarvan gestured for Arthas to follow. Arthas smiled as he walked in the direction indicated by Jarvan, casting a sidelong glance at Lancelot. Lancelot lowered his head, appearing rather sheepish. "Arthas, do you need me to hesitate for a while longer?" Lilith inquired. Arthas shook his head. "It would be best for you to return, if any danger remains tonight. Your presence would only be a liability." Perhaps in agreement with Arthas or feeling underestimated, Lilith chose not to linger and turned to leave. Deep within the woods, this place resembled not so much a private chamber as a small hall of its own. Aside from Javan, his inseparable brother stood nearby, his countenance still adorned with a morose expression, reluctant to engage in conversation. "Have you ever seen the sword in Master Magni's hand?" Alces's pupils narrowed slightly. "Oh, if I had seen it, why would I still desire to purchase it myself? No, listen to me. Do not resist so vehemently. I harbor no ill intentions." Prince Javan remarked nonchalantly, "Shall we discuss a collaboration?" "What manner of collaboration?" Alcestis retorted, "Let me be frank. Even if you are a prince, I shall not engage in ventures that do not yield profit." Since they were to discuss collaboration, Alcestis no longer regarded him with the subservient demeanor typical of a commoner in the presence of nobility. The dignity between partners is equal, facilitating negotiation, even if their strengths differ. "What if I were the seller? If you have stock next time, I shall procure as much as you possess, provided the price is reasonable." Prince Javan proposed. Alcestis raised an eyebrow. "What about the price? Today, I purchased this sword at an exorbitant rate. You cannot deny that." Javan's tone bore a hint of exasperation. "I have distinguished guests present. Otherwise, I would rather forego this transaction. I concede, your offer indeed exceeded my psychological threshold." Alcestis's composure faltered. He was still too sensitive, unable to fabricate falsehoods with a straight face. "If the quality matches that of today's weapon, I shall offer 100,000 gold coins. Should the quality be superior, we may negotiate further." Alcestis understood that this price was already Javan's psychological limit. No matter how exceptional the weapons he forged, if no one recognized their worth, selling them for 100,000 gold coins would be a formidable challenge. The 200,000 gold coins he had received today was merely a serendipitous occurrence. Hence, Alcestis chose not to haggle further and readily agreed to the collaboration proposed by Prince Javan. Javan summoned several maidens and uncorked a new bottle of wine. "Now, let us discuss reform. I found your previous remarks quite intriguing." Javan raised his glass, clinking it with Alcestis's. The imperial factions advocated for reform with fervor, eager to implement sweeping changes as if longing to return to ancient times overnight. "Why do you advocate for a more gradual approach? Likened to the metaphor of a frog in warm water? Indeed, it is a gradual simmering. While sweeping reforms are not inherently problematic, they suit only simpler nations. I once heard a proverb, governing a great nation is akin to cooking a delicate dish. Each step must be taken with caution, and one must avoid radicalism." Numerous examples of failed radical reforms abound in history. The upheavals in Eastern Europe and the dissolution of the Soviet Union serve as prime illustrations. American economists proposed a shock therapy to the former Soviet republics, aiming to obliterate the existing system and instigate overnight change, yet they all met with failure, leading to significant losses for those nations, which subsequently languished in decline. There are many similar instances. Are you also a proponent of reform? Javan inquired. In truth, I am not particularly invested in these matters, Your Highness, as I am but a scholar of magic. However, from a scholarly perspective, I must assert that the current feudal system is exceedingly antiquated. Even with the unification of the empire, wars erupt almost annually among the major nobles, and the imperial government is powerless to intervene, resulting in a palpable depletion of the empire's vitality amidst these internal conflicts. The feudal system of the West bears a striking resemblance to the fiefdom system of the Western Zhou, where the term feudal originally denoted the establishment of territories and states. Distinct from the concept of a feudal society, the existing military district system within the Augustan Empire is essentially an optimized version of feudalism, compared to a true feudal system. It features fewer great nobles and allows for a greater role of the central government. Nonetheless, it still fails to resolve the issue of conflict among feudal lords. One could argue that this world knows not of a peaceful era, as wars erupt almost every year. The recent conflict with Count Lucius was merely a fleeting glimpse of this system. What, then, do you believe is the future course of the empire? A purely imperial structure? Or a return to the ancient republic? Arthas pondered seriously for a moment. The ideal state would be a bureaucratic empire with an honor system, one that is entirely subordinate to the emperor. However, transitioning from the current state to the one I have described requires a considerable journey ahead. Chapter 33. Archmage Lotties, a bureaucratic empire with an honor system, entirely obedient to the emperor? Prince Gavin contemplated for a moment. Your views seem aligned with the orthodox imperial faction, yet you are not part of the bureaucratic class. Rather, you are a noble. Furthermore, given the vastness of the empire, how do we select bureaucrats? Arthas shrugged. The criteria must be objective. It should not be based solely on lineage, allowing everyone the perception of opportunity. It also depends on the type of empire you wish to cultivate, militaristic and expansionist. Then selection should be based on military merit, perhaps conducting military examinations during peacetime. If you envision a culture-first, civilized empire, then cultural examinations should be instituted. Of course, measures must be taken to prevent cheating. Well, my conversation with you today has greatly enriched me. Lancelot is your friend, and thus you are also my friend. I shall invite you again when the opportunity arises. When one speaks of the next time, it often signals the end of the meeting. Arthas bowed and took his leave. On his return, Arthas found himself seated in the same small carriage, though this time accompanied by Aurelia. Aurelia's eyes were red-rimmed, as Arthas had anticipated, following Riz's death. The mercenaries of the Valencia Mercenary Corps began to question her leadership capabilities, particularly her decision to follow Arthas, which they found utterly incredulous. They believed that Aurelia must have fallen under some enchantment. In response, Arthas could only assure her, I guarantee that you will earn more than if you continue as the leader of that mercenary group. As for Lancelot, I must find the time to discuss matters with him. His performance today left me quite dissatisfied. Lancelot's eyes bore an unfamiliar quality upon his return to the estate. After arranging a residence for Aurelia, he reminded Lilith to ensure she collected the auction funds the following day, as he anticipated upcoming expenditures. The next morning, he hurried to the Magic Academy, for he was to attend a significant alchemy class, an essential subject for Arcesius. Upon arriving at the academy, a raven unexpectedly descended from the sky, landing directly on Arcesius's shoulder. To his astonishment, the raven spoke in a tone reminiscent of a magpie. The dean's office summons you. Caw-caw, the dean's office summons you. After delivering its message, the raven took flight. The dean's office? Arcesius recalled that during his entrance examination, Rhea had mentioned introducing him to Dean Lotties. If Lotties accepted him as a disciple, he would no longer be merely an auditor. The laboratory and library would be accessible to him at no cost. It seemed he would need to study magic earnestly, but a diverse skill set was always advantageous. As Arcesius entered the administrative building, a high-ranking gnome approached him with a humble demeanor, greeting him respectfully. Young Master Arcesius, you have arrived. Arcesius chuckled and produced a check, saying, Old chap, you've called me young master so many times without any reward from me. Now that I have some funds, take this, a check for 1 gold coin. Spend it as you wish. The gnome lowered his eyelids, expressing dissatisfaction. Only 1 gold coin? Understand when to stop while you're ahead. Enough of your prattle. Take me to the dean's office. Inside the dean's office, Dean Lotties was not the cloaked elder Arcesius had envisioned. Rather, he was a middle-aged man with golden hair, sporting a pair of small mustaches, gold-rimmed spectacles, and a pristine noble robe. Arcesius could more readily envision him as a capitalist of the era than a dean of a magic academy. Greetings. Hello, Dean Lotties. Call me Dean. Very well, Dean Lotties. Your expression suggests you find me rather youthful? Yes. I am older than your grandfather, so it would be wise to show me respect. The dean's demeanor was quite haughty. Arcesius involuntarily shrank back, feeling an inexplicable tension. Lotties' last remark was indeed thought-provoking. In various online novels, characters with youthful visages but advanced ages are often immensely powerful figures. Dean Lotties, you've misunderstood. My admiration for you flows like an unending river. How could I possibly lack respect for you? At this, Lotties nodded with satisfaction. A child who knows how to speak. I appreciate that. Now, I must formally inform you of a matter. You have been expelled. What in the world? Arcesius felt as though thunder had struck within him. This was not what he had anticipated. Calm down, young man. You have been expelled from the academy. With your rare talents. Do you still wish to linger in such a mundane institution as a magic academy? From this moment forth, you shall be my disciple, Arthas. Now, call me master so that I may hear it. Greetings, esteemed master. I am utterly startled. Arthas took a deep breath. So, master, will I still be able to study at the academy in the future? Arthas adjusted his golden-rimmed spectacles. Of course. As my disciple, what prevents you from attending such places? Not just the Alga division, but also the Sud and Nord divisions. If you desire it, you may go wherever you wish. I shall see who dares to obstruct you. Moreover, did that wretched goblin not inform you? I am not merely the head of the Alga division. Then, with a flourish, Arthas enumerated a lengthy list of titles, some of which Arthas could scarcely comprehend. Among these titles, 3 stood paramount: the Vice President of the Magic Academy, the Rotating Chair of the Magic Guild, and the Royal Grand Sorcerer. My heavens, have I stumbled upon a treasure? Arthas steadied his nerves and suddenly bowed deeply, akin to a Japanese individual. Greetings, esteemed master. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I look forward to your guidance. The Vice President of the Magic Academy is essentially the de facto head, as the position of headmaster is held concurrently by the Emperor, who would never deign to conduct business at the academy. Do not be overly courteous, Arthas remarked. If you are too polite, I shall feel remiss in disciplining you. Disciplining me? Arthas inquired. Are you not aware of what the primary duty of a Grand Sorcerer's apprentice is? I know. It is to diligently study magical knowledge, promote the culture of magic, and perpetuate the master's magical legacy. Incorrect. All wrong. Your primary duty is to serve as my test subject, to aid the headmaster in augmenting his power. Arthas shook his head in exasperation. Ignorant youth, what you just mentioned is merely your side endeavor. Chapter 34. The Magic of Life. What constitutes the magic of life? Arthas had previously believed it to be a form of sorcery that consumed one's vitality, thereby shortening one's lifespan with each use, primarily aimed at enhancing the physical form. However, this time, the Grand Sorcerer Arthas provided an answer that was equally emphatic. Wrong. All wrong. The magic of life is far from such superficiality. It is neither druidic nor shamanistic. Rather, the magic of life can be described as a form of theft. Theft of magic? So, does that imply the magic of life is akin to the rogue profession within the arcane arts? Arthas, bewildered, humbly sought clarification, timidly asking, what do you mean by theft? Arthas, let me pose a question. What are you? I am human. Incorrect. You are life. Arthas gestured toward the desk before him. This desk is also life. The 4 elemental magics are life, and even the deities of myth and legend are embodiments of life. The magic of life is the art of siphoning the vital essence from all existence across the realms for one's own use. By the heavens! Arthas was deeply astonished by the language of Arthas. Was this not the essence of cultivation? To pilfer the forces of nature for one's own gain. However, after Arthas finished speaking, he appeared somewhat sheepish. But the spell that can siphon the life force of others is still under my research. For now, I can only rely on my own strength. Remember, once you learn the magic of life, you must consume ample fatty meats and supplements. I do not wish for my first disciple to meet an untimely demise. Is there truly any difference from what I initially surmised? Arthas pondered. It seems there is none. Nevertheless, dear Arthas, you must have faith in the prowess of your dean. I shall eventually master the spell that can drain all life force. Very well, esteemed teacher. Might you teach me a spell first? This time, Arthas did not hesitate at all and promptly agreed. I shall teach you the most formidable technique. Arthas, observe closely. This is the spell of immense physical enhancement. With that, Arthas swiftly retrieved a notebook and inscribed a line of incantation. Genius Arthas, immense power, physical enhancement. Domo Tesu Luya, Noya Wali Mala. Teacher, why not chant it aloud first to demonstrate for your disciple? Arthas felt a tad embarrassed. I fear for my longevity, you see. I am already quite old, and such a powerful technique should be left for you young ones to wield. May I decline? Rithis spoke with an elegant tone. Then you shall truly be expelled. It seemed that the title of disciple was merely a guise for Rithis to experiment. Arthas recited the incantation, and indeed, his muscles suddenly tensed, gradually swelling until he resembled a monstrous figure. His head nearly grazed the ceiling, his skin darkened, veins bulged on his muscles, and a fierce glint shone in his eyes, exuding an exceptionally perilous aura. Yet, this state lasted only about 5 seconds. In an instant, Arthas's body deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing into a withered state akin to that of a millennia-old corpse. His skin wrinkled, eye sockets sunken, frothing at the mouth, and consciousness fading. Rithis scratched his head in confusion. This shouldn't be. An ordinary person can endure for over 10 seconds. This fellow has withered in just 5. It seems his private life is rather chaotic. However, such a high sensitivity to life magic was indeed a rarity. Rithis retrieved a vial from the drawer of his desk, half filled with blue liquid and half with red, and poured it into Arthas. He finally stirred awake, yet his body remained like that of a corpse. Arthas lifted his hands, and upon seeing them, suddenly let out a piercing scream. It was akin to the profound anguish of a woman subjected to forceful violation. Do not behave so. Return home and indulge in better sustenance. In a year and a half, you shall recuperate. Raditz, I shall not let this matter rest. With whom are you conversing? Fireball. Upon exiting the office of the division head, Arthas appeared gaunt, his attire charred beyond recognition, now barely concealing his form. The esteemed High Goblin, Lawlad, nearly failed to recognize him. My lord Arthas, how did you come to be in such a state? He recalled the rumors concerning the division head and shuddered involuntarily. Poor child, you can only blame your unfortunate favor with the division head. Arthas exhaled a plume of smoke. Seething, Lawlad, where is the magical beast breeding ground within the academy? I shall lead you there. No need, simply inform me. The magical beast breeding ground of the academy resides in the northeastern corner of the 3 colleges, a distinct cluster of edifices. Indeed, a cluster of structures, each crafted from steel, consuming enough resources to furnish the entire Empire's soldiers with new armaments. This breeding ground has taken a millennium to achieve its current scale. The fortification of these buildings is due to the perilous nature of each magical beast within, with wizards being scarce, entrusting them to warriors poses significant risks. Should even one of these beasts escape and wreak havoc in Elboris, the Empire would not spare the magical academy. Veiled and gloved, Arthas revealed only his eyes. Raditz, you have forced my hand. He entered a smaller building on the periphery of the breeding ground, which housed lesser magical beasts. After verifying Arthas' identity, the guard permitted his entrance. As Arthas departed, he overheard the guard muttering, "Are all wizards so feeble?" Ah, the dismay. Not only was his physique unappealing, but his visage was irredeemably ugly. Even his manhood had diminished by a full 5 centimeters. This was intolerable. This marked Arthas' first encounter with so-called magical beasts. The first was a cub of an ice wolf, ensnared within a magical cage, adorably furry, yet it bared its teeth menacingly as he approached. Fortuitously, it alleviated many of Arthas' psychological burdens. Devour. The devouring succeeded. The consumed was a bronze-tier magical beast cub, and his attribute points increased by 0.5. He advanced a few more paces, encountering a second beast, a black shadow wolf. Without hesitation, Arthas initiated the devouring once more, this time gaining an increase of 2 attribute points. Within this building, it appeared that all the magical beasts were various types of wolves. He had devoured 10 lesser magical beasts, resulting in a significant increase of 15 attribute points. Yet, upon reaching the final magical cage, he found that he could no longer initiate devouring. The reason being, the target bore no hostility. Arthas fixed his gaze upon this magical beast. Describing it as a wolf would be more akin to calling it a pug, its rotund form rendering it reminiscent of a diminutive pig. In that moment, Arthas could not recall the name of this peculiar beast. Consider yourself fortunate. He had already consumed all the magical creatures within this edifice. As for whether Raditz would assign blame, that was a predicament of his own making. Arthas muttered resentfully. Chapter 35. The Tears of Polly. Since he could not devour this final bizarre creature, Arthas turned to leave, intending to seek out other beings to consume. However, the pug unexpectedly leapt from its cage and trailed behind Arthas, wagging its tail incessantly and even licking his heels. Arthas crouched down to stroke the pup's head. Bewildered, it seemed that the magical prison could not contain it. Why did it not flee? Hey, can you comprehend human speech? Woof. You understand? Woof woof. Very well. Arthas thought to himself that his mind must have taken a strange turn to entertain the notion of conversing with a dog. He shook his head and disregarded the plump pup. Upon exiting, the guards noticed nothing amiss, merely informing him that the gates would close for a while at noon, urging him to finish his business and depart promptly. Arthas chuckled softly, complying readily. He proceeded to the second building, but at some point, the little dog had vanished. Likely deterred by the guards stationed at the entrance, the magical creatures within the second structure remained of a lower tier, yet their variety had increased. Unlike the previous assemblage of solely wolf-like beasts, magical creatures are indeed treasures. Arthas consumed them all, converting them into points, which proved quite advantageous. However, lacking the devour skill, one could also utilize the magical cores within these beasts as enhancement gems for equipment or concoct potions from them. After consuming the creatures within the second building, Arthas' points surged by 30, totaling 45 with the previous 15. As he exited, a guard informed him that the gates would soon close, suggesting he return in the afternoon. Arthas expressed his gratitude, reveling in his newfound tally. Humph, I now possess 45 points. If I return this afternoon, they might very well slay me. Having departed the magical creature breeding ground, Arthas returned to the academy. He ventured into a secluded grove, typically devoid of visitors, intending to allocate his points, only to be met by a colossal dog. Judging by its appearance, save for its size, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the little pug he had encountered in the low-tier beast zone. Woof! The large dog launched itself at Arthas, pinning him to the ground and showering him with affection, leaving him drenched in saliva. Most critically, Arthas distinctly felt his ribs crack. You're going to crush me. The dog, displaying some sense, promptly scampered to the side, crouching down and wagging its fan-like tail, stirring up a cloud of dust. Now, Arthas is quite certain that this is indeed the little pug from earlier. Is this the rhythm of forcibly collecting pets? However, should the dean discover this, the incident of the stolen magical beast from the breeding grounds would be inescapable. Never mind that for now. Arthas took a deep breath and opened his attribute interface in his mind. Current host attributes: stamina, 2, death level; strength, 2, death level; mentality, 2, death level; intelligence, 15, normal level; charm, 0, utterly abysmal; special energy, 0, not activated; overall evaluation. It is imperative for the host to promptly enhance their attribute points, or it will lead to the host's demise. Arthas inhaled deeply. Generally, magic consumes mental energy, specifically the quantity rather than the limit, so typically, a period of rest would suffice for recovery. However, this life magic appears to be burning attribute points, and it affects all attributes. Once burned, recovery through rest is exceedingly difficult. Although during the activation of a tremendous physical enhancement, Arthas felt as if his strength could shake mountains, the cost was rather steep. Charm does not require deliberate enhancement. Its decrease is likely due to Arthas' current frail appearance. At the very least, stamina, strength, mentality, and intelligence should be restored to their original levels. Arthas allocated 10 points to each of these crucial attributes, transforming them into 12, 12, 12, 25. Suddenly, Arthas' skin began to writhe, becoming plump and supple, and his charm increased to 20 points, originally 18. The rise of that single point may be attributed to his strength doubling from 5 points. Arthas' physique improved somewhat, exhibiting some muscle. Unlike before when he appeared like a willow tree clad in clothing, but emaciated when undressed. Now, Arthas' physique is quite remarkable, and his charm rating has escalated from excellent to alluring. Presently, 5 points remain. Arthas devoted them all to mentality, as he is, after all, a mage. The mental value surged from 12 to 17 points, and the evaluation transitioned to excellent. Arthas silently recited a spell and conjured a fireball. With a resounding boom, a fireball the size of a basketball shot into the small lake. Moments later, wisps of steam began to rise from the lake, and Arthas laughed heartily, proclaiming, "With this trick, I can at least qualify as a bronze level 2 mage. Reaching bronze level 1 is just around the corner." Yet, recalling the distasteful visage of Dean Rateyes, Arthas shuddered slightly, resolutely deciding that he must elevate his level before the next experiment involving himself. His mental attribute now surpasses that of most mages in his year, as the majority of these students struggle to cast even a decent spell, with only a handful managing to attain bronze level 3. At that moment, a figure entered the small lake. This person, with shoulder-length hair, donned a black robe typical of a magic student, lowering her head. However, her slender silhouette was unmistakable, and the delicate hands visible were pale and elongated. Arthas immediately recognized her. Polly. Upon hearing her name, Polly lifted her head, casting a glance at Arthas. Her eyes flickered, revealing a hint of emotion. He had grown considerably stronger since their last encounter. Polly approached, her brow slightly relaxing. Arthas, why didn't you attend class this morning? Skipping lessons could jeopardize your future. I know. Polly, look, haven't I become more handsome? Their rapport was so comfortable that Arthas felt no need for restraint, playfully teasing her upon their meeting. Yet, today, Polly seemed rather disinterested. Arthas, puzzled, inquired, Polly, what's wrong? You appear so downcast. Polly raised her head. A faint smile adorned her face, but her autumn-like eyes glistened with tears. Upon closer inspection, her lower eyelids appeared slightly swollen. A girl's tears can be profoundly moving. My father has passed away. Arthas, it's truly absurd. I shall no longer need to worry about being used as a pawn in a marriage alliance, for he is gone. Gone. Suddenly, Polly threw herself into Arthas's embrace. A warm sensation surged within him. He could sense her tears. Chapter 36. Let me pursue you. No one will care for me anymore. No one will love me. Arthas, what do you think I should do? Arthas wrapped one arm around Polly's waist, while the other gently caressed her back, hoping to impart warmth. Let it out, Polly. Perhaps crying will ease your burden. Can you tell me what transpired? Choking back tears, Polly recounted her recent experiences. She had always resided at the academy, rarely returning home even during breaks, fearing her father would use her as a bargaining chip in a marriage. However, while Arthas was preoccupied with crafting equipment, she unexpectedly received a letter from home. It revealed that Polly's father was none other than Governor Lorga, who had hosted a banquet with the generals of the Lorga province. Afterward, a quarrel erupted between the governor and General Masoya, culminating in the latter smashing a wine glass and storming out. Everyone assumed it was merely a trivial incident. Yet, days later, Governor Lorga suddenly died at home, without any visible injuries. The coroner concluded that he had succumbed to a heart ailment, a plausible explanation given that the governor was over 50 years old, entering the twilight of his life in this era. However, no one believed this explanation. Although Governor Lorga was aged, there had never been any rumors regarding his heart troubling him. Including Polly's family, everyone presumed that the act was committed by General Masoya. I shall avenge my father by slaying that General Masoya, Polly uttered, still nestled in Arthas's embrace. Arthas smiled bitterly. How should I respond? I will certainly assist you. Nonsense. It was evident that the general could not possibly be the perpetrator. To eliminate someone with whom one had merely quarreled days prior would incite suspicion. Who would be so foolish? Clearly, someone was manipulating General Masoya, using him as a scapegoat. Identifying this individual was not arduous. The one who reaped the greatest benefit was undoubtedly the culprit. General Odysseus of the Baghdad military district had ascended to the governorship, becoming the new governor of Lorga province. The answer was manifest. But could he reveal the truth to Polly? On one hand, there was his own conniving father-in-law, Lilith's father. On the other, there was his dear friend Polly from school. Arthas could not entangle himself in such matters. Polly, I can only say that the deceased is gone, and the living are of utmost importance. Your father surely loved you dearly. If he were to see you now, would it not pain him? It would, she replied. Then that is it, Polly. Grief may lead one to believe that what they have lost was of great significance, yet it will not restore it. All you can do is uplift yourself and prevent those who love you from sharing in your sorrow. Strive to become a successful individual, and your father's spirit will find solace. Polly lifted her head, her eyes shimmering like stars. Suddenly, she rose on her toes and pressed her lips against Arthas's. Polly's delicate tongue teased Arthas, prompting him to part his lips, and her sweet little tongue swiftly entered his mouth, intertwining with his in a clumsy dance. Of course, Arthas could not discern whether it was awkward or not, for this was indeed his first kiss. He endeavored to reciprocate, the intoxicating fragrance enveloping them both as they became lost in this enchanting moment. After a time, Arthas felt breathless. Fortunately, the large dog nearby barked, prompting Polly to reluctantly withdraw her lips. Arthas, do you like me? At that moment, what could Arthas say? I do. Your visage is as beautifully cold as the first snow of winter. Your brows resemble distant mountain ranges. Your eyes are as tranquil as emerald lakes. And your lips are sweeter than the finest honey I have ever tasted. You truly are a smooth talker, Polly teased, yet her head nestled sincerely against Arthas's chest. Arthas, you are the first man I have ever adored. Please do not abandon me. In the past, I yearned for a man to pursue me, to ensnare my heart with a passionate romance. Now, I have relinquished that hope. Since you do not pursue me, I shall take the initiative to pursue you. Arthas cupped Polly's face in his hands, suddenly feeling a flicker of selfishness. He had already pledged himself to Lilith, yet he accepted Polly's affections. Perhaps all men are inherently such creatures. Polly, I must confess that I am already betrothed. My fiancé's father is, in fact, your father's nemesis, he refrained from voicing. Polly, upon hearing this, managed a bittersweet smile, yet she did not withdraw from Arthas's embrace. As long as you treat me kindly. I truly do not care how many women you have, she murmured, burying her head deep into Arthas's chest. A warmth enveloped Arthas, and he realized Polly was weeping once more. Alas, it seems that maintaining a harem demands not only physical prowess, but also formidable emotional resilience. Even if the heroine professes indifference, can one genuinely accept such a reality? The readily available cannot simply be relinquished. If Arthas were to tell Polly, though I have affection for you, I cannot heed my heart, thus I cannot accept you, it would be the utmost irresponsibility towards her. She has declared her indifference. What more does he desire from her? He resolved to rein in his flirtatious tendencies. If he were to gain any attribute points, he would not allocate them to charm. Arthas, do you still have class this afternoon? Polly inquired. Yes, of course. I shall accompany you. However, I must first contemplate how to deal with this dog that persistently follows me, he replied, gesturing helplessly at the enormous, rotund pug. The pug seemed almost sentient, immediately approaching Arthas and nudging against him. Arthas's expression darkened. This was indisputably the most incriminating evidence. He attempted once more to communicate with the pug. Oh, dear canine. Could you possibly shrink in size? Woof woof. The pug responded. Arthas, a scholar well-versed in various languages, regrettably did not comprehend canine dialects. The pug, sensing Arthas's evident dissatisfaction, curled up slightly. Suddenly, Arthas grasped Polly's hand. Run. Chapter 36. Finally able to step on others panting heavily. Arthas had no idea how far he had run. At last, he had evaded that incriminating evidence. Whitewood collapsed onto the ground, raising his head only to find that Polly appeared utterly unaffected. Is this a jest? My physical strength rivals that of a bronze-level warrior. Why is she unscathed? Arthas, are you foolish? Could you not have employed a lightness technique just now? Upon hearing Polly's words, Arthas suddenly recalled the existence of such a spell. One that he could indeed wield with his mental prowess, yet it had eluded him moments prior. The arcane texts were indelibly inscribed within his mind. But having never practiced them, he found himself unable to summon the spells in practical application, despite being able to articulate the incantations and their respective descriptions with precision. Clearly, more practice was in order. Polly remarked, that dog was rather endearing. Why did you run away? Endearing? I found it to be rather foolish, not cute at all. Is there a distinction between foolishness and cuteness? Fine, you win, Arthas conceded, wiping the sweat from his brow. His expression shifted to one of bashfulness, eliciting a shy smile as he briefly covered his face with his hand. Have you taken some strange medicine? Polly inquired, playfully touching Arthas's forehead before checking her own, as if genuinely concerned for his health. I haven't tea. It's just that, may I hold your hand? Polly, having shed the sorrow that had previously enveloped her, found her shyness inexplicably vanished. Upon hearing Arthas's words, she replied coolly, sure. Internally, she was perplexed. After all, they had shared a kiss not long ago, yet here he was, shy as a schoolboy. Just as Arthas was about to grasp Polly's hand, an incongruous voice interrupted the moment. Hey, you little rascal, what are you planning to do with the goddess Polly? Arthas's enthusiasm was abruptly dampened by the unwelcome interruption. He turned to see a young man, evidently a wealthy scion, adorned in the same black robes designated for magic students, yet embellished with golden embroidery at the cuffs and collar. The combination of black and gold was indeed striking, but the man's face was unappealing, slick with an excess of oil, and his eyebrows clearly painted on, complemented by unnaturally red lips. In this era, Arthas seldom encountered women who donned makeup. Here was a man, clearly male, who had adorned himself in an ostentatious manner, which Arthas found utterly distasteful. Thus, he retorted in a mocking tone, "Little sister, is that how you address your elder brother?" With that, he shed his previous shyness and casually clasped Polly's hand. Let go. Do you believe I want to incapacitate you right now? The young man, noticing Arthas's gesture, disregarded the mockery directed at him. Arthas raised an eyebrow, his tone flippant. Let go? Would you prefer to take my place? The man, caught off guard by the direct exposure of his intentions, was consumed by a mixture of embarrassment and fury. Suddenly, he began to chant an incantation, summoning a fireball the size of a tennis ball, which Arthas deftly dodged. Another fireball? Can't you conjure something more original? Arthas yawned, stretching languidly. His fireball technique had already reached the size of a basketball, while Dean Rathes's fireball completely filled the office, akin to a fiery tempest. Strangely, That colossal fireball only singed him, leaving not even a single pin within the office untouched. It was a mystery how Rithys achieved such a feat. The tennis ball-sized fireball did not intimidate Arthas in the slightest. Enough. Franco, this is my affair, and it does not concern you. Polyphone's voice was icy. She had never displayed kindness towards such individuals. Polly, who is this person? A trembling finger slowly pointed towards Arthas. Arthas retorted angrily. Who are you pointing at? Polly is my girlfriend. Who are you, anyway? Ha ha ha. The man laughed, his demeanor noticeably lighter than before. Polly, is this fellow simple-minded? He dares to question my identity? Listen here, lad. I am the son of Chancellor Franco Almassini. Arthas scoffed, and so what? I am still the regent of Tainan. We are in a feudal era. No matter how powerful a chancellor may be, he cannot dictate the appointments of local feudal lords, as long as he has not offended the emperor. He can remain secure in his position. Franco smirked. But I possess another identity. I am an apprentice to the master blacksmith Magni, the first human to learn the dwarven art of forging. Do you think if our conflict reaches the emperor, he would side with you or with me? Arthas was deeply entertained by this gentleman's comedic talents. Forging? It was the first time someone had inadvertently stumbled upon his specialty. A thrill of excitement coursed through Arthas. He could not let this chance to showcase his prowess slip away. Franco, Polly's impatience was palpable. I've already stated that my matters do not concern you. Depart at once. Since the goddess had spoken, he had no choice but to leave. However, this esteemed regent, I have a small favor to ask. Do you wish to challenge me? Arthas inquired. Franco was taken aback. How did you know? How could I not? The play has unfolded to this point. Anyone familiar with online novels would recognize your intentions. Besides, aside from the incident at the auction house involving the imperial heir, I have been feeling quite stifled lately. I have long desired to vent my frustrations on an oblivious young noble. What do you wish to challenge me on? Franco smiled. Well, if I were to mention lineage, it would seem like I am merely exploiting my advantages. Instead, let us compete comprehensively. For a mage, magic is of utmost importance. However, as a second-year student, I am a level above you and do not wish to bully you. Therefore, let us add 2 additional disciplines, combat and forging. What do you say? Combat and forging? Franco's physique did indeed suggest he was capable of holding his own in a fight. In Franco's subjective perception, he was evidently intent on leveraging his skill to outmaneuver others. However, Arthas, unimpressed, merely nodded in agreement. It was merely a matter of magic, combat, and forging. Yet, what would the stakes be? If you lose, you must depart from Polly. Should I falter, I shall vacate Elpolis and never again set foot in the imperial city. Upon hearing such stakes, although the scenario seemed favorable, Arthas was disinclined to proceed. To wager a person in front of a lady? What do you consider her feelings to be? Merely a pawn for the enhancement of your own reputation? Arthas shook his head and replied, Polly is already mine. Your departure from here bears no consequence to me. I refuse to wager. Franco, confident of his impending victory, grew anxious upon Arthas's refusal and hastily proposed an alternative. Very well, should you lose. You will withdraw from the Magic Academy and shall not return here. If I lose, whatever you desire, I shall grant you. How does that sound? You would be gaining a significant advantage. This wager is rather appealing. Arthas, do not engage in this bet. He is clearly attempting to bully you. Polly frowned. Arthas, however, dismissed her concerns. Rest assured, he cannot prevail.